Are we on?
We may or may not be on. We'll know in 30 seconds.
Are we on? Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Welcome to the Wing Commander 25th anniversary live stream, hosted by Wing Commander superfan extraordinaire, Mr. Ben Lesnick, and his little buddy, me, Jared Huckaby. Hi.
You don't get to be the little buddy often, do you?
No, I don't get to be the little buddy often, but look at this. Look at this. Look at our blue hair.
Yeah, in honor of Colonel Blue Hair, we have given ourselves blue hair.
And we'll go here for now.
Yes, because I keep looking the wrong way.
Yep.
Welcome. It has been exactly 25 years since the release of the original Wing Commander, which is a very, very long time. And we didn't want this day to go unnoticed. I figured, hey, I'd play the game for everybody. That's the style of the times, and since then it's gotten a little more complex. Thanks to Mr. Huckaby here, you can see we're actually in the briefing room with Colonel Halcyon here, and we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna play. We're gonna play through the original Wing Commander. We're gonna take breaks to chat about the history of it. We've got all sorts of toys and stuff to show off at various points. It's just going to be a lot of Wing Commander for as long as we can hold out. Standard playthrough of the original Wing Commander is 18 missions. I think as our rule for this, we will replay missions if we fail them, rather than going on a losing path, which means, you know, we're going to save that Valari, hopefully. After like 50 tries, we might just go to Rostov instead. But we're gonna try like heck to save it. If you have no idea who we are, my name is Ben Lesnick. I'm Director of Community Engagement and some other things at Cloud Imperium Games, working for Wing Commander's original creator, Chris Roberts. I'm here because of my love for Wing Commander, and I'm pretty excited to do this. Jared is my community manager, and he likes doing idiotic things, so here he is with me. We're also going to have some special guests. We have some folks involved in the game and the fandom scheduled to come by and talk on Skype a little bit later. I'm really excited.
Yep. And we have blue hair.
Yes, that's also a thing.
Because on our other weekly live stream, Reverse the Verse, somebody challenged me to dye my hair, and I had a really bad idea on the spot. And thank you, Ben, for not allowing me to do it alone.
No, I've always wanted to have Colonel Blair blue hair, and no one would ever let me. So, hooray! Also, thanks to my wife, who is back there, Alexis. She's very small in the background. Say hi, wife.
It's very.
Hello.
She's keeper of the Wing Commander stash. Look at the Wing Commander stash.
We've got we figure we pile up a bunch of copies of Wing Commander there. We have even more. I brought a copy of every different port they did. We'll take a break and walk through the history of Wing Commander ports at one point. And if you're not excited about that,
you're normal.
I don't know what's wrong with you.
And of course, at various points during the stream, this will be a very long stream. It's a long stream. I should have called it the 25th anniversary long stream, because it's going to be very long. I missed it. I'm not the pun guy. That's him. We will be giving away Star Citizen spaceships. We won't tell you when. We won't tell you what until the time comes. So you'll just have to watch and suffer through with me.
We've got Star Citizen spaceships. I've got a couple copies of the original Wing Commander on GOG that we can give out also. And a few claw marks, copies of claw marks here. Including one signed by Aaron Alston. So we will give that away also.
Cool.
How should we start this thing?
I don't know. We've got a number of neat tricks here. Let's see if this all works out.
All right.
In typical fashion, we didn't get much chance to test most of this, but let's see. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can join the cockpit of a rapier.
Okay.
Let's see if that works. Oh.
Very cool.
Is this working? Cool. Is this working? You see me? This is the Jared camera.
By the way, and
that's the Ben camera.
When I first saw this screen here, I was genuinely bothered, because you're clearly in a rapier moving forward, but the speed is set to 0 kps and the real speed is 0 kps. So what's going on there?
I'm not a miracle worker.
Yes, you are. It's not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go. Oh, and Toast is here also.
Hello.
Yeah.
Our lawyer. And friend.
Our lawyer and friend.
Everybody.
So Wing Commander, what the hell is Wing Commander? To my mind, Wing Commander is the game that changed the industry. Wing Commander, before Wing Commander, people built games in their garages. It was tiny teams, a programmer and an artist putting something together. Wing Commander kind of premiered the modern big budget game design process, with producers cracking the whip and a million pieces that have to fall into place. It pushed the limits of computer hardware. Before Wing Commander, you bought a computer to play with spreadsheets and do work, whatever kind of work they needed to do in the 80s and for the computer. With Wing Commander, this was the killer app for PC gaming. You bought a PC to play Wing Commander, to show off Wing Commander to your friends. Creative Labs, who created the Sound Blaster, credits Wing Commander 2 with the fact that their speech synthesis, FM speech synthesis, became industry standard. So many people wanted that in their version of Wing Commander that they stopped using ad-lib cards and roll-in cards and all those things, and made it the standard. It changed the face of gaming. It's also an incredible game. It's very much everyone's fantasy as a young boy. I want to live in Star Wars. I want to play Star Wars. I want to do Star Wars, but actually fly the X-wing and make choices. And it delivers on that promise very, very well. If you're familiar with Chris Roberts' work, it is just absolutely immersive gameplay. It's kind of the gold standard for bringing people into a game. I mean, before Wing Commander, you take a hit and it tells you are 7% damaged. Wing Commander replaced that with parts of the cockpit exploding, and when you moved your joystick, you saw the joystick on screen move. It brought people into the game in a way that companies didn't spend design energy or money on before this, and it challenged everybody else to do better. And of course, it led us to where we are right now. It made Space Sims the most popular game genre on the PC for a number of years, and now we're bringing them back here at Cloud Imperium. So we're quite fond of Wing Commander.
Keep talking. I'm fixing something.
All right. Well, let me ask you. Did you get that video I sent you last night? The demo video.
Was it after I went to sleep?
Possibly. It was in the email.
Oh, then no.
Okay. Well, we were going to play the video of the original Comdex demo.
Oh, hold on. I'll get it.
Okay.
Keep talking.
All right. It's on YouTube. I wanted to show you the first look that people had at Wing Commander. If you were watching the stream before this, you saw a card that was like classified, coming 1990. That was the first advertisement for Wing Commander. It appeared in Origin catalogs included in games in 1989. Omega, Chris Roberts' previous game, Bad Blood, and so on, would have had that ad. It didn't say what the game was or anything beyond, future of space gaming. I don't know that anyone particularly remembers that ad, but I thought it was an interesting bit of trivia. What we're going to show you now is the 5-minute Comdex demo of Wing Commander. This was how it was unveiled to the world the summer before it came out. Wing Commander had about an 18-month development cycle starting in early 1989. Initially, it was Chris Roberts doing a prototype by himself, much like Star Citizen. Back in those days, companies didn't have, on-staff artists, on-staff designers, on-staff programmers, even on-staff creative. Chris wasn't an employee of Origin. He had an office there, and he could pitch products to the company, and if they liked them, they would budget him to create them. His first game was a game called Times of Lore, which was a huge hit. It was an RPG in the vein of Ultima, but with some of Chris's immersion touches. His second game was a title called Bad Blood, which was very much like Wasteland or Fallout. in setting. It was actually more of an action game, which Origin was not known for. It's a fine game. It has all those Chris Roberts touches, but it was not a hit at the time because back then Origin was the RPG company. Richard Garrity had created the Ultima series. It was the biggest thing in the world to that point, and everything Origin did was kind of a variant of that. Here's Ultima, but with dinosaurs. Here's Ultima, but in the mystic Far East, and so on. And Bad Blood tried to change that, being an action game. It did not kind of make it the way that Wing Commander and Times of Lore did, but fine game. I forget where I started.
I don't know. We're ready to show it when you were.
And I will also say that gaming at the time was, before Wing Commander, PC gaming was kind of a hobbyist thing. Games were made by the same, at least at Origin, games were made by the same people who did pen and paper games. You had a lot of crossover between like Steve Jackson and Origin. Pen and paper gamers would come and they would design PC games, and they would be bought by the same audience. It's one of the reasons that games came in these large boxes. They were very similar to the box that like a D&D would have come in. So when Wing Commander also changed that. Summer 1990, this was the demo that Chris showed at Comdex. Got a heck of a lot of interest in the game. Back then, you had to literally go out and sell your game to distributors. You had to travel to, Kmart's headquarters and convince them to stock 50,000 units of Wing Commander. And while actually, it probably works the same way today. It doesn't for us here because we're crowdfunded, but there was a lot more foot traffic then. Origin had salespeople whose job was to travel around the country and convince people to pre-order their games. Convince companies to do that. And this was the demo they put together. Today we would call this a trailer. It was a demo back then. It came on 2 discs. They handed it out to people. If you'd like to play with the assets, they're available at wcnews.com in the files section. And let's play this. It's about 5 minutes long. It's
and see, we're still down here, so we can still talk.
Yeah.
Let's see if this works.
There was no speech in games at the time, so this is all. It's all going to be reading.
I hope you like to read.
We should have had that as a requirement before we started the stream. You notice that's a different logo for the what came to be known as Origin FX, their graphics system. In 1,000 years, the Empire of Kilra never met a race it couldn't conquer. Probably noticed the VDUs are different. The Salty's called a Dralty. Your Hornet does not look like a Hornet. There was nothing like this at the time. People, until it met men. Oh, this is so Chris Roberts. There was nothing like this at the time. This blew people at the trade show away. People didn't think this was possible with a PC. We don't have to maintain a respectful silence for the Commander 1 demo.
I'm actually just watching.
Let's go look at all the detail. This is a Hornet, by the way, the same lineage as the Hornet clone in Star Citizen. There's a properly labeled Salty. As I mentioned, the game pushed the boundaries of technology. Your average computer owner at the time had something like an 8086 or an 8088 if they owned a PC at all. Wing Commander required a 286 and it still ran slow as molasses on like a 286-12. This was a game that really wanted to have a 386-20, 386-33, which was unheard of at the time. But it was a hobbyist market. PC gamers have always, since then anyway, have built their machines to match Chris's games, which is still happening. We're happy to report.
Is this why the first Hornet for Star Citizen was green?
Yes, the Hornet Star Citizen started out its life in a very, very, very different shape as the part of a Wing Commander pitch. Bring back Wing Commander, convince EA we should do this. That didn't work out, and we're all the better for it, I suppose. That was supposed to kind of be simulating a typical Wing Commander mission. You get to see all the... there was just nothing. Like, depending on how much damage your ship takes, it would appear right here in the landing. Who could that hero be?
Blue hair.
Oh, but the minimum safe speed for asteroids is 250 kps. You're flying 400. What are you doing, demo guy?
I like the ability to completely turn your head 180 degrees. Look behind you.
Oh, it's a cramp. Actually, this is a stage in game development that we often see here. It's temp assets. They don't have all the VDU things drawn yet, so every ship shows up with the same salty graphic. Wolf has texted me to remind me that if you did not have enough memory RAM, you would not get all the effects. So, like, you wouldn't see the stick or you wouldn't see the faces of your wingmen. That's true. There's actually an EGA version of Wing Commander you could play if you didn't have the graphics to run this. And yeah, if you didn't have enough expanded memory, it would reduce the graphical features. That was the original demo that sold this thing to the masses. Maybe it doesn't look like much today, but that was something special. Wing Commander began its life in early 1989 as a proposal called Squadron. If you have that folder I sent you, guys, we're going to show you a PDF of some text right now.
Oh, a PDF file?
Yep. Not that one. That one.
Hey, give me a second. We'll go back to the...
This is Chris Roberts' original pitch for Squadron, which was what it was called at the time. Outlines everything it was 12 pages. It outlines everything he wanted to do with the game. Sells the heck out of it to the management at Origin. And it's interesting. It's a little bit more adult than Wing Commander ended up being. In this pitch, it's not the brave and noble Terran Confederation. It's the Terran Empire, and there's all these gray areas. Maybe their war against the Kilrathi isn't quite justified. A lot of that came out in the wash as the story came along. They brought it back a little bit in Wing Commander 4, and of course in Star Citizen we kind of revisit a lot of that. We go back to the Empire of Questionable Motives in our setting. This is available on WCNews.com, or if you have the GOG version of Wing Commander, it's one of the extras that comes in the package. Back before I was a Star Citizen guy, I helped put that together. One of the best things about the version on GOG is if you look at the scan, you'll see one of the pages has weird stains on it, which I took the photo of that page, which was missing from the initial scan we did, and it was from the University of Texas's Video Game Archive Library, where they had a copy stored, put there by George Fatman Sanger, the guy who did the music for this game, one of the two guys. And there was a note along with it that the brown stain on some pages was ferret pee. So if you have this from GOG, you have legitimate Origin Systems Ferret P scanned. Okay. So that was what started off Wing Commander. If you check out ATV this last week, Chris talks a little bit about the early days. He did, all the coding at the start, along with at first one artist, Denis Loubet, who hopefully we're going to talk to a little bit later. And then kind of the team gradually grew larger and larger as it got more and more support. I will also note, I want to show that one. This is the original press release. It has some of the concept art they did for the game, the sketches. You also note that the name of the game here is... zooming! Wing Leader. The game was Wing Leader almost all the way to release until legal found an issue with that. There was some other company owned the name or had used it recently. I don't understand how legal things work, and we don't have a fancy lawyer here, or he would tell us.
Well, I don't know that. Trademarks are a problem sometimes.
Yeah. So this was the original logo. You'll see it in a lot of early magazine screenshots. I think we got a color one in that folder.
Hold on, let me look for a color one. This is what I got.
It's the last file.
This last one?
Yeah, that's about that one. Wing Leader. That was scanned by Joe Garrity, the Origin Museum, who we'll also hopefully be talking to a little bit later. He makes quite a... He has quite a collection. All right, so Wing Commander went from idea to real game that came out 25 years ago. I thought we would kick off this process by doing another very popular thing these days, an unboxing.
Oh, unboxing, hold on.
Yeah.
We need that camera for unboxing.
Yeah, I have here a sealed copy of the original Wing Commander, original release. There are 3 versions of this, by the way. There's 4 different types of discs. 3.5 inch low density, 3.5 inch high density, 5 1/4 high density, 5 1/4 low density. I don't think the 5 1/4 low density ever shipped. You had to write to Origin to get them. There's 3 different versions of the box also. There's a plain one that was signed by Chris Roberts in the corner. That was the special one you could order from Origin. It had no sticker on the front, and it came with the first Secret Missions disc and the Wing Commander flight cap.
They're begging you in chat not to open it.
Don't worry, I've got plenty of them. I think it's good to open one every 25 years or so.
Do you see our collection? Look at the collection. We've got plenty. Well, I say we. It's the royal we. It's him. He's got plenty.
By the way, this is one of the rarest bits of production Wing Commander memorabilia you can get. The Wing Commander flight cap, advertised as such in the catalogs and inserts. I'm not going to wear it because my hair is recently dyed blue and I don't want to ruin my Wing Commander flight cap. Also, my head is giant and won't fit. But here's Wing Commander. So there would have been 2 other versions. One that said Special Promotional Edition, sticker. No one I've ever spoken to can tell me what that means because all of the first run of the games say that. It's just the ordinary game. It makes for funny eBay auctions sometimes, though, because you'll see like $5,000, the special promotional edition of Wing Commander, and that's all of them. Every copy. There was a second run that had an awards sticker once it got all sorts of Game of the Year awards. This is swept awards that year, by the way. It got a 6 out of 5 stars in Dragon Magazine. It's 100% everywhere. It was people loved Wing Commander. Some people still do. So, original Wing Commander. We're gonna unbox this. Don't worry, it's not that rare.
There's at least one more in the office, right?
There's like 5 of them in the other room.
So don't worry that much.
We don't have a blade or anything, do we?
We've got a scythe.
Gonna sit here and watch you fiddle with the plastic for a minute. There we go.
Plastic open.
See if we can get another.
Okay.
Get another camera.
Happening.
Ooh, it's happening.
Wing Commander striptease. Okay, let's breathe in this 19 to 25-year-old air.
What's 1990 smell like, So
Like the new kids.
just like I remember.
So So here we have sticker stuck on the side. Okay, here we have what was in the box of Wing Commander back then. Origin was, I'm going to take it all out and put the box down. This is what kids today do. They watch like surprise. This is a Wing Commander surprise egg. Back in the day, Origin was known as the company that lavished care on the actual packaging of the game. Every Origin game came with what they called a trinket, which in Ultima was like a coin or a bag of runes or some little item that brought you into the game world. Good idea. And they had these extensive manuals, and well, I'll walk you through it here, what they did with Wing Commander.
I still show it to the camera.
Sorry, I keep seeing my hair is stuck in my eye. So, let's see, comments. Here is your, read this first.
Show it to the camera.
Oh. Read this first about all the various technical issues. These would have been generated by QA at the time. Here's everything we found that could go wrong. Here's how to install it, because you did all this at the command line. We have a reference card. This is all the possible commands in the game. For what is essentially an arcade game, it has a lot of detail. Disk exchange form, as I noted, there were all sorts of different diskette options at the time. Wing Commander shipped for the PC. They promised an Amiga version at the time. We're going to take a break later to talk about all the ports, and I'll tell you the crazy story about why that did not come out then. Yeah, that's exciting, I know. And if you accidentally picked up the 3 1/4 and you wanted the 5 1/2, or 5 1/4 or 3 1/2, I get the disc mixed up. You could swap it for the other one with this form, and by giving them $20. Here we have the Origin catalog for 1989-90. Here's their game lineup at the time: Bad Blood, Wing Commander, Ultima 6, Ultima Savage Empire, Ultima Regular Times of Lore, something called Tangled Tales, Ultima Trilogy, Ultima 4, Ultima 5, Space Rogue, which was actually another space game that's long forgotten, Omega, which was a tank fighting game, Windwalker, and Knights of Legend.
Ultima Regular Times of War?
No, I got mixed up. I thought it was the dinosaur one. There's Chris Roberts' Bad Blood. Not to be confused with the recent Taylor Swift song. Also, look here. Chris Roberts is the hottest new name in game. It's got a little picture of him. So catalogs. Oh, and here, some genuine Richard Garriott money. Don't spend that all in one place. The most interesting thing I point out about this is that at the time it came out, the MSRP for Wing Commander 1 was $79.95, which with inflation would be more than $79.95, which is still a crazy amount to pay for a game today. One thing that Wing Commander did, which I think very few people know, is it helped invent the idea of a budget game. Back in the day, games came out, they were $80, and they had multi-year sell cycles. You would be selling Ultima 3, 2, 3, 4 years in a row at full price, and people would still pay it. As we entered the 1990s, that accelerated. The technology started, you started changing computers more quickly. There started being more competition. Games disappeared from the shelves more quickly. Origin came up with the idea about a year after Wing Commander's release to put out essentially self-sustaining units that were a budget end cap that a game store could buy. It was the amazing budget price MSRP $49.95 for Ultima 6 and Wing Commander about a year and a half after they came out, and they would ship a unit of a dozen of each to a store at some discount, and it would keep the series in popular consciousness. And that was eventually followed by things like EA Classics and all these intentional budget games. You had entire companies like Software Toolworks that popped up to sell cheaper, older games. But Wing Commander really helped start that. That was something that came out of Origin's sales department. They called them the Bulldogs at the time. And another weird part of game history. Now we have the diskettes. This copy of Wing Commander is the 3 1/4. There you go. 3 1/4. 3 1/4 floppy, low density. Low density meant it had half the capacity of what you think of now as a standard 1.44 megabyte floppy disk. If you think of those at all, you probably do not. Do you think about floppy disks? No, I do sometimes. So it came on 6 disks. If you had the high density, it would have come on 3 disks. Same for the same difference for the 5 1/4, the bigger, floppier floppies. One of the interesting things about Wing Commander is it was also one of the last games that actually ran off the floppies. It's hard to remember now, but there were once computers that did not have hard drives at all. You booted up with a diskette and you played whatever was on the diskette. Your word processor was on there, your spreadsheet was on there, loaded into resident memory, and you did it all in that one session. With games, which had many, many disks, that could be a little bit problematic because you had to switch disks very quickly. Oh, it wants to load a different ship, put it in disk 3. Oh, it has to load the next mission, put it in disk 4. So it was not especially fun to play it without a hard drive, but it was possible. I think the last Origin game that was true of. Here's your registration card. They always said you could send these in to win stuff. I never won anything.
We should send that in.
Yeah. Whoever owns P.O. Box 161750 in Austin would love to get this.
Give it to me. I'm going to send this in. I'll let you know what happens.
And here is our insert ad. That they had a yearly catalog at Origin, and then they would have cheaper inserts with the most recent stuff, including here's the ad for the official Wing Commander flight cap. So that was how you got that hat.
I'm gonna send this in too.
Good luck.
Only $10.
Yeah, it's a good flight cap. So I mentioned trinkets. Ultima would come with like an ankh or a bag of coins or all sorts of different things. There's one thing that just comes with a rock. Origin's other games are kind of forgotten, but they also had cool trinkets. Their game Auto Duel came with a little toolkit. There was a Space Rogue came with like a punch-out cardboard spaceship you could build. Wing Commander, they discussed a number of different things, including tiny spaceships, cards. What they settled on was blueprints. And these are really, really awesome. You immediately got brought into the game universe with this. Some of the detail on that.
Your screen's bigger. It doesn't have the green lines.
It's cutaway blueprints of the 4 flyable ships in the game, showing you what's inside them. Pointing out all the geeky technical details. It does not matter to the play of the game in the least, but man, it was cool. You weren't flying a made-up spaceship. You were flying your spaceship, and you had the proof right here. We're doing blueprints on Star Citizen for exactly that reason, both as a nod to the original and because they are awesome. So you had your Hornet, your Scimitar, Rapier, and Raptor. Later printings of the game only came with 2 blueprints and did them back to back. Save whatever amount of money that was. Those are our blueprints. And last, but absolutely not least, the coolest thing in the universe to this day, Claw Marks, the official onboard magazine of the TCS Tiger's Claw. This is an in-world booklet. It's the book you would read if your character were a real person on the TCS Tiger's Claw. They would get this with, comlink, news from the editor, and they want to tell you how to play the game, but they don't want to, say press C to do whatever. They put it as a guide to tactics in the universe. This is Chris Roberts at his best. They would have there's a timeline of the history of the Kilrathi War to this point. That it starts here and it gets expanded on forever. and coolest thing in the universe, I keep saying that, the artwork, the line art of all the different ships. Once we're actually playing the game, I'll talk a little bit about the ship development. So Star Citizen fans may like to see the TCS Tiger's Claw. It's your home carrier, and it is a Bengal-class carrier, just like the Paul Steed in the Star Citizen demo. But it's awesome stuff. Claw Marks has been revised many times over the years. There's no one great edition of it. Little bits and pieces get added and removed and changed over the years. I could talk about that for hours, and later on I will, because I have all the other versions of Claw Marks here. Look at the Garrity. There's the Garrity aces you can fight in the game, and they pose it as a warning about these guys. Claw Marks is available as a PDF at wcnews.com or Pix's Origin Adventures. By the way, if you're interested in this history, those two sites will tell you everything you ever wanted to know and more. wcnews.com, Pix's Origin Adventures. They've got all the manuals scanned, the books, the production material. It's fantastic stuff. Am I boring people? Okay. It's what we're here for. You can see the different ribbons you win. They're not in color, so it's not an especially useful graphic. But here's your medals. And of course, a map of the Vega sector. And the great thing is this isn't a map of all the places you go in the game. It's a map of all the places in this region of space. 12 of these, 13 of these appear in the game. The rest of them were just made up to fill out the world. They bring you in right at the beginning. And this here, I remember being incredibly scandalous when I was 10 years old. I was like, oh my God, dancing girls coming to the Tiger's Claw. But TCSO show coming. We do a lot more immersive manuals now, but this is where it started. And with that, let's play Wing Commander. Depending what time it is, because we've got a... Let's play 15 minutes of Wing Commander. We've got a 1 o'clock visitor.
Oh, well, do you want to just wait till after the visitor?
No, let's play the first NU series. We watch the intro.
All right.
We'll,
where's the box? Your box?
Oh, the box, yes. There you go.
Maybe we give this away later?
What's that?
So maybe we give this away later?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to give that away.
I think we can afford the shipping on one.
In fact, I promised my wife that I would get rid of all my duplicates. So my goal in the next year is to build a better Wing Commander collection, but with just one of each version of the game rather than 500. What's that? No. I volunteered. I would. Yeah. No. I'm not throwing you under the bus here.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see how this works. So.
Okay.
Oh, is that working? Oh, we don't see the intro. We saw the intro in the video, though, didn't we?
No, let's restart the game so we can see the.
We'll restart the game.
For today, we are playing the GOG version of Wing Commander 1 on a modern machine. We didn't fiddle with too much of the settings to keep it working. This is not a menu that would have existed at the time. It would have been just a separate executable. You would have typed wc.exe and it would have run. GOG has Wing Commander 1 and 2 in a pack for $6. That is the bargain of the century. Go buy that now. Here's our intro. We are using stock Sound Blaster music on this version right now. I will tell you that there is a much better way to hear the music, which is with the Roland. If you're familiar with MIDI at all, there's all sorts of different MIDI standards. Back then, it was LA MIDI before GM MIDI, like we kind of use today, if we still think about MIDI. Roland, they do all the big professional music equipment. They had a line of consumer cards and external devices that game developers in the late 80s figured out they could use the samples on to do awesome game music. So if you had the money, we're talking, $700, $1,000 at the time, which is even more today, you could pick up a special thing that made particular games sound really, really cool. Sierra, we can't give this credit to Wing Commander. Sierra actually started this. They would actually send out cassettes to people who inquired, trying to get them to buy both the card, the LA MIDI card from them, to hear the cool music in their games. I actually have with me right here, brought this in to show it. This is an actual MT32. This was the external version. There's an internal version of this, which is a full-length 13-inch ISA card. But this is the external MIDI. It would have plugged into your joystick port, and you would have split it off to actually attach a joystick also. And it has a sound sample bank that just sounded better than anything else at the time. It still works. The other thing about this is actually one of the 2 MT32s that Origin had. This is bought at auction from an ex-Origin sound guy. It was likely one of the ones that was used to make Wing Commander. So, a bit of history there. Let's fight some Space Cats.
You do it with the joystick?
Oh, I can do that.
Is that working?
It's not working.
I suppose we should have tested that joystick before we connected to the real computer.
Well, I played it when we tested the game earlier. So.
Yeah, but I did all the rearranging.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
So,
hold please. Because that should be working.
technical difficulties. Well, while he's doing that, I will say a few words about joysticks. If you are a Star Citizen backer, you know that the... what's that?
Joystick wasn't plugged in. Keep it on.
Okay. You know that the Long Twilight Struggle, most important thing in the universe is the controller battle between mouse, keyboard, and joystick. Back in the day, we of course had the same battle. Wing Commander supported all 3 equally. I've always found mouse control awkward. First time I ever played it was entirely with keyboard. I'm still very used to that. Chris Roberts was kind enough to loan me his VKB Black Mamba joystick. We tested that yesterday. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too responsive for Wing Commander, so we're going with a standard Logitech stick right now. If you any modern USB stick will work with DOSBox, so you don't have to worry about not having that.
You really got to stop hitting the desk, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The mic is on the desk.
How am I doing that?
No. You keep pounding on the desk.
I'm sorry. I thought people might like to see what a joystick and throttle looked like back then. Now I'm not sure where my joystick is going. We've seen under a mountain of Wing Commander stuff. This is a Thrustmaster flight control system. This was the top of the line professional hobbyist stick at the time. This is actually the Macintosh version, but it is molding is identical to the PC. It's all plastic. It's not heavy at all, but if you had this, you were this was several $100s. You were the ultimate pilot at the time. And they also had a throttle plugged in through both your keyboard port and your MIDI port, acted as an additional access for your joystick and more buttons that you could program to be shortcuts for the game. Six buttons and a switch, and back and forth. We thought this was the coolest thing in the universe. I could not afford this when I was a kid, but now I can. All right, now let's Wing Commander, hopefully. This is the intro. It's Chris Roberts, director.
Let's see if it works.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So this is not the original release because you can see it has the secret missions option there. That was the first add-on pack for Wing Commander. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's start the game. What? I'm already playing the game? I'm already complete wave 1. What? My ship blew up? I don't understand. The game's already over? For my money, this is one of the coolest things Chris Roberts ever did. And he's done some cool stuff. You have to... It's basically coming up with a reason why you would enter your name in the game world. So my last name is... Did you unplug the keyboard?
Nope, we're just not plugging it in.
Okay. Lesnick. And I'm going to fly my call sign Bandit. You see, when you do it lowercase, it doesn't match the other people in the high score. But if you do it in all caps, it'll sound weird when the people are talking to you later. So, yeah, basically it tricks you into entering your name. And here we are in the Tiger's Claw. We can talk to the different characters. Belly on up, friend, and take a load off. I promise I won't read the whole thing.
He will.
You put your name right there. It's, oh my god, it's talking to me. This was so cool at the time. Of course, this was before we had full speech. Wing Commander 2 was the one that kind of introduced us to speech. If we had the ability to have speech at the time, it would have taken dozens and dozens and dozens of diskettes. This was before CD-ROM was an option. Here's our Tiger's Claws bartender. One interesting bit of trivia about the names. Let me talk to Paladin here. So there is a script for the bottom. That's the literal. Here's the subtitle we put at the bottom, and there's another script that tells the game how his mouth moves. So his mouth is actually moving to a syllable-based script taken from the game script. He's trying to make we, and if you read it, it's like a weird moaning thing. We were flying. The best part of this is when it gets to your name. I know she will introduce you by name. It didn't take into account every possible name. So he mouths the word dipstick when you get to the player name. Watch her do it. Bonjour, Lieutenant. You are called Dipstick. No, I am called Angel. It's hard not to fall in love with Angel. Drolthy is the Coathy fighter most seen in this sector. 1.4 missiles are required to destroy the Drolthy. 7 laser hits are necessary to destroy the same vessel.
Wait, is that 1 4/10 missiles?
Yes, 1 4/10 missiles.
1 4/10 missiles are necessary.
And here you can see our kill score. Here's the pilots of the Tiger Claw. The Tiger Claw actually has 104 fighters on it. This is just your particular squadron. Of course, we would have met them all already by reading their pilot bios and claw marks by the time we got here. Here is our locker room. You can view our medals. I have none right now. See Southwest Airlines heart. Your medals, your ribbons, all your stuff is going to show up right there in the mirror. In Secret Missions 2, you can actually look at the busty cartoon lady. I'm going to save before each mission so that we can reload when I screw up. I did not go ahead and practice this very much, so it should be interesting.
Can't you move around with the joystick?
With it?
Can't you move around with the joystick?
Oh yeah, I can. By the way, here's the first technical error in Wing Commander. They say that the ship jumped in 7 hours ago at 0800, but the dateline for the first mission is 0600. There you go. First continuity error in the Wing Commander series.
There will be more.
Spirit. We're flying a standard patrol. Your thoughts wander as the commander makes the rest of the assignments.
You gotta read them out loud.
I'll read them out loud sometimes.
Squadron dismissed. Can we do parts? I'll be blue hair, I'll be the commander.
Alright. Well, blue hair almost never speaks in this game.
Oh,
You notice this.
yeah.
I'll be the commander. What's his name?
Colonel Halcyon.
Colonel Halcyon. Alright. Tonight, the part of Colonel Halcyon will be played by Disco Lando.
Alright, here we are. The Vegas sector. Yeah, no ability to turn off the cockpit. I can look around. Left, right, back. Turn my head all the way around back. A couple camera angles.
Wait, there's an angle that has the... What was that with the Wing Commander in there? It actually had the Wing Commander at the top.
Oh yes, this is the
chase camera.
The chase camera. You can't play the game like this. Sorry, freelancer fans. There's just, this is how we're doing in Star Citizen. Exactly. You can go back here and fly around, but you don't get your VDU or anything like that.
You can't fly from third person. It sucks.
Yeah, and that's the Chris Roberts thing. He doesn't want to stop you from doing something. He's just going to make it suck if he doesn't want to do it. Ada autopilot. Oh my God, targets. What are they? It's going to be 3 Drolthy. My wingman spirit would like to engage. Bite it, cat face. I shall feast upon your offspring.
Now, you just glossed over it, but you just issued commands to one of your wingmen.
Oh, yep. I just ordered I just ordered Spirit to break and attack these Dralthi.
And how many wingmen do you have right now?
You're only ever going to have one wingman at a time in the original Wing Commander. Well, let me... I'll modify that. There is a mission where you join another wing later in the game. It's in the very last series. Hopefully we'll make it there. Oh, she got a kill.
So right now, you're flying with Spirit.
Spirit, yep.
And you'll have the option later on to choose different wingmen.
So I have selfishly told her to form on my wings so that I can get this kill.
The game engine allowed, what, 16 ships in a mission max?
I believe Wing Commander 1 actually allows a bunch more. It's Wing Commander 2 that's really limited number of ships on screen. Because there's a couple of 20-some missions, 21, 20-ish ones in the secret missions. Okay, a little bit of trouble controlling the fighter. Yay! That is a dead Dralthi. We are flying Hornets. They're the light fighter in Wing Commander. They only have a pair of lasers, 3 missiles. 2 of those are dumbfires. It's pretty much impossible to hit something with a dumbfire missile unless you are much better than I am. But I am not. And you got 1 Heat Seeker. I'm going to change to the Heat Seeker because next time we encounter enemies, Oh, you know, one thing we missed because this is the GOG version is that the original Wing Commander had copy protection. This was the era where copy protection was essentially just to frustrate the actual user. Instead of... By the way, these asteroids are tough. I may die embarrassingly trying to navigate through them. So the copy protection would be things like, how old is Maniac? And you'd have to look it up in claw marks or a fact from the blueprint. You know, what's the alludium quotient for X missile? And you'd have to look up whatever the number was. And of course, Wing Commander fans would memorize all of those, all the possible options. You know, the R'Lari is 18,000 tons, Maniac is 23, the missile explosion is 9,500, and so on. Because we're geeks. They removed that for the GOG version. Is the audience still alright? Okay, here's 2 Salty light fighters.
We got a long way to go, Lesnick. You can't be worrying about the audience now.
Yeah, I'll be honest, this is one of those streams I would do even if nobody was going to play. I'm firing a missile.
We currently have 1,219 viewers.
Wow, who are you people? I love you, but who the hell are you?
I think they might want some ship giveaways at some point.
Oh.
Yep. Keep watching. We're not going to tell you. We're going to give you like 5 minutes heads up when ship giveaways happen. So you got to be watching. You got to be paying attention. Because I'm an ass.
I can confirm that. Look at the Spirit.
Hey, you don't all have to confirm at the same time.
Oh, Spirit got the other Salty, so we're clear. That was the only 5 enemies in this mission. Unfortunately, they're going to make us fly through the rocks again. Strawbush is a masochist. You can shoot them. It does not help much. The way to get through the asteroids is to move as slowly as possible. If I were to afterburner right now, then I would die very, very quickly. Later on, we're going to encounter Garrity mines, which are the opposite. They are magnetic and they lock on you, and the faster you go, the better you can avoid them. Okay, I think maybe just glance the edge of that asteroid field.
So who's our 1 o'clock?
Our 1 o'clock is Denis Loubet. He is...
Good. Just finish up.
All right, I'm going to land this mission. We'll save, and then we can... I am ready to land. I'll talk to you about the difficulty of landing this thing a little bit later. It was actually very easy that time, but it's one of the most confusing things for people picking up the game without reading the manual. You have to go towards the bay of the Tiger Claw. You can't come in on the sides or the top or anything like that, which made it one of the most common questions in the Usenet. for people who pirated the game. Like, I played the mission, I can't land. I'm like, okay, I know you stole the game, but
You got away pretty clean, sir.
yep. If I'd taken more hits, you would have seen the damage there. There you can see my butt.
Welcome back, Bandit. Looks like you survived your first trip out.
He is a very able pilot, Commander. It is an honor to fly on his wing.
That's high praise coming from Spirit. You should be proud, Bandit. In any case, you flew well out there. I reviewed the mission report from your flight recorder. Let's go over the mission report. You got 3 of the hairballs, Bandit, and 1 Kilrathi for Spirit.
Oh, one of them must have gotten away.
That's all then. Dismissed.
Okay, we will talk to these fellows when we get back. By the way, this is the Enyo system. We have just finished mission Enyo 1. And now let's try a Skype call.
Alright, give us a second here, guys. I'm gonna slide the keyboard back over to me so I can manage this. Let's go to our Skype mode here. Hold on. Skype. We are calling Denis Loubet.
And now we're hearing ourselves on...
Oh, do we not have picture? Is it audio?
Just audio, I think.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Loubet, are you there? Yes, sir. Welcome to our live stream. Not too badly. How are you doing? So if folks out there don't know, well, tell them who you are.
Hold on, Dennis. They don't hear you yet.
Oh, having one.
For some reason, why
mission
don't they
broadcast.
hear you? Why don't they hear you?
We'll have this resolved in just a moment, folks.
Don't promise that, because I don't know why they don't hear him.
Oh, okay. We may not have this resolved. I'm sure we will have this resolved.
No audio at all. Wow, okay, hold on. I might have to ask this a little bit, because I don't know why it's not working. Alright, Dennis, try talking now.
All right. Is it going through?
We'll know in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're always about 30 seconds behind from the live stream.
Ah, okay.
Wonders of the modern world.
Let's make sure they hear this. Or I can just talk to you guys.
Yep, alright, they can hear you.
All right. Awesome.
All right, great.
So,
Yeah, I'm Denis Loubet. I was the first artist hired at Origin way back in the day when they first moved to Austin. And I worked as the, I guess you'd call it the lead artist on Wing Commander. I was responsible for all the cockpits and pretty much all the backgrounds. Another artist, Glenn Johnson, he did all the faces and characters. Though I would do some distant guys, like the little people at the funerals, and I think the mechanics and the people standing up in the room, the briefing room.
Cool.
And I think I did the running figures as well in the corridor.
well, how did they do those running figures?
Well, we got some. I videotaped some people on a treadmill,
Okay.
and so there they are jogging, as you can see. And you know, it would have been really great if, when you're looking at their feet, they're like running flat out. But no, it looks like they're taking little jogging steps. But then I just, by hand, went in and copied those, in, I think, deluxe paint,
Sort of like
and made frames.
like a homemade rotoscoping kind of.
Yeah, basically. The same with the pilot in the ship, and the hand holding the joystick. So yeah.
So how did you become involved with Origin?
Well, I was working at a company called Steve Jackson Games, they do tabletop role-playing games, and they're famous for Car Wars, and their big hit now is a card game. I cannot remember the title. I'm so embarrassed.
Go Fish.
No.
Ogre, Jerks, Awful Great.
They've got a million different versions of it. Whenever they get a new license for something. But I was working for Steve. I started working for him because friends of mine took me to a Society for Creative Anachronism event.
Okay.
And Steve Jackson was the local Baron. And so I showed him a painting I was working on, and he bought it for his magazine. And then later hired me as his first artist. And so I was working for Steve Jackson Games when Richard showed up. Richard was in the SCA, and he was showing off to Steve Jackson, his Baron, his new game, Ultima 1.
Wow.
And so right then and there, I did like graphics for Ultima 1, and he contracted me to do the cover. And so the rest is history. I went for like up to Ultima 4, I was working contract. You know, whenever he needed a cover, he would come to me. When he needed manual illustrations, Richard would come to me. But that changed in the middle of like Ultima 5 when they moved their offices from New Hampshire to Texas, to Austin, Texas, and I happened to live there. And he said, "You want to work for Origin?" And I thought about it for about a quarter of a second and said, "Yes." And so that's when I became an employee of Origin. I was working on Origin. And I introduced Chris to Richard. He was thinking of visiting Origin, and I said, "Oh, I'm already working there." So
How did you meet Chris in the first place?
I think I met him at Hex World, which was a gaming place in Austin. It's fondly looked back at the people who went there as the golden age of gaming in Austin. These people just ran this place every night. It'd be like this big gaming party. Gamers would run role-playing games and tabletop games and card games and all sorts of stuff.
Actually,
And so I met Chris Roberts there, and he looked at my art and said, "Ooh, can you do some work for a game I'm doing?" And it wasn't Wing Commander, it was something else. Something, I think it was like a proto Times of Lore.
that was his first game for Origin.
Yeah, and so I did I did some of the graphics I did a bunch of the graphics for Times of Lore. And he moved that production of that into Origin when Origin hired him on. So
Cool.
So that's cool. That's how I got involved in that.
Now, you are responsible for you did the cover for Wing Commander, didn't you?
Yes.
That's it's kind of the enduring image of the series. They kind of reuse it over and over.
It's kind of controversial because it is a paste-up job. It's not a frame right out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yet it's said on the cover, "What you see is what you play." And so there was some controversy over that.
Yeah,
But the cover did consist of touched-up graphics from the game. Yes, it did. So that's cool.
we're showing off the cover on the stream right now.
I've turned off my streaming so the sound doesn't interfere.
Yeah.
But absolutely beautiful cover. So tell us about Origin in those days. What was it like to work for software development? And
We had recently moved into this was the office at Wild Basin, and it was the entirety of Origin was along this long hallway, And when you entered Origin, you appeared in about the middle of the hallway, and there was a desk with the receptionist behind it. She would direct you where you needed to go. I worked at I think the far left end of the hallway. At about the time Wing Commander was going on, we had a big artist bullpen with a bunch of artists there, all working on stuff. We had a bunch of windows overlooking the river and stuff. It was pretty cool.
What did you work? What kind of software did you work with?
Pretty much Deluxe Paint.
Deluxe Paint was very popular back then.
Yeah, Deluxe Paint on a PC. We had 256 colors to work with. So we had to be very stingy with the colors on stuff. That's why everything looks kind of posterized in the game. We could afford, 4 reds for the walls. We could afford, 4 blues for the uniforms. Things like that. And we didn't have a lot of the tools that you have today. So basically, the crumpled panel that flies off as debris when you blow up a spaceship, that was a crumpled index card. I would take that and I would hold it up with a light shining from one side and draw it by hand in Deluxe Paint at various angles to get the rotation. The wing section that you see tumbling out sometimes was made out of index cards and coffee straws, kind of crudely taped together. And that worked great. I think the asteroids were rocks I found in the parking lot. Held up and drew those. So it was fun. it was cool, but I could do basically standard 2D animation, working from sort of live models, so to speak.
Well, that was pretty much what you had to do back in those days.
Yeah. We didn't have the scanners and the 3D modeling programs and stuff. The first Wing Commander, the 3D ships were modeled by somebody who modeled out of house by somebody who had an Amiga and some 3D software, so they could generate the views of the spaceships.
Wow.
I did go in and touch them up, though.
Well, of course. Necessity is the mother of all invention.
Yes, because the renders sometimes had, disconnected pixels and all sorts of stuff. Cleaned them up as best I could.
Okay. So what are you working on now?
Right now, I'm trying to support myself via Patreon.
Okay.
Which is sort of an ongoing, if you're not familiar with Patreon, it's sort of an ongoing Kickstarter.
Mm-hmm.
You're basically funding the artist to do more art. And how I've got it arranged is several, pledge tiers, and you get, different stuff. But basically, you get my art and everything I'm doing. Right now, I have a big Ultima contingent, and they're getting the lion's share of cool stuff. But in some cases, I'm drawing just sketches of people. Just drawing sketches of stuff that I want to sketch, and sending it occasionally to a lucky patron. And one of those was a picture, my version of Spirit.
Okay.
And so that was cool.
We're bringing up your Patreon on the stream right now so folks can see.
So
Yeah, so it would be patreon.com/Denis Loubet.
All right, let's see if this works here. We weren't ready to do this, but I want to show it to our viewers here.
Sure, please.
Let's see if this works. We shouldn't kick you off. All right.
There we go.
So that's your
my Patreon.
That's your Patreon. So this is Denis Loubet's Patreon.
Yeah.
and they can get custom artwork straight from you?
Well, they can get the people at the highest tier have a chance to get pictures from me, and just people and all the patrons have a chance of getting a smaller sketch from me. But that's not the main thing. The main thing is when I do a piece of art, the patrons all get a copy. They get to see it.
Gotcha.
The higher the pledge, the more you get. It's like you'll get the actual Photoshop file with all the layers intact, stuff like that. When at the lowest level, you'll get a nice picture.
And your patrons get to vote on the subject. Is that right?
Well, I did that. I've done that this one time.
Mm-hmm.
I had people write in what they wanted my next project to be. Since the Ultima fans outnumbered the Wing Commander fans, what they voted on finally was doing a cover to Ultima 7, which in actual history had a black cover.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was thinking, and so one of the people suggested, hey, do a cover that would have been, a representational cover like all the other Ultima covers for Ultima 7. And that one won the votes. But there were people who wanted pictures of Kilrathi, some of the stuff from early Ultimas that had a crashed Kilrathi spaceship and stuff like that.
So, Wing Commander fans out there, support his Patreon, and let's get some more space art.
Yeah, I recently opened a storefront on Shapeways, a 3D printing.
Yeah, I saw that
thing, and I'm asking the fans of Wing Commander what they might want for a 3D printed thing. I'm pretty much looking at medals and things, the medals and the
Pewter Planet.
jewelry of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
And I got sent a large info dump of all the cool medals that you see in Wing Commander.
I may
very well do some of those. So I'll keep you apprised.
Yeah, we will let folks know if you do.
Yep, we've got your page up on the stream. Folks have got the URL.
Cool.
So,
well, thank you guys.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah. And let's see. Anything else you guys want to know?
I don't know. Any good stories from the old days?
Well, gosh, let's see.
That's a broad question, I know.
Yeah, let's see. Back in early Ultima, it was like, there were... By the time Wing Commander came around, there were more than 12 people. But when I first started working, there were like 12 guys working on various projects. They didn't know whether they would have enough for me to do. But by the time they saw what I was doing for Ultima, they all wanted a piece. And so I was doing art for all the different games they had going. But I was known for getting kind of frustrated with my computer. And there would be occasional outbursts where I would tell my computer what for. And embarrassingly enough, I went through a few keyboards. And so one of the sound guys got the idea to play a prank. And so he found a sound file of shattering glass. And we set up speakers in my office. And I let loose with a stream of invective, and then he hit the button, and it was the sound of shattering glass. And Dallas Snell, who was the office manager at the time, materialized in the doorway, having run down the length of the hallway, looking for the damage. And we all cruelly laughed at him, so that was good.
One of our viewers asked if you can share a story about Chris Roberts, maybe something embarrassing that we can embarrass
Chris
him with.
Roberts. Well, it's not so much embarrassing about Chris Roberts as embarrassing about me.
All right, that'll work.
Chris Roberts was pretty much a perfectionist.
What?
And
We both work for Chris Roberts. So
And so I would do this piece of art and go, okay, this is good. Here you go. And he'd go, no, I want it better. And he was usually pretty good at describing what he wanted and just not leaving it at, I want it better. But sometimes it would get that way. And I'd grumble and I'd go back and do it again. And damned if he wasn't right. I'd do it again and, yeah, this is better.
Yep.
Ah, crap. It's like, why am I considering myself an art director when somebody else knows better what the art should look like?
That happens here quite often. We have our art resource, and I'll go through, just to keep abreast, because I'm a community manager. When I'll see stuff, I'll go, wow, that looks really great. This is amazing. I can't wait to show people. And then 5 minutes later, Chris will make a comment. This isn't right. You need to do this is wrong with it, and this is weird, and this thing doesn't flow with this. And suddenly you feel like an idiot because you're like, oh my God, everything Chris said was right. How could I have liked that before? I thought that was good before.
Grumbling, going, oh, he doesn't know anything, and I'd redo the art, and I'd go, okay, this looks better. God damn it.
Yeah.
That is exactly the Chris Roberts experience. He has not changed it yet.
It's weird. It's weird.
Cool.
Isn't there some part of the story involving the parrot or something?
Some part of the story involving a parrot?
Yeah, I know the Kilrathi in the Wing Commander movie looked different from the Kilrathi in Wing Commander 2. I don't know if the movie is something you don't talk about, but
No, we'll talk about it.
okay, good.
So we'll probably get into that at some point in the show.
I am especially fond of my Kilrathi. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
So is the entire fan base. I mean, Wing Commander 2 is the one that nailed the look of the Kilrathi.
They were the few characters I got to draw.
Cool. Well,
Glenn Johnson got all the others. I wanted to do the Kilrathi, so they let me do the Kilrathi.
I'm glad you did. It's an iconic look.
Say, do you know who did the line art of the ships in the manual?
I don't know. Glenn Johnson did the character drawings. It wasn't me who did the blueprints. Might have been Glenn. I don't know. I'm not sure. I was curious. In the Tiger's Claw, I mean, not the Tiger's Claw. In Claw Marks, was Aaron Alston involved in that?
Yes, he edited Claw Marks.
Cool. You know, he did a whole bunch of Star Wars novels, right?
Yes, of the X-Wing series.
Yes, he was a New York Times best-selling author, doing Star Wars novels and stuff like that. He was also my roommate for many years.
Oh, wow.
Until he died.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that actually earlier when we were talking about Claw Marks.
He was our game master. We would play Hero System games. And boy, having a New York Times best-selling author as your game master spoils you, let me tell you.
We used to, my old Wing Commander buddies and I, we would always go to Dragon Con every year, and he would always go to Dragon Con. You know, he would talk about his X-Wing books and, all the stuff he's famous for, and we would always come with our piles of Claw Marks for him to sign.
Oh, that's great.
He seemed like a great guy.
He really enjoyed the fans. He was a big one for going to conventions.
So we got?
I think so. Claw Marks was fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. One interesting story about Wing Commander.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
It's when I knew that we had a hit. It was during playtest. We had like 3 or 4 people or actually up to like 6 people in this one room with computers around the walls playing Wing Commander. And when they started falling out of their chairs, we knew we had a hit. Because they'd be dodging the ships coming right at them. And they were so involved in the game that they would dodge and fall right out of the metal chairs they were sitting in. And we were looking at that and looking at each other with big eyes going, oh my God, this is going to be huge.
That's as good a sign as any.
I knew that Wing Commander was going to be big.
That's fantastic.
I remember doing that too. First night playing it.
It was something else.
It was like nothing we'd seen before.
Well, we really, really appreciate you calling in.
Sure.
Great to hear about all this.
I was happy to do it anytime, guys.
I would absolutely encourage everybody to check out Denis's Patreon. It's for a great cause. Adds art to the world, which we're in need of. You can make some more cool stuff happen, guys.
You bet. Cool. If I get more Wing Commander fans talking to me, I'll do more Wing Commander stuff.
Right.
You may hear from a few.
All right.
Cool, Denis.
Thanks.
Well, thank you so much.
And let's continue our crusade against the Kilrathi in the Vega sector.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Denis.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Good meeting you.
All right.
That was cool.
Go back to our rapier here.
All right.
There we go.
That was a hornet. We have not seen it yet.
Well, no, I mean our rapier.
Our rapier.
Our
Okay.
rapier. Yeah.
Okay. Well, back to Wing Commander. Let me say a few words about the save system. This drifting bucket here, by the way, is one of those things that often gets cited as just great immersion in the game. I can't disagree. You have 8 save slots, and when you save it, one of the Tiger's Claw pilots appears sleeping in the bed.
I had never ever noticed that.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. And here's a weird one. If you have the Sega CD version, and Sega CD does not have a memory, there's only 6 beds, and you can add a separate memory cartridge to the console, and it adds the other 2 beds back. But that's just how little memory we were working with back then.
I didn't notice the bed's filled up with people.
Yeah, once you save it.
I just always saved over the same one, so I never did staggered saves.
That's good.
Is that not working?
Before there was a mission selector, I used to make copies of the save files so I could jump around the tab.
We did that too.
Mission tree.
Who wants to be Shot Glass?
Heard you flew with the Spirit yesterday. She's quite a little thing, and she's a hell of a flyer.
Deeper.
He's rock steady, follows orders.
No.
Don't fire until she.
You don't sound like Shot Glass at all.
You want to be Shot Glass, Toast? Too late. He's done.
All done. Okay.
Okay, who wants to be Spirit?
You were doing Spirit before.
That's true.
And it was.
I'm going to
Konnichiwa,
say Mr.
Lesnick
here,
san.
who has said
Please take a
that
seat.
He's going to take a shot every time I speak, so I won't speak too much.
If I may say so, you are doing quite well. Thank you, Spirit. Colonel Sama is most pleased with your performance thus far.
Send your letters courtesy to Ben Lesnick, Cloud Imperium Games.
By the way, I'm not trying to sound like an Asian stereotype here. She has a voice in the in Super Wing Commander, and it sounds like that. I'm sorry that may have sounded bad. I'm not going to read Spirit's voice anymore. So the Wingman conversations react to how you did in the previous mission. If I failed that mission, she would have tried to reassure me that it's going to be okay. It was a tough mission. If she died, she simply would not be there. And instead of talking about whatever they're talking about now, the Wingman would be going on about how sad it is that Spirit's gone. Sheep dip is the word. He just used the word sheep dip. It's all sheep dip.
It was so edgy back in the 90s.
All right, let's play the second mission. How are we? We're about 2 hours in, and we're 1 mission.
Yeah. Epsilon Wing is Bandit and Spirit. You'll be escorting the Drayman class transport to its jump point. Computer, display Epsilon. Let's take a look at your flight path.
You'll rendezvous with the transport upon launch. Escort it to nav point 1. That was all fast before. And on to nav point 2, where it will indicate jump sequence. Once it's jumped out, you'll return by the most direct route. Remember, your job is to make sure that transport jumps out. I don't want you leaving her to chase down bogeys. If the enemy retreats, you stay with the transport. Questions?
Yes, sir. Why is Nav 1 so far out of the way?
There's an asteroid field between the Tiger's Claw and the jump point. A fighter might navigate it, but the Drayman sport would never make it through. Anything else? All right then, let's get to work. Squadron dismissed.
And here we have Denis's makeshift rotoscoping. Push those legs. Yep, they're on a treadmill. If you're wondering how these ships take off of the Tiger's Claw, they are, because if you can see, the takeoff does not match the landing. They're being shot out of tubes in the two wings of the ship. There is the Drayman class transport I'm going to escort. While I'm doing this, why don't I'll talk a little bit more about the ships. You saw the ship art in Claw Marks. An artist at Origin came up with all the line drawings of the different ships, and then to break an attack. And then they were sent to a company in New York City that was discovered by Warren Spector, now a world-famous game designer in his own right. He was a producer on Wing Commander, where This is one of the problems with Salty, and in fact it's what the Colonel just warned me about. I should not be chasing that down because I got to protect the transport. The Salty tend to take damage and then run away as quickly as they can, which in a couple more missions will be a real pain as we try to nail one of their aces. So the line drawings were sent to a woman in New York City named Mary Bellis, who turned them into 3D. Why are these Salty running?
Can we just say can we just stop and say it said, "I will feast upon your offspring"?
Yes, I love eating offsprings. So I'm not sure exactly what happened there. They both ran away very quickly. So we're just gonna keep escorting the transport. Miss out on those kills, like the Colonel ordered. So this woman rendered them in a very primitive 3D program on the Amiga, and took a screen capture of them from every possible angle. And those different angles are put into the game. See, it's not a 3D object in the game; it's a series of bitmaps. And Chris's tech does is show you the right angle from the library of bitmaps, depending on where you should be seeing.
I've managed to kill one, Domo.
This was before Domo.
Yeah, that's just two of them, Domo. D-O-M.
Oh, see, I hit her and she yelled at me.
Let's be curious. Ben is using keyboard and mouse.
Not using the mouse.
No, god darn. Sorry. Joystick and keyboard.
It would have been highly unusual to have a throttle at this time. Very, very few people had them.
Yes.
And they weren't preset. Okay, now I'm going to watch this transport jump out. This mission has been a real wash, by the way. I'm not going to get the medal because...
Talking your way through it?
I was talking my way through it. And the enemies all escaped. But we have saved the transport. It has jumped out. The lives are safe. Assuming the other two pilots on the other side are escorting it properly. And assuming I do not whack into an asteroid.
Don't whack into an asteroid.
Wing Commander has a varied mission tree. There are 40-odd missions in the game. A great playthrough is 18. You can have to do as many as 22, 23, something around that. But you never play every mission. These first two series are the Enyo system, and depending on how I flew in those 2 missions, it will determine whether we head off to the winning one, which the Confederation is moving to the McAuliffe system and starting to prepare for an offensive, or we're falling back to the Gateway system, if I lose, where we will be getting ready to defend the system against a Garrity assault. And we'll find out which we got. I'm pretty sure we're headed to McAuliffe, even though
You almost.
I've got to get the handle of flying and talking.
Honestly, it's one of the most impressive things about all you video game live streamers out there. I don't know how you talk and play effectively at the same time.
Yeah, we are old men, and this is our first time. Thanks. Yeah, so I requested landing, but if you watch this, if I fly over, say, this way above the top, and I get close to the ship. By the way, if I don't get killed, I'm going to kill myself at some point to show you the funeral, which is one of the cool. See, I won't land like that. We'll reduce the frame rate. I have to line it up properly. Later Wing Commander games remove this because it confused people, but it's, more of that cool Chris Roberts realism. Landed on the claw.
They really enjoy voicing the parts. They're pretty much requiring it.
Okay, we will keep voicing the parts. You got away pretty clean, sir.
Mission debriefing, 600 hours. Good job out there, Bandit. The sport jumped right on schedule. You covered her well.
Thank you, sir, but Spirit deserves as much credit as I do. There's your character, blue hair, like us. Bandit-san is too kind, sir. I only flew in his wing.
At any rate, that was some nice flying. Well, let's review the mission report. Bandit, you took out 2 Kilrathi.
Ooh, that's terrible.
That's terrible. And Spirit, got 1 of them. The Drayman Sport made its jump on schedule, so what do I care? And Bandit, I want to see you in my office in a couple of hours.
Ooh, what's gonna happen?
Wear pants. That's all then. Dismissed. Colonel Halcyon's office, 1650 hours. Lesnick, come in. I need to speak with you.
Yes, sir.
It's about your hair. I've been speaking with Sector Command. The brass have been reviewing your record, and I have some good news. The order came in this morning. I've been authorized to promote you.
Hooray!
Congratulations, First Lieutenant Lesnick. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. I'll do my best.
We'll be leaving Enyo soon. I need to make some personnel changes. Effective immediately following the jump, you'll be reassigned. I want you in the Scimitar class medium fighter with Blue Devil Squadron. Everything's blue. Blue hats, blue hairs.
Yes, sir. You won't be sorry.
Blue Devils.
I will, because I fly a scimitar. We'll talk about this a little bit more when we're doing ports.
Good, I'm glad to hear it.
The Super Nintendo version.
That's all then, First Lieutenant. Dismissed.
The Super Nintendo version of Wing Commander 1 had to go through Nintendo's various policies. Nintendo would send you a huge 3-ring binder of all the stuff you could not have in your game. So they had to go in and change massive amounts of things at Nintendo's request. For instance, Iceman here could not be polishing his gun. Shot Glass, the bartender, could not reference alcohol. So he would talk. There's a point later where he tells you he's invented this new drink because it's a losing system. It's like it's full of rocks. Says, I've invented a new drink for this system. It's the Rostov Hairball, and It's for people who are stuck here or whatever. It's a depressing thing. If Super Nintendo version, he explains this, he's invented a new ice cream sundae named after the system, and he changes all the drink preferences to desserts. But what reminded me of that with the reassignment to Blue Devil Squadron was that they were not allowed to have the word devil in the Super Nintendo version, so it got changed to Blue Angel Squadron.
That means the same thing.
Yeah, it seems to be accepting the same philosophy. It's just you can't mention the other part.
It's just the polar opposite.
So I will say that promotions are somewhat randomized. As long as you're doing well in the game, you can get them occasionally. Although the manual lists up to Colonel, the highest you can get in the original game is Major. In secret missions, you can get up to Lieutenant Colonel. Medals are not randomized. There's only specific points in the game where you can earn a medal. And they're largely determined by what you shoot down. Each ship has a number of points, and there's a couple there's like if you lose your wingman, if you shoot down your wingman, that's minus 25 points, and so on. So the game has a mark in each mission, not every mission, in missions that have medals, where if you do well enough, you get a medal. If I had shot down 5 enemy ships in that, I would have gotten a medal, I believe.
Can I talk about this scene here for a second? First, look at the widescreen television in the corner. This was 1990, and he already foreseeing widescreen televisions in our future. So, good job, Chris Roberts. That's like 1 point. I'm going to take away 1 point for leaving the flight simulator right in the middle of the room, though. And right in front of the bar, for that matter. It's not a good place for the flight simulator. So I'm going to give you 1 point for predicting widescreen televisions and take away 2 points for leaving the flight simulator right in the middle of the room.
But let me give a point to, I would assume, Denis. This seat up front, it really tells you there's more of a room here.
Yes.
That's clever.
Yes.
So let's meet a couple new wingmen. Well, let's talk to Shot Glass first. That's Iceman and Knight over there. Knight's a darn reliable pilot. A solid shot, a steady flyer. Not flashy at all. He's sort of a craftsman. Gets the job done, though. Iceman, though, now he's an artist. Best pilot on the Tiger Claw.
I want to do Iceman.
Lives to fly and to fight. He's ruthless and completely deadly.
Can I do Iceman?
Yes. Some of the pilots say he's got Freon for blood. At least, that's where he got the call sign.
Pretty sure
Either that or he
Top
saw
Gun.
Top Gun. By the way, Chris Roberts' call sign is Maverick, and he has a pilot named Iceman.
Yes.
He definitely saw Top Gun.
Bandit, they call me Iceman. Don't let Knight fool you. The skim's a gun-heavy slug. Forget finesse, just head straight in, guns blaring. Give me a ship that takes skill. A Raptor, even a Hornet. Or one of those new rapiers. If half of what they say is true, the Rapier's a true artist ship. I'm dangerous. You're dangerous.
And here's
Messed up the quote.
Here's Knight, and I'm gonna give you another weird Super Nintendo change. The pilot, so Knight is from South Africa, according to claw marks. For whatever reason, he couldn't be from South Africa in the Nintendo version. They changed it to Angola.
Oh, that's yeah.
Bandit, right? I'm Knight. Welcome to the Blue Devils. Ever flown scimitars before? I think you're gonna like them.
Nope.
Scimitar isn't quite as fast or as nimble as a Hornet, but she's got twice the armor as well as heavier guns.
And she handles like a Centaurian mud pig.
Yay, Centaurian Mud Pig.
Iceman here will try to sell you speed and handling will save your butt,
I was not ready to say Centaurian Mud Pig.
but I'll take an extra 3 centimeters of Durasteel plating any day. I love that this is the debate you would be having on message boards about the game, but it's the pilots doing it. So I've been reassigned to the Scimitar. The Scimitar gets a very bad rap, specifically because it's the ship. Well, specifically, it doesn't suck really, but it's the ship that everyone in the game says sucks. So, it's
actually one of my favorite ships.
See? Yeah, it's better than the Hornet. I guess I'm more of a knight than an Iceman. But, yeah.
Hey, before we start this, you want to start our first giveaway?
Yeah, let's give away, in honor of having transferred out of the Hornet, let's give out a Hornet and Star Citizen.
What's going to happen is while we're playing this mission, go ahead and enter the raffle. You're going to do an exclamation point raffle to enter the raffle. The raffle is now open. It should be open. Let's see if this is working. Do an exclamation point raffle. I didn't see Moobot say anything. Moobot, are you saying something? Is that working? I think that's working. Can't tell if that's working. Yep, it's working. Alright, so we can start the mission, and when we're done with the mission, we'll do the drawing.
Okay, cool. If you look at my chest here, you can see I've earned now 4 ribbons. The game is not good to tell you what those ribbons are, but one of them is my Hornet qualification for first mission in a Hornet. One will be my Ace qualification for having shot down 5 enemies. One will be my first. There's one for first mission, I believe. I'm not sure what the other one is.
Guess we start a list. Don't do anything. Start a text list for when we do pick a winner.
I will also say that the dates, other than the first date, 2654.110, Wing Commander Stardate system is basically just the number of the day of the year. 2654.110 is how it starts. The rest of them are somewhat randomized. So when we go back to try to create a Wing Commander timeline, we typically have to use other sources, such as the Claw Marks manual that says, for instance, that the TCS show is on 2654.140. Which matches up to the Port Hedland series of missions.
By the way, guys, it's only going to count 1 entry, so there's absolutely no point in entering more than once other than to annoy people.
Here's another thing from the exit to DOS is the airlock. So you want to ban a Wing Commander, you have to go in the airlock.
Oh, those pilot jacks for spacesuits, right? Because
Mission debriefing. 15 minutes into the briefing.
Brown jacket, blue pants.
Yes.
All right, then. Beta Wing will be led by Bandit. Paladin, you'll be flying. Oh my God, I'm talking so fast I can't even read.
I'm looking forward to it, Colonel.
Sometimes it goes so fast, and other times it goes so slow. Right. Since we jumped into the McAuliffe system just a few hours ago, we'll still be running preliminary patrols. Bandit, you'll be flying a 4-point route, checking several potential jump points. Here's your flight plan. Just fly to the nav points and make sure they're clear. Long-range sensors indicate some sort of debris near nav 3.
Colonel, it says right there.
We have reason to believe this might be a Kilrathi minefield, so be especially careful in that area. Questions? All right, then. Delta Wing is Iceman and Angel.
Question, why are you intentionally flying into a minefield?
Last question. Good, let's get to work. Why is it going so fast? I can't read it. Squadron dismissed. I'm done with this.
Let's talk about pilot names.
They're all from Top Gun.
So we all know Colonel Blair as the hero of Wing Commander because once they got to the full motion video version, they needed to have Mark Hamill say his name at some point. Back in this game, of course, you can enter your own last name and call sign. And there is a long history of going from that to the canonical name, which starts right here. At this time, Origin came up with as a name for the character, Arturo Blair. This was in 1990. Arturo for our hero, Blair for blue hair. He was referred to that internally. And they ultimately, when they needed a name for the strategy guide uses, back then strategy guides were kind of like a novel. They would tell the story of the game in fiction. So they needed a name for him, and they held a contest. And what they came up with was not Chris Blair,
My favorite.
but Carl Lafong.
Carl Lafong!
So in the book of Wing Commander 1, he is Lieutenant Colonel Carl Lafong.
Carl Lafong!
Which is a reference to a WC Fields movie called It's a Gift, in which the character is constantly looking for someone named Carl Lafong.
Carl Lafong!
Who never appears. Over the years, even after they got to Colonel Christopher Maverick Blair in Wing Commander 3, actually, he was just Colonel Christopher Blair then. You could pick your own name. Otherwise, referred to Maverick internally after Chris Roberts' call sign. And then when they did, the cartoon and the movie, they made that official. Some other options for the Sega CD port, which is a direct port of this. They did full speech, which, by the way, is worse than our full speech. They did full speech, and so they just call him Hotshot in every cutscene. For Super Wing Commander, which we'll talk about a little bit later, they, by the way, I just killed 3 Drolthy while I was talking. I'm awesome. For Super Wing Commander, they, for whatever reason, they gave his call sign Maverick and named him Armstrong. Don't know why, but those are the many names of our protagonist. And I figured I would go with Bandit Lesnick, just like I did 25 years ago.
What was his name in the strategy guide again?
Carl Lafong.
Carl Lafong!
Here are these mines that. Doing this as quickly as possible. So I'm actually afterburnering. Took a mine in the butt. Yeah, look, I'm dead center. The nav point was dead center of the minefield. Thank you, Colonel. What was I saying just before that? The strategy guide. Check it out because it. Part of the setup is that Wing Commander is in the world of Wing Commander, a 3D holovid game made by a fake Tristan Roberts, a movie producer in the future. There's all sorts of layers to that. It's very contradictory to the rest of the Wing Commander series because he has a different name in the story, and the Kilrathi War just disappears, I guess ends, and they don't say at some point. So here's 3 Salthi. They're really, from a game design perspective, they're working me up to heavier ships. They are, listen to those clunk. One of the cool things the MT-32 does is it adds some sound effects in addition to the music. So like when you fire your weapons, there's a really solid. But even without it, the mass driver always has some fun to it. Yeah, you saw some of Denis's. I just hit one of Denis's cards, index cards.
No, we're not disabling slow mode. That's why we're leaving the entire length of the mission for the raffle. Slow mode's for our benefit, guys. It's the only way I can read what you type. And you want me to read what you type, right?
So one thing you may notice is that my wingman is quite different. Each one has a very distinct AI, how they react to situations, how they follow my orders. If I wind up stuck with Maniac, for instance, he simply will not listen to me. He'll never form on my wing. He'll never return to base. Spirit and Paladin are both very willing to obey. Yay! I just wiped out 3 Salty. Feeling good. The ship designs for the Hornet and the Scimitar, as far as I can tell, are pretty original. The Rapier and the Raptor, well, we'll see them a little bit later, assuming I do well enough to earn seats in those ships, and you guys can tell me what they are from. There's the Tiger's Claw. See, now in this mission, I have to request landing, and I have to know that I fly over there. I just afterburner slid to the front of the Tiger's Claw. That's a maneuver you can use when you're approaching the enemy in the later games. You kind of afterburner and you slide your ship.
Alright, getting ready to close up the raffle, guys. If you haven't entered yet, do it now.
You got away pretty clean, sir.
Oh, I just got a message from Sandy. Why don't you resolve that while I...
Sure. Mission debriefing, 600 hours. Well flown, Bandit. You handled those flea bags like an old pro. Thanks, sir. Having Paladin on my wing made it easy. Now, laddie, don't brag on me, or the colonel will start expecting more from me. I wasn't ready so let's go over the mission report. I wasn't ready to do his voice. You scragged 6 Kilrathi, Bandit. Holy crap.
Good job, me.
And Paladin, you came up empty. That's all then. Dismissed. Hi, Bicora. I didn't get any ships. Alright, we're closing the raffle. Closing the raffle. Close the raffle. Let's draw the raffle. We got our little Moobot here. It's going to do it completely random. So let's see. The winner is of the Star Citizen Hornet is Popsicle Pete WC. Popsicle Pete WC. Congratulations. You just won Hornet and Star Citizen. What we'd like you to do is send a private message to the CIG community Twitch account here with the email of your Star Citizen account. If for any reason you don't have a Star Citizen account, go create a Star Citizen account at robertsspaceindustries.com. Then send us the email that you used to create your account, and we'll give you your nice shiny new Hornet sometime next week. Thanks. So thanks again to Popsicle Pete WC.
By the way, Popsicle Pete is a big active member of the Wing Commander community. He worked on a couple of fantastic mods, including Unknown Enemy and Standoff, which is kind of the gold standard of Wing Commander mod projects. He's done all sorts of cool things for WC News over the years, and just a really good guy in general. So that Hornet went to a great home.
He joined Twitch today. So he joined Twitch just for this stream.
Mr. Lando, I believe that we have another special guest. Our special guest at 2 o'clock was supposed to be Joe Garrity. Joe Garrity, if you're out there, we're going to ask you to hold on just a little bit. Our boss would like to join the stream.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait, I got to get the keyboard back. What's going on? Our boss needs to add me on Skype.
Nope. Well, why don't you ping him? You know what? Maybe it's not yet. Maybe we'll wait a little bit.
Okay.
I'm working out the details right now.
1 second, please. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. How badly does the scimitar suck? Bum 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 bum. Sorry guys, just 1 second. There he is. Right, yeah, tell him he's got to accept my friend request.
All right. I mean, we may play a few more missions first.
Okay.
But that
Well,
in the works.
Okay. What about Joe Garrity?
Yeah, Joe Garrity, are you out there? Would you like to Skype in and see if we'll share some cool collectibles?
He said he was ready 14 minutes ago. Let's see. Yep, he's ready. All right.
Cool.
Let's take a chat with Joe Garrity.
Joe Garrity, well, you guys are going to see Joe Garrity. He's a heck of a guy. He runs something called the Origin Museum. And you're going to see what that is. Joe!
Hey!
Hey!
All right, that is a heck of a room.
That it is.
I want
Welcome to the Origin Museum.
Wow.
I'm just kicking back here, having a Hell's Kitchen.
Nice.
How you guys doing?
Great. We're having a lot of fun. I hope folks out there are too, listening
I've
to
been
us.
watching. It's awesome. It's absolutely terrific.
Cool. So tell everybody who doesn't know what the Origin Museum is.
The Origin Museum is a repository, collector's area, and preservation stuff for all things Origin. Basically, I collect and preserve everything related to Origin systems, Thank God I have a wife who understands me, because it's starting to fill the house. I'm like Crazy Eddie. I can't help it. I get stuff from everywhere. And people have been incredibly nice to us, including the CIC, including Robert Space Industries. Everybody's been wonderful, but I collect and preserve all this old stuff.
I need to go to that room.
It's a lot of fun to hang out there.
Hold on, Joe, I'm coming.
Absolutely. You're more than welcome.
I think actually the two of you guys would get along very well. So how are you? What's up?
I'm doing good. I'm hanging out with a bunch of different people now. I'm getting back into collecting, getting in with a lot of different groups, including Richard Garriott's new game, Shroud of the Avatar, as well as a couple other areas. For anybody who's a collector, anybody who loves the old games, who's into it, if you don't mind me giving a plug, go to Facebook and join up with the Big Box PC Game Collectors group. They're a great bunch of individuals. Everybody shows off their prized possessions, and we all have a really good time.
I will second that advertisement. I'm a member of that group, and it's just a group of really good people, and there's so much excitement. You just feel really happy being in that community.
Everybody is a good person. There's no drama like you see in a lot of different groups. There's no politics. There's no religion. We just love sharing the love of gaming. It's awesome. You guys got to go see it.
So I feel like I am a talk show host having the Animal Act on, but what do you have there for us, Mr. Garrity?
Well, I have a kinkajou that I'm going to put on your shoulder. No, I got a lot of different things that I've collected over the years and years. Some of which is right in front of me here. Let's take a look at this fellow right here, right behind us. This is actually Prince Thrakath himself from Wing Commander 3. This is the leader of the Katithrak Mang. This is the big evil bad guy. This is an animatronic head with the animatronics taken out. This was actually used in the full motion video production of the game. Also have his paw that we've held on to all these years. But I get this stuff from multiple different sources. Sometimes, most of the time, eBay, sometimes private collectors, and even some of the developers sometimes contact me and say, hey, I've had this stuff for 20 years, I'm getting rid of it, would you like to have it? And I say sure, and more often than not I pay for the shipping and give as many kudos and thanks to them, and boxes appear on my doorstep. So I'm here to preserve all the stuff that's going on.
You can see we have another paw right here. What Jared probably does not realize is that actually came from Joe Garrity, who sent that to Chris.
Oh, wonderful. I'm glad he got it. That's really cool.
Yeah, I just took it out of its case.
Terrific.
I'm touching my face with it.
It's looking awesome. I can't see you guys. Is that all right?
Oh yeah, that's fine. Just pretend you see us.
I don't know why you can't see us. I'm sorry about that, but we can see you, and you're on the stream.
I see Jared and his baby, which is just as nice.
Oh.
Ben's cuter, though. So.
Yeah.
Can you? Oh, this is live. You can't edit that out.
Yeah. No, it's live. We can see you.
Let me show you some other stuff that
please.
I've acquired over the years. This is kind of interesting. Electronic Arts had a subsidiary in Virginia for a while, and when they closed down EA Mythic, the Electronic Arts guys contacted me and basically said, we have a bunch of stuff that we'd like you guys to have. And I said, sure. They said, come on over. And I said, great, how much stuff are we talking about? And the guy went, bring a van. So I was like, wow, this is incredibly cool. So one of the things that they gave me was this, and it doesn't look like it's a big deal, but this is the original artwork that they used to create the logo for Wing Commander 2. This is all hand painted.
Oh, that's awesome.
And some of these things, I think, definitely need to be preserved. This stuff needs to be held on to. And I'll just hold on to it until I get old and gray. Ha ha ha. But I'm going to end up with donating this stuff to a museum or a library or something like that. So hopefully it'll be able to be shared with everybody in the long run, so people can see the gaming roots. You know, another one of the nice items that I've acquired over the years. What ship is this, Ben?
Why, that is a vampire from Wing Commander Prophecy.
Absolutely right. This is one of the only Wing Commander models that I actually know of in existence. This is a wooden model that was created by someone to promote Wing Commander Prophecy in 1997. Is that correct?
7, yes. That is from their E3 display. There was a second one, which was a Manta fighter, the alien one.
Engines go up and down on it, and it's absolutely beautiful. It's all hand painted, it's incredibly detailed, and the thing lights up as well. But I've never been bold enough to try a different voltage on this. Obviously it's like 6 or 12 volts, but I can't be sure, so I've never connected it. I toyed with the idea of trying to light it up today and went, don't take a chance, you might blow it.
No, please don't destroy the only model vampire in the world.
What else have we got? Okay. This is actually a late acquisition that I've gotten. This is the uniform of Hobbs. This is actually Hobbs' uniform from Wing Commander 3. I got a hold of this recently. I got this for less than a year. I bought this off of eBay. There was a guy who basically he bought it from some British place, I believe, Prop Masters or something like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And his wife told him he had to sell it, so he was very, very happy that I was one of the people who ended up bidding on it. And I won that auction, so it's nice. So, some of the other things that we have, I don't know if you can see it, but in the background, that is a costume from Wing Commander 4, I believe.
Yeah.
With the wrong helmet on it. Yes, I do know that, Ben.
Yeah, it's a Prophecy helmet.
Right, that's a Prophecy helmet and a Wing Commander 4 uniform, but I just thought it was really cool to show off. But we hold on to these, so as well as the games, we hold on to a lot of the different things that we think the Wing Commander community is going to want to look at in the future someday.
Mm-hmm. That
I'm
is
out of
awesome
words.
stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I think Jared didn't know about you. So.
No, I didn't. This was a surprise to me. I am
the Wing Commander nut. I'm the guy.
Can I tell them about the first time we met?
Was there an explosion?
Absolutely. This is really cool.
So I was in college, University of Texas in Austin, and I was running WCNews.com, the big Wing Commander fan site. And I get an email from Mr. Garrity here, who says, I just got Freddie Prinze Jr.'s flight suit from the Wing Commander movie in an auction, and I want to give it back to Chris Roberts. And I'm coming to Austin, and can you help me get in touch? I forget exactly what you want. I think maybe you were just bragging about the flight suit. And I was like, sure, I can do whatever I can. So you showed up here. You showed up in Austin, not here in Santa Monica.
Well, this is about 2000, the year 2000, I think.
Yeah, that would have been 2000.
15 years ago.
You showed up wearing the flight suit, I believe, the first time I saw you.
I had to. Are you kidding me?
We took you down to Digital Anvil. It was down at 3rd and Congress at the time, in their original location. You got the tour. It turned out you had the B uniform and Chris had the A one, so he didn't. You both had Freddie Prinze Jr.'s uniforms in your collection.
So what's wonderful is that I got to meet Chris Roberts, and I got to keep the uniform, which is just like a double dream for me.
But actually, you met most of our executive staff that day. Chris was there. Aaron was there. Tony Z was there.
Right.
It's amazing that 15 years later we're all still making games.
Oh, it's fantastic, and it's so neat to see that another Wing Commander fan, just like me, actually made it all the way to the big time. So double kudos to you. I lived through you now. You know. So
I am.
I love everything you guys do, and I think it's fantastic, except for crunch time. I don't think I would be able to deal with that.
It builds character. We don't crunch as much as everyone thinks, honestly.
All right, so now it's time for my story.
All right.
So, we're all big fans, and we're enjoying ourselves and having a good time. Well, the Wing Commander movie comes out, and I'm incredibly jealous because Ben gets to actually go and see the premiere opening of the Wing Commander movie. So he comes back with all these great stories, and I'm like, this is fantastic, and I love hanging out and hearing about this. A couple of years later, I get in touch with a guy by the name of Mr. Bob LaMonaco. Now, nobody knows who this guy is. Bob LaMonaco ran a company called X Toys. This was the company that made the third-party action figures for the Wing Commander movie, in anticipation of the Wing Commander movie being that blockbuster smash that it was going to be. He started this toy line, all right? And he came out with all these little toys. Well, we all know that Wing Commander, the movie, came out about the same time as Episode 1. So it didn't make the splash that everybody had anticipated. Well, you buy these little Wing Commander characters, and on the back of the box it says, vehicles coming soon. So I get in touch with this guy and I start talking to him, and I say, whatever happened to the vehicles? And he says, oh, I still have the prototype vehicles. I say, what? What's going on? So I immediately contact Ben. He says he wants to sell, but he wants a ridiculous amount of money, like a lot. And Ben says, I'm in. If we pool our money together, we can get these prototype vehicles. I said, okay, that's great. So what I ended up acquiring was the actual Kilrathi fighter. This is the prototype toy for the Wing Commander movie. And inside is the Kilrathi, is the traitor that did not appear in the movie. But this is a really high detailed prototype that they probably would have sent to Japan to have created and made into toys for kids. Well, it never happened, so there's only one of these in existence today. The Federation fighter is in the hands of Ben Lesnick right now. So what we decided was we were both going to go halves on it, and he got the Wing Commander fighter, and I got the Kilrathi fighter. So our weird little Lucille Ball schemes go back a long, long way.
Yeah, and I will say, by the way, Bob LaMonaco, God bless him, he was just bad at picking licenses. His first year with X...
What was the other licenses that he did?
So his first year was X Toys. He started a company called X Toys at the dawn of the internet age, which was in and of itself a dumb idea because you cannot Google X Toys and find anything that you want to buy in terms of... So he went to the toy licensing fair, and I don't know if he was like in the bathroom when they were handing out the great ones, or if he just did it alphabetically or something, because he ended up with Wing Commander and Wild Wild West.
And as well as Saturday Night Live, he got the character. So you can actually go get the action figure of Goat Boy.
Yeah, that was his second year. He tried to do Saturday Night Live, and it was all characters from like 70s skits that nobody, kids wouldn't care about.
Right.
And I remember when we saw him, we met him at like a restaurant in Virginia, you and me and Paula, and he was saying, he'd had some troubles over the years, but he was really going to make it big this time. He sees that the next big thing is these mini skateboards, and he's meeting with this famous skateboarder right now, right after this. That's why he was down in Virginia, and he was going to sponsor the line of mini skateboards, and that was going to save his company. And I forget which of us immediately replied, "Oh, is it Tony Hawk?" And he just looked at us and he was like, "Why does everyone ask me that? No." And I don't know if...
Now, granted, those mini skateboards actually made a bit of a splash for a little while. I don't know if they were the X-Toys thing, but the little kids playing with the skateboards, I remember seeing those later going, all right, so maybe Bob did okay.
I hope so. He was a very nice guy.
But, I mean, these are just a few examples of, like, the crazy, weird stuff that we would do to go find the most obscure Wing Commander stuff ever. Ben was, like, the greatest partner in the world. you know? So it was wonderful that it's like anytime anything really crazy or weird would go on, one of us would call the other and go, I just got a lead on such and such, you know, the Wing Commander collector cards, you know, those weird ones from Japan, you know, I know somebody who has one, you know, and we'd go figure out how to go find all this stuff. It was fantastic. We had such a good time.
Well, there are more adventures to come.
Absolutely. I'm incredibly excited. So how do I get in this free ship lottery?
You got to go to the Twitch, and you know you're Joe Garrity. I'll just give you a ship.
No, you can't do that. That's unfair to everybody else.
Okay, well, you go to the Twitch stream, join the commenters there, and there's like a robot that.
Yeah, our next one will be in a little bit.
That sounds great. That sounds awesome. I've been watching you play. I'm blown away by how good you still are.
Thank you. Well, you know, it's early days. We were 3 missions into the game. It's averaging about a mission an hour at this point.
There's no raffle right now, guys.
That's great.
So we'll see how I do against some capital ships and aces and such. But
Yeah,
so
I'm
far,
just
so
going to
good.
blow the whole stream. There's a raffle right now for the ship that they were just going to give me. Everybody everybody join and get the ship that they were supposed to give to me.
Well, see you later, Joe.
All right, Joe Garrity just became my favorite person.
All right. Yeah, it's really great, and all the adventures that it takes you on, meeting all these developers. What is so fantastic is that the story that Ben told, it was wonderful because it literally, I assumed, I mean, most people have heroes that are sports figures or Hollywood movie stars or political figures or something like that. Well, my passion, just like many of the other people that are watching right now, was always game development. And I was blown away by, once you were spoken to a couple of times and they realized that you weren't like a freaky nutjob fan.
I would object to your classifying yourself as not a freaky nutjob fan.
All right. As soon as they realized I wasn't going to hurt anybody, they were nice enough to invite me into their homes. And I mean, I've gotten to meet so many different people. I mean, Chris Roberts is obviously my hero, and it was wonderful that I got the opportunity to meet him about 15 years ago. Richard Garriott, the creator of the Ultima series, is absolutely fantastic. I was listening when you had Denis Loubet on. I got to meet him once. He's a fantastic guy. It's just these people are exactly who you think they are. The guys who develop these games are as passionate about the games as you are. So anybody who believes that it's just a 9-to-5 job to these people is dead wrong. These guys live, eat, breathe, and sleep space sims. You guys have the best team in the entire world, and I'm so glad that you are able to bring these dreams to life for all of us.
Well, thank you very much. It's absolutely true. You know, we read all this drama on the internet, and it's the base thing is these are all human beings who are just, they really care about this. Everybody really cares about this, and they're good people. Everybody I've worked with has been a good person who cares about making a game, not getting rich or anything like that.
Well, I am totally looking forward to you guys releasing Star Citizen and releasing the single player game so that you can look at all those naysayers as if to say, what was the problem? You guys got to calm down. I love it.
Stay tuned for CitizenCon. You're going to see some serious stuff.
Yes.
All right, Joe. Thanks a lot. There's still some people are still submitting for a raffle that doesn't exist right now.
All right. I'm glad I was able to do my job.
Yes, guys. Once again, he was talking about a raffle. There's no actual raffle going on right now.
Yes, there is.
You can
Right
stop
now.
entering
It's a
raffles.
secret
All right.
raffle.
Bye, Joe.
Bye. See you later, guys.
Thanks for coming on, Joe. We really appreciate it. That's Joe Garrity, and that is a very brief slice of what my life was like before CIG.
Yeah, he's now my favorite person.
Joe is a very good guy.
Okay, guys, no raffle. Stop entering. You're not entering anything into anything. All right, let's see.
Let's play Wing Commander for a bit on our Wing Commander stream.
Yes.
It's like Jurassic Park. Is there going to be some Wing Commander on your
Wing Commander live stream?
Park? Yeah. All right. Hey, Chuckless. You met Maniac and Bossman over there yet? Oops.
What happened?
I don't know. You tricking on? Oh, there you go. Maniac's a real lunatic. A good pilot, but way too erratic. He was coming up when the Fleabags put me out of commission. Just between you and me, I'd rather fly alone than with Maniac on my wing. Bossman's another story, though. He's a real team leader. A crack pilot with 17 years behind him. By the way, references like that are what make geeks build giant timelines. Blown up at least one every classic Arathi have. Alright, let's meet Maniac.
I'll do Maniac.
Okay, by the way, this will be a continuity error because he's acting like he's introducing us for the first time. Whereas we know from the larger Wing Commander timeline that we went to the Academy together, that we were in the Wing Commander movie together. In fact, let's talk about timelines right after this.
Oh, can we?
He sounded so excited.
Ben loves talking about timelines.
A lot of people were like, the movie changed everything, or the TV show changed everything. It was actually in the backstory at this point that they had been at the Academy together. He still introduces himself.
Hey, Bandit, I'm Maniac. Glad to meet you, butthead. Bossman says we're going to see some action against some battleships soon, butthead. I don't know why. It could make because I got a biff thing. I didn't move. Touch on I didn't touch nothing. Are you hitting buttons? I can't wait. Dodging flak and fighter cover to make missile run at the destroyer. Butthead, that'll be a rush. Get in there quick. Waste the mama cat. And then pick the kittens off one by one. Butthead, that's the way to do it.
I love how they talk in these games. There's kind of a weird dialect, sport and mama cat and all that. Sit down, Bandit. They call me Boss Man. I've been watching you. You look good for a rookie.
What is that?
You handled yourself well in a dogfight. But we're going to face some bigger ships soon.
All right.
Okay.
Some serious action. None of these buttheads.
A lot of young pilots get excited when they see their first destroyer.
Just what do you mean by that, boss?
They lose their heads and they go straight in for the battleship. Then a light fighter they forgot about blasts them from behind. Big ships move slow and turn like pigs. Thing to do is clean up the fighter cover first. Then go in for the battleship. By the way, we're using the term battleship very loosely if it also refers to a destroyer. I've saved my game already, so we can go ahead. Although we'll learn in the novel Wing Commander Fleet Action that the term battleship does not exist in Wing Commander, supposedly. So, well, boys, the Confederation's getting ready to mount a major offensive. So we're expecting several supply ships within the next 48 hours.
Hey, but scanners show increased Kilrathi activity in this system. Don't be reading my lines. We've got to clean up the enemy present here at McAuliffe before the tankers and sports start to arrive tomorrow. We've detected a large bogey about 90,000 clicks out. It jumped in about 20 minutes ago and seems to be heading this way. It might be just a transport, but it's probably a small warship. Bandit, you and Paladin are gonna go out and get a look at it. And destroy it if you can.
Faith, lad, but that'll be a challenge.
Here's your flight plan. If the bogey continues its present course and speed, you should meet it here in Nav 1. We've detected a fighter escort in the area as well. So be on the lookout for additional bogeys.
Yeah, the Colonel has bogey fever. Bogeys! More bogeys!
What's up, Bobby? Dude?
Squadron dismissed. So what ship are we flying this mission?
It's still a scimitar. You get assigned, with one exception later on, one ship per star system. So. Keyboard over there. Now, what a coincidence! All my wingmen were talking about how to attack a capital ship, and now I'm going to do that.
Aye, good shot, Commander.
What the heck voice was that?
That's good. It's good paladin.
Yeah, it started off like Irish and then went Russian. Like I went from Scotty to Chekhov. It was bad.
The mass drivers really cut through those Drolfin.
That they do.
I only played Wing Commander once.
They were the first Wing Commander once. I joined the series in Wing Commander 3.
Oops, excellent shot, paladin. In this game, you can just kill your wingmen. They don't fight back. They will complain, but they won't fight back. Starting Wing Commander 2, if you hit them more than once in rapid succession, they declare you a traitor and kill you.
Ben is piloting, guys. This is a Ben live stream. He is keyboarding and mousing it. Now, God, I did it again.
That's what's wrong with controller balance. It's the fact that we don't know which is which.
No, it's that there are so many threads about keyboard and mouse. It seeps into your brain. Ben is using a joystick and keyboard.
This is the first encounter with the Krant. This Krant be happening. By the way, what is a Krant? Why does it have two cockpits? No one knows. That is a bit of Wing Commander lore that has not been expounded upon. I noticed just then that Paladin was injured. I want him to form on my wing. In fact, I think I'm going to send him back to the ship so that the flak from the R'hllari doesn't...
so the monkey boy can fight.
Your wingmen, in later Wing Commander games, your wingmen can only die at certain points. You know, if you need somebody for the story, they will just eject. In this one, everybody is killable at any time. I can lose a wingman on any mission. So when I see somebody taking damage to their nose like that, I try to send them home. Nope, he won't do it.
Afraid I can't, Bandit. Laddie, let me loose, will ya?
No, I don't want you dying.
Why do the Kilrathi speak English?
There's a translator.
They have terms for monkey boy? There's a Kilrathi word for monkey boy?
In fact, the lore actually has been expanded in that area. We do know that there are monkeys that on Kilra that remind them of humans. Just like there are cats on Earth that remind them of us. Okay, here's our first attempt at taking out a capital ship. Can't say for sure how this is going to go. It's the R'hllari. It weighs 18,000 tons, according to the copy protection. And we're going to try to blow it up. Now, one thing they will tell you is, and by they I mean your wingmen between missions, is that you need to use your missiles on capital ships. The truth is, missiles don't actually help that much. When you bump the mouse,
sorry.
it makes my... that's what was doing. I saw it doing that earlier. And I was like, but I will fire my dumb fires. By the way, Scimitar has 5 missiles. It's got 3 heat seekers instead of 1. Still has the 2 dumb fires. Dumb fires are useful against capital ships. Some of the console ports change the balancing by doubling the number of missiles. It's an interesting fact. One of the exciting things you're going to learn from this live stream. Oh gosh! Yay! I just killed a R'hllari.
See how easy that was? We're gonna
Yeah.
do that later.
So what you're saying is that if I use the mouse and use the keyboard, we can actually do co-op Wing Commander.
Yeah.
Co-op Wing Commander.
Or we could play Wing Commander Armada, which allows for co-op Wing Commander.
Such a shill.
Available on GOG.com. Benefits me in no way for you to buy it, but I think you should. My brother is calling. Hold on just a moment. Hello?
You got away pretty clean, sir.
Oh, my brother is here. Allie, would you go let Silas in?
Yes. Sandy had me bring out this Wing Commander hat from her office at the display as well.
Oh, nice.
Mission debriefing. 600 hours. Why are they always at 6 o'clock in the morning? Nice job, Bandit.
Thank you.
You too, Paladin. Congratulations to the both of you.
The kid did all the work, sir. I was just along for the ride. Those Garrity destroyers really aren't much to worry about, sir.
I don't know, Bandit. They had you outgunned as well as outnumbered. Now, to review the mission. Recorder shows you killed 6, Bandit. And none for you, Paladin. What the... By the way, we've identified the big bogey as a Relari-class destroyer.
Perhaps they identified it by our seeing it?
Good job taking her out. That's all. Dismissed. Paladin, think about what you've done.
All right. Hey there, Bandit. Get you something? I'm glad to see you and Paladin getting on so well. He'll be retiring soon, you know. Been flying fighters for 20-odd years. And now they're putting him out to pasture. He and I used to fly together back before the war started. Darn good man. The old claw will miss him.
Who's being retired?
Paladin actually retires in one of the mission discs and gets replaced by another pilot. I'd like to tell you, lad, it's been good flying with you. We'll be pulling out of McAuliffe soon, and the Colonel likes to shake the wings every now and then. So let me give you one last piece of advice. The young wingman ain't gonna stick by you the way I have, lad. Actually, you ignored my orders the one time I tried. There's no criticism, lad, just a fact. A youngster's got a name to make and a career to think on. He'll be looking to make a hero of himself. An old man like myself, on the other hand, well, I'm just wanting to make it back so I can retire in one piece. You gonna do boss man this time?
Bandit, sit down. I want to compare notes with you. I am the boss man. I've been watching the way Dralthi maneuver. And I think I've noticed something. Seems to me that when you're hot on a Dralthi's tail, and he pulls a loop to shake you, he always goes up or down, never to the side. You ever notice that?
I have noticed that.
Well, they do. Always up or down, never left or right.
You know, lad, I believe you're right.
I think it's because those big wings block their vision to the sides. But above and below, between the wings, their vision is clear.
I actually don't know how they see below, but I will say that. So the Dralthi in Wing Commander is the inspiration for the Scythe in Star Citizen. They were a lot more pancake looking at the start. Today, over these years developing Wing Commander games, they became more jagged and Batman-y. But back then, flying pancakes. Today, the Scythe.
Lando's boss man sounds like a coherent Bob Dylan. I'm pretty much a coherent Bob Dylan in real life.
Isn't that everyone who's not Bob Dylan?
Bob Dylan's got some real talent, though.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Hi, Silas.
What's that?
Did you dye your hair blue?
We did.
No.
It's for the it's the 25th anniversary of Wing Commander, so we're playing through the game on the live stream and doing trivia and talking and being idiots in general.
Excellent.
acting out all the parts.
Yeah. Let's play the last mission of the McAuliffe series. This is going to be a frustrating one. This is our first encounter with an ace. It's not because he's hard to kill. Well, it is because he's hard to kill. It's not because he's good. It's because he runs away as soon as you hit him.
He's in a salty and you're in a scimitar.
Yeah.
Mission briefing, 600 hours. They're always at 6 o'clock in the morning. We're going to be leaving McAuliffe tomorrow. But first, we've got a half dozen sport and tankers coming in. With at least one Kilrathi carrier in the system, we're expecting the hairballs to make a play for most of the sports. Here are the assignments for transport escorts.
The Colonel makes the assignments for the wings. You draw the last run.
Bandit and Paladin will take the last detail. Computer, display Psi.
There he is.
You'll rendezvous with the Drayman-class tanker here at Nav 1. As soon as it arrives, the tanker will head for the Tiger's Claw. It'll be moving at top speed and won't deviate from its shortest course. So you'll have to protect it from any attackers. Stay close. Don't let enemy fighters draw you away from the tanker. Now, one more thing, boys and girls. Intelligence indicates Burak Starkiller may be in the area.
Burak Starkiller, sir?
He's one of Kilra's best. Flies a Sulfi light fighter. Our records credit him with 64 kills, counting fighters and battleships. So let's all be extra careful out there, shall we? Squadron dismissed.
Speaking of tankers, there were 5 ships cut from the original Wing Commander. One never had any art done. It was a Garrity Corvette. The other 4 were a tanker variant of the Drayman, which would have appeared in this mission. All 4 of those were cut for disk space, if you can believe it. That was such a big deal at the time. You had to fit this game in 3 disks and have it loaded in resident memory. So 4 ships were done in the original art pass, and they were not used. One was a Garrity battleship, which became the Sevar Dreadnought in Secret Missions 1. The tanker version of the Drayman, which had a different back end, became the Diligent tanker in Secret Missions 1. Another one was the Venture Corvette, which also shows up in Secret Missions 1. And the final one is the Garrity tanker, the Lombari, which, you guessed it, shows up in Secret Missions 1.
Have we met all the wingmen now?
I think we have.
I hope these 2 don't do the acting in Squadron 42.
Yes, Paladin. I do want you to...
Got you covered, laddie.
So we're heading towards the nav point where the transport is, and we've found that there are a bunch of Krant waiting for it. We can't let them destroy it. I'm just going to stop them.
Nope.
We're not going to do those anymore. So we want to take out as many of these Krant as possible before the transport jumps in.
They caught me with my kilt down. Well, that confirms that he's Scottish and not Irish.
He is Scottish. Yes. I could have did it. Oh!
Well, it's just you've been doing a more Irish accent.
Well, I'm not a good thing.
It's a great Irish accent, though. I really enjoy it.
I rammed a Krant right then. Oh, and there's that splash was the ship arriving. And if you watched, if you were watching that Krant right there, oops. Oh God.
Oh, it didn't done first, did it?
Yeah. So I just hit the Drayman with a missile. It only took down the shields, luckily. But that is the kind of mistake you can make when you're trying to think up Krant puns in your head.
I can't do it.
Offspring shall avenge me. Okay, your shields are back up now. We're gonna escort you along. Now it's time to meet Burak Starkiller, and our goal is to kill him as quickly as we possibly can before he runs away.
Ape, I hope you are at least.
It goes by too fast. I can't read it.
Okay, so locked on Barack.
You know who was a good ape? Tim Roth.
Caesar.
Tim Roth was a good ape. He was like the highlight of that movie. That terrible, terrible movie. Tim Roth was a good. Well, he wasn't. I don't know. He was in a ring. No, he was a chimpanzee. Chimpanzee. General thing. I really liked him. He was good. The rest of that movie could take a long walk up a short pier, but I was really pleased with Tim Roth. And of course, Stan Winston's effects.
Oh yeah, it looks great.
He keeps calling us apes. That's how we got onto that conversation.
Are there apes on?
There are.
Yes.
We actually had this discussion.
Yes,
there.
we had this discussion. That's how they. That's how they know. That's how they have a word for ape boy.
Okay, see, he's running, and I'm not going to be able to catch him. Look, he's all red. I'll throw a missile after him, but I don't think.
I'll throw a missile after him.
Yeah.
Act, they caught me.
No, Paladin.
Act, they caught me with my kilt down. I can't do the voice right now. Yeah. I'm hungry. They were called s'mores all day yesterday.
Shut up, Paladin.
Pull your kilt up!
What is he? There's only one salty left. What are you referring to?
Why is Paladin flying with his kilt down? Pull your kilt up, Paladin. You're gonna lose the Drayman chasing after the ace.
That's the last. No, the ace already got away.
The ace already got away.
Okay.
Where'd the Drayman go?
Look how much damage it took because we suck. And we didn't get the ace. You know, we might have gotten him. I don't know.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. I mean, the missile could have hit him. There you go.
You got away pretty clean, sir. I always say the same thing every time you come by.
Well, if I took more hits, they would come.
Well done, gentlemen. The Tanker Commander asked me to commend you both.
I'm just glad to get that sport back to the claw, sir. Now, don't you go to scouting the fun and giving the hairballs a black eye, lad. You know what accent he does not
Enough
have?
of that, though. Let's review the mission.
Can I do my thing?
You racked up 6 Kilrathi, Bandit. I'm starting to think you fixed the records. And Paladin, you came up empty.
Yeah, there we go. We missed.
And I want to see you in my office later, Bandit. Catch you with your kilt down.
Dismissed. Alexis just snorted in the back. That's what set me off.
Lesnick, come in. I need to speak with you.
Yes, sir.
I've been speaking with Sector Command. The brass have been reviewing your record, and I have some good news. The order came in this morning. I've been authorized to promote you. Congratulations, Captain Lesnick. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. I'll do my best.
We'll be leaving McAuliffe soon, and I need to make some personnel changes. What is it?
McAuliffe. Like
McAuliffe.
doesn't work with the voice I'm trying to. Effective immediately following the jump, you'll be reassigned. McAuliffe. I need you in a Star Slayer squadron, flying a Raptor-class heavy fighter, McAuliffe.
Raptor, best fighter. Well, some people like to review it, but I like that.
Well, the Rape is a real artist ship.
Yeah, that I know.
Thank you, sir. You won't be sorry. Yes, sir, you won't be sorry.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. McAuliffe. That's all then, Captain. Dismissed. McAuliffe.
First cutscene. Terran Research Paladin, McAuliffe 6. Garrity Marines invading McAuliffe civilian research installation. Met desperate and resourceful human scientists. Armed with improvised weapons of remarkable courage. The researchers could manage to kill or capture the entire Garrity platoon. If we had not done a good job in those missions, the researchers would all have been executed.
By the way, we should introduce your brother.
Yes, we should.
Hey, everybody. Joining us recently is the director of Bad Meat, Mr. Silas Lesnick.
I'm so glad you guys all discovered Bad Meat these 13 years later.
Well, now they're calling out for a sequel.
Bad Meat 2, still spoiled. So what's going on?
Nothing much.
Did you bring us food?
Did not. Brought in some Star Wars toys.
Even better.
That's better than food. Yes, Silas here also lives in Los Angeles. He's lived there well before I did. He's a Hollywood guy. What do you do?
I'm an entertainment reporter for ComingSoon.net.
2 meat, 2 spoiled.
2 meat, 2 spoiled.
2 meat, 2 spoiled.
Well, now I'm actually a vegetarian, so I don't know how I can.
Well, that's why it's
ethically make
bad
meat,
meat. No, that's why it's bad meat.
We're gonna re-examine the title. We're gonna approach it from a new angle. I like the blue.
Yeah.
Are you gonna keep it?
No.
It's just wash out dye right now. I think.
We think.
We hope.
We hope.
Would you like to read a part in Wing Commander?
Sure. Who can I play?
Well, you could be Shot Glass here,
Hey, give me a shot glass.
the gruff bartender.
Hey there, Bandit. Welcome to the Gimli system,
That's my.
vacation spot of the Empire of Kilra. Gimli's habitable world is one huge forest. Kilrathi nobles and officers come here to hunt with their bare claws. I hear they bring human POWs here and turn them loose in the woods. Just so those hairy brutes can get their kicks by hunting them down. Man, I'll be glad when we kick those flea bags out of the sector.
Guy's racist.
Apparently. Nice man. Let me give you a tip, kid. Never rush a Jalthi head on. A Jalthi carries 6 front-mounted laser cannons. First shot takes out your shields. Next, will blow through the cockpit into the reactor.
Let me point out 2 things here. First of all, he's wrong about the Jalthi armament. It has 4 laser cannons and 2 neutron guns. Second of all, if I made it through the Space Academy without learning that I shouldn't run head-on into a 6-shooting enemy ship, I probably shouldn't be here. Bonjour, Captain. I have been reviewing our data on the Kilrathi starfighters. She's Belgian. Our information indicates that in all cases, their side armor is weaker than that of the front or rear.
One more reason not to play chicken with a Jalthi.
You're really on this. Indeed, monsieur. The best attack line would be from the flanks. By the way, for those who caught me earlier, I saved this as Dakota 1. It's actually Gimli 1. 88 point for me. Let's visit the Gimli system. This is the winning system. So we're still on the winning path. If we'd lost, we would have gone to the Brimstone system, where we would have been assigned as a wingman maniac. They know how to punish you.
Alright, boys and girls, listen up. We've just jumped into the Gimli system, and we've got some work to do. Gimli's been occupied by the Kilrathi for some time. The Claw's not the first Terran ship to arrive. We've got a handful of battleships already in the system. Most of these ships are currently under attack by Kilrathi. So we'll be dispatching fighters to help in their defense.
The Chrono quickly assigns the wings. Yours is the 6th assigned.
Bandit, you'll lead Zeta Wing to assist the Exeter-class destroyer. Angel will fly on your wing. Here's the scenario. The Exeter is currently at Nav 1. Her skipper reports at least 3 Kilrathi fighters in the area. You'll head straight to the Exeter and help in her defense. When the Kilrathi have routed, come on back home. Any questions? Not gonna wait. Okay, let's go burn those Kilrathi. Squadron dismissed. You know, my favorite thing to do as captain of this boat is to ask if there are any questions and then not wait for a reply. It's captain's privilege.
Here is the Raptor heavy fighter. This is the heaviest human fighter I will be allowed to fly. Oh, the Tiger's Claw is actually under attack. I was going to show you what this ship was heavy. Ooh. Look, I've got 4 guns, including 2 neutrons now. The only thing is you have to be a little bit more careful about how you aim them, because you can very easily miss, and you run down your gun capacitor. In general, when the Tiger Claw is attacked, it's not really a threat. It has a whole lot of hit points. Oops, but I hit Angel. So, watch it, s'il vous plaît. There's so much in this game, like, I've taken out his shield generator. It doesn't tell me, but I can see because his shield all winked out at once.
You heard it here first, folks. Wing Commander. It's a cool game.
Okay, it says there's enemy near. Where? No, there's 2. Oh, here I'm actually flying with some other ships. I've got the cap, the Tiger's Claw's cap is helping me. Another pair of Raptors. But see, like 2 hits, if I can line them up right, will just destroy these guys. Line them up because I'm slower and less maneuverable than when I'm a Hornet. You perform your duty well, mon capitaine. Alright, let's go save that Exeter.
Okay.
An Exeter actually has a bunch more armor than a. By the way, wouldn't you be surprised if? Oh, look, it's Jolfi. Wasn't somebody just talking about those?
Glad to have you with us, Captain Lesnick. Mayday, all Confederate craft, please assist. That text went by too quickly for me to read.
I just accidentally turned off the video. They're tremendously slow, so I can hit it very easily, even with this heavy fighter. How you doing? Ooh, you're not doing so good. Although that may have been everything I have to do to help you. So, yeah. My first battle with the heaviest Kilrathi fighter. They're not the best Kilrathi fighter. They're also Grotha, which we'll encounter in a bit. That's kind of their space superiority fighter.
You got away pretty clean, sir.
Again.
I promise I'm gonna think of something else to say when you get back. Mission debriefing. 6 o'clock in the morning.
I think the time never worked properly.
I just got word from the skipper of the destroyer, Bandit.
Actually, I believe the time is looking for something in DOS that it can't find. That's why it's 6.
Well done. Those Jalthi are the best the Karathi have.
They were pretty tough, sir, but we got the job done. Actually, mon colonel, the Confederate Raptor has only a 34% chance against the Jalthi. Really?
You're a nerd, Angel. All the more reason to be proud of yourselves, Captain Devereaux. Well, let's review the mission report. You took out 7 Kilrathi, Bandit. Good job.
Thank you.
And Angel, you came up empty. That's all then.
First medal, finally.
Everybody's wearing blue.
There are all the people that Denis was talking about drawing earlier.
Everybody's for meritorious conduct in confronting the Kilrathi enemy. I award you blue hair. Doesn't take this long to read. In the Gimli system, on or about 2654.123. The Terran Confederation is proud to present the Gold Star to Captain Lesnick. Your courage is exemplary of the Confederation's finest defenders. What does your name tag say? Good job, Burrolf. Congratulations. Why is everybody standing here?
Thank you, sir. I always thought he looked sort of like Seinfeld. Filled with pride, you mean your applause, we were fellows. So they do the voiceover, they do full voice in Super Wing Commander, and they read all the narration just like that.
Somebody has to see the kill board.
Ah, why, I believe we can do that. I'm climbing on up. 30 kills in 6 missions. That means we're a third of the way through the game, by the way.
Cool. Want to start another ship giveaway?
Yeah, let's give away a ship, and while we do that, we can let me save the game, and then we could talk about some of this junk I brought with me.
Sure. What ship should we give away?
How about a Hornet Tracker?
Ooh, a Hornet Tracker. Hold on, guys. We haven't started it yet.
It's going to be a Hornet themed day.
Wait for it. And the raffle is now open. So do your exclamation point raffle, and you'll enter to win a Hornet Tracker. And we'll let this go for a while. So let's change cameras. Oh, I gotta do this. Get back the keyboard here. Hey! Did you know that we have blue hair?
I did know that.
No, I'm looking at the camera.
Oh, okay. So we were like having a tender moment.
You're always, it's always these tender moments.
Let's talk about books.
Books!
Everyone loves buying books of things, and people who like Wing Commander are no different. I mentioned this handsome fellow a little bit earlier, the Wing Commander 1 and 2 Ultimate Strategy Guide, and this is available to you with a pledge of $20 or more to our telethon. No, that it's available for like 98 cents on Amazon in a Z shop if you'd like. It's by Mike Harrison, who I don't know who that is. No, he was. He wrote a lot of these. But anyway, I mentioned earlier, this is in universe. Well, half of it is in universe. Part 1, the memoirs of Lieutenant Colonel Carl T. Lafong.
Carl Lafong!
Who has styled himself here as the Kilrathi War's greatest ace. So, Carl Lafong.
Carl Lafong
thinks very highly of himself. And it's essentially, they did this on X-Wing, they did this for King's Quest, Space Quest. It's a narrative. It's all a narrative. It's Carl Lafong's memoirs.
Carl Lafong!
And they start from when he starts at the Academy in the class of 54. He talks about, having a rivalry with Maniac, so on and so forth. And they just like claw marks, they come up with excuses to have information about the game. Possibly the most interesting thing today is it prints all the AI maneuvers from the game right here. And I can't imagine anyone ever memorizing this for the purposes of actually playing Wing Commander. But it has all the situation. If the enemy's far away and a Salty has no damage, there's a 100% chance it's going to try to intercept you. And if it's almost destroyed, there's a 100% chance it's going to run away with full afterburners. It happened to Brock.
Always turn to the left.
So the various things they say are correct. They don't turn up and like the Dralthi only turn up and down. And they have it for the aces too. So here's our old buddy Brock Starkiller. We missed him. We missed getting him that one time. He will reappear towards the end of the game. You get multiple chances to kill the aces if you miss them.
Wait a minute. Go back to this picture here.
Yep.
Go back to this. Show this picture again. Is this a cat person wearing a cat helmet?
Yes, it is.
All right.
And the helmets with the ears on them, they did actual props of them for the games. Walks you through the entire game, mission by mission, told in the first person. They include the losing missions sometimes they'll have them flown by other pilots, like it'll be a dire entry by Angel flying some mission that you don't do in the game. Sometimes they play with it so you actually do fly them. And it's a very, very interesting book. All sorts of little details about the Wing Commander universe. It does Wing Commander 1 and 2. And this part I thought was boring when I was 11 years old. I think it's incredibly awesome now. Part 2 is the making of Wing Commander 1 and 2. And it starts off with an interview with Chris Roberts. There's an especially handsome photo of Chris Roberts circa 1991. And this is the stuff that ultimately would inspire me to be really interested in the making of the game. They're talking about the culture at Origin and just how much fun they had making it. You get a full write-up of Chris Roberts' career, and then they go in and they talk to all the other developers. In fact, I bet Denis Loubet is here somewhere. Warren Spector, Jeff George, designer, Denis Loubet. Who we spoke to earlier. Gosh, he looks like me. Or he did back then. Glenn Johnson, the other artist on Wing 1, who I believe is the guy who did those line drawings of the ships.
Looks like Yaphet Kotto.
Yes. So if I don't think you're supposed to suggest this because it's probably technically illegal, but if you check out Pix's Origin Adventures, he's got a full PDF of this. If you're interested in software development or what it was like back then or Wing Commander, read that PDF. Or buy a copy on Amazon for pennies on the dollar. Here's the German translation with a weird, cool German version of the Wing Commander art. Unfortunately, the German version does not have any of the making of stuff. It's just the game story.
Guys, you only need to enter the Rapo one time. It only counts one entry.
I'm just looking to find the name Carl Lafong. Yeah, he's still Carl Lafong.
Carl Lafong!
Carl T. Lafong.
Carl T. Lafong.
That was the official guide to Wing Commander 1.
So much fun.
Was it?
It's a great name. It's a great name.
This is an unofficial guide to Wing Commander by a guy named Mark Manassi. He was famous most for writing big technical books, Microsoft Server or whatever, and for a company called Cybex. And apparently he used his influence to convince them that he should write a guide to Wing Commander circa 1993. So this is kind of the ultimate guide to Wing Commander before there was full motion video. And it's unofficial, so they had to draw all the art themselves. This was like my Bible for a couple years when I was a teenager. a lot of the facts are wrong, the Wing Commander history, but it's very well written. It's got it's a cool book. If you ever want like a very thorough technical guide to the missions in Wing Commander 1, that's your choice.
This was my Bible when I was young. A lot of the facts were wrong.
And how is that different from any other one?
Send your letters, care of Ben Lesnick, Cloud Imperium Games, Santa Monica, California, 90401.
We also have Wing Commander Freedom Flight by Mercedes Lackey and Ellen Guon. This was the first in a quasi-successful series of Wing Commander novels from Baen Books. This one was written by Ellen Guon. It's a novelization of Secret Missions 2, the first mission pack for Wing Commander 1, which is also the setup for Wing Commander 2. They actually play with narrative really interestingly then. They had a whole add-on designed to set you up for the next game. This is the novelization of that. It does not have blue hair. It mentions him in passing once, calls him Blair, and before fans went back and figured out that they actually called him that back then, it was like, what a funny coincidence, there's a background character named Blair. This is written in very much the same style as the game. It came off, I remember thinking it seemed a little bit kiddie at the time. I realize now that this is the Wing Commander novel that's actually like Wing Commander. After this, the series was picked up by a guy named Bill Forstchen, and he had a variety of co-authors for 5 or 6 novels. And today he ghostwrites books with Newt Gingrich. He writes conservative-leaning military science fiction back then. So it made the Wing Commander universe seem a lot bigger and more interesting and political, which really appealed to folks as teenagers. They're still fun books, but this one gets the spirit right, and it's actually a novelization of part of Wing Commander 1, so I figured I'd share that. That is also available in German. The only other book-related thing for Wing 1 I have is this, which is a folded-up advertisement for that novel. It unfolds to be a 4-color poster. They never sold a poster or anything for Wing Commander 1, but you can get one for the first novel.
Cool.
And I've talked about novels for a while.
All right, guys.
So let's do something else.
Yeah, with that, we're going to close the drawing. So the raffle is closed. Hope you got your entries in. This raffle is for a Hornet Tracker. And let's see who wins. The winner of a Hornet Tracker, Vorden44. Vorden44. He is the winner of the Hornet Tracker. He joined Twitch today.
Nice.
Just for this. So hey, Vorden, thanks for watching. Send us a private message on Twitch here, right to the CIG community channel, with the email address that you use for your Star Citizen account. If for any reason you don't have a Star Citizen account, you can sign up for one at robertsspaceindustries.com and then message us and tell us the email that you used, and we'll award you your Hornet Tracker sometime this week or next week. Thanks.
Now, I know everybody knows what's next in the game, so I'm going to continue teasing you. Let's have a little Skype call. Reach out to Chris Reid. He is the gentleman who runs WCNews.com. We go way back. I thought he would talk a little bit about the Wing Commander fandom. Says he has a couple of things to show off, so let's Chris Reid it up.
Nope.
Let's read this book.
No.
Nope. I don't know if you can hear the Skype sounds or not, but
I can.
He is not responding. There he is.
Oh, there we go.
Hello?
Hey, look, your Skype picture is with the Garrity statue on my desk. Oh.
Hold on, there appears to be some lag.
We're hearing ourselves. Mute your stream, please.
Hey, look, your Skype picture is with...
Yeah, do you have headphones, Chris?
I can get headphones.
Yeah, because we hear ourselves looping through.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay. Why don't you tell folks who Chris Reid is?
Chris Reid is just a fellow Wing Commander nerd. He and I came up together. We started WC News. We initially reported news for a site called Wing Commander Home Sector, starting in 1994, 95. We did such an awesome job there that we kicked out the guy who founded it, and then Origin came to us and said, it was Neil Young, president of Origin, circa 1997. He came to us and said, hey, you guys are awesome website dudes. Will you start a new Wing Commander website that can be the official one? And we did. We helped out with the launch of Wing Commander Secret Ops, and we've covered Wing Commander stuff ever since. We've had all sorts of crazy adventures, much like Joe and I, and here we are today. Chris is a much fancier job than I do now. He's the guy who puts together 737s. But he's here now, and he can tell you himself. Maybe?
Hi, Chris.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Good. Introduce
A
yourself.
little bit of a feedback loop, but I will ignore that and just.
You can probably mute the stream there, and then it'll.
Yeah, if you're watching the stream, mute the stream.
Okay, good idea. Okay, can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can see you. We can hear you.
Okay, awesome. So I thought I'd show off a couple of. I got a little doggy who's going to jump in the way. I thought I'd show off just the variety of different Wing Commander releases there are. So, just for the very first Wing Commander, we have the very first Wing Commander that, just like Ben showed everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's numerous PC ports, like the Amiga port. And then after the expansions came out, you had a deluxe edition, so it's a very cool blue color. So you see the black Wing Commander box everywhere, stacks of them. I've got stacks of them in my house here. I see stacks of them in the background. But this cool blue one came with the Secret Missions 1 and 2. Then you started to get down the timeline a bit, and you got releases with Wing Commander 2.
That was part of a push in circa 93, 94, where Origin wanted to modernize the look of stuff. There's also a Privateer Strike Commander in that same white taupe style. And those were nice because they came with all the manuals, unlike a CD-ROM Classic that just had a PDF.
Yeah, so it's a CD-ROM. So yeah, it was a big deal. We had to get when we had to all get CD-ROMs in 1994 for Wing Commander 3. So then we had them, so we rebought our games on CD. There was also a number of crazy platform ports. So this is the FM Towns Wing Commander.
Some especially handsome guy must have given that to you.
Look at this crazy claw marks.
Wow.
Crazy, as I drop everything here, crazy sector map. Just like what Ben showed in claw marks, but blown up in color, in Japanese.
I can talk a little bit about that, actually. Origin was always very, very successful with Ultima in Japan. For whatever reason, the audience in Japan loved Richard Garriott's Fantasy World. And anything Richard Garriott would just sell like hotcakes. They had like pop idols who recorded Ultima songs. There was there's Ultima board games and frisbees and flamethrowers and all that. And Origin made several attempts to sell Wing Commander. It never really held on. This one here, they included that map because Ultima games always came with a map. So they wanted to try to sell it the same way. Yeah, in fact, look at the back of that box there. You can see it's advertising the pop idols who voice to voice Angel and Spirit. That is the port. I'll go through some ports later, and we'll go through the long history of them. That is the port for the FM Towns home computer in Japan. It was before the PC was standard everywhere. There were several different competitors, including the FM Towns, the PC 98, a couple of others. The FM Towns in particular was interesting because it was the first computer that came with a CD-ROM standard. So they did, actually one of the most interesting things they did was a FM Towns version of Ultima 6. That Ultima 6 was the Ultima game that came out the same year as Wing Commander, and it had full voice recorded by the developers at Origin. It was very much like Jared and I have been reading. What? Unfortunately, the FM Towns version of Wing Commander does not take advantage of that. It just has speech for the wingmen in flight. But it does have a full Red Book audio soundtrack. You can use the CD in there as a music CD, and it has all the sound recorded with an MT32.
Wow.
One thing to point out, we talked about Wing Commander movie a little bit, and Joe Garrity's bright red Wing Commander flight suit. So that's one of the many, many things that are pointed out as being weird or inconsistent. But look at this. Here they are.
Yeah, right there.
8 years before the Wing Commander movie, here's your pilots in your bright red flight suits next to a Geralty with a giant gun that's really weird.
One thing I've noticed about the Japanese cover art, and you may be about to show us another one, is that it's all based on the line drawings in claw marks, and it's very styled, super detailed.
That would have been good, but I did not pull that out.
I've got it. We'll show it later.
Great to show off. You have to imagine it. Got another sealed one. I won't be opening this one today, but it's a shrink wrap Super Nintendo Wing Commander 1, which is where I got my start, or one of the games that I got my start with almost 25 years ago.
By the way, didn't we go and buy that like the day after your wedding?
We did, yes. Ben was the best man in my wedding, and my entire wedding party were staff members from the Wing Commander CIC at WCNews.com. And much of the weekend of my wedding, we spent driving around to different old game stores, looking for things, and we found a bunch of cool things, such as this shrink-wrapped original Super Nintendo Wing Commander. And you know it's original, not reshrunk, because it's got this original sticker hanger thingy that they used to have, and it's been in the shrink wrap for almost 25 years. Another thing I've got here is Super Wing Commander, and Ben probably has a ton to say about this one. This is the port for Macintosh and 3DO, where they overhauled the graphics considerably and they kept most of the game, but they added a new campaign onto the end where you would go hunt down the shipyards that made the dreadnought that you dealt with in the first secret missions.
I will talk about Super Wing in a bit, but I will say that Trip Hawkins, original president of Electronic Arts, and he left Electronic Arts to start create the 3DO game console, which is one of history's great lessons. He came here for a tour.
Yep.
2 weeks ago or so.
2 weeks ago, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for old friends with Chris, of course, and he. The only thing I could think to say when he introduced me is, I love the 3DO.
All right. Trip Hawkins walks around the corner. You know, we have a corner here. Trip Hawkins walks around with Chris Roberts. Chris goes, "Hey guys, this is Trip Hawkins." Ben just shoots straight up. He just stands there. Trip walks up to him and goes and shakes his hand, and Ben's like, I bought a 3DO. I bought a 3DO. It was adorable.
You can see the characters in Super Wing Commander were also redone along with all the ships. So this person is supposed to be Spirit.
Show us Paladin.
Japanese. Yes. Getting there. Oh yeah. Paladin. Eye patch. And
Paladin got so much cooler.
Now, of course, you'd think that someone would not be allowed to fly space fighters with one eye, but I am proving that you can do okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
There's a crazy part of the lore where the pilots have these cutouts in their hair, these lines in their side.
And you first see it, and you think, man, this is really 90s sci-fi.
Yeah.
They stepped right off of Babylon 5, but
There's
then
an angel that has it right here, and so it's consistent between the pilots.
But what does it mean?
There's a You can probably do a better explanation, but
Well, the last page of the manual. Why?
Shaving off the old block. No matter what profession, everyone's involved in the war. Doctors heal the injured, hydroponic farmers feed the masses, laborers construct new ships, and people everywhere lend a hand. Jumping. For example, you may notice a change in some of your comrades' hairstyles as the war progresses. In memory of family members who have died for our cause, many Confederation pilots are carving memorial shaves into their temples, vowing to keep the bald streaks bare until the war ends. They're choosing to remember their loved ones by continuing the fight against the Empire.
So they came up with this ridiculous 90s art style and then wrote a small article to explain it. I love it.
And that's something else. I love your blue hair. And
thank you.
Next time you can have blue hair and then lines.
Yeah, we'll shave for Wing Commander 2. We'll shave a streak in the back.
And then the last box I think I have is the Kilrathi Saga. And so this is when they took Wing Commander 1, 2, and 3, a year or two after that came out, and they re-released them all for Windows 95. And this was at one time extremely sought after before Good Old Games digital release came out, and even before that, before DOSBox made the disc-based games easy to play, you had to have something like this if you had a modern computer, didn't know DOS, and wanted to get it going. And there were lots of advancements too. It had better throttle rudder control, digital audio, things like that. So this was a cool package anyhow. And this was another example of a big online fan campaign making a difference, because initially they were going to just release a couple, the secret missions, but not the special operations that came out with Wing Commander 2. Big reaction online. Ben and I and many people back in 1996 made a big stink about it online, and ultimately they did release all of the expansions as downloadable add-ons for the Kilrathi Saga.
Which actually brings up another point. Another thing that Wing Commander introduced or popularized certainly very early on is the ancestor of what we call DLC today. The Secret Missions 2 add-on discs were exactly how DLC works today. In fact, Secret Missions 1 was leftover assets from the original game, reconstituted and added back into it. It very much set the stage for what we do today. Wing Commander also was one of, if not the first, downloadable episodic games. They did Wing Commander Secret Ops in 1998, 7-part episodic game, free download. And now back to Chris Reid.
So I've got, jumping ahead of Wing Commander 1 a little bit, I've got a couple odds and ends. So this is one of the props. It's a Wing Commander 4 gun, kind of like what shot Vagabond. It had all kinds of electronics and doodads because I think it lit up, but
that was the hero prop, yeah.
Yeah. And then also for Wing Commander 3, 3 and 4.
Chrome art.
There was a crazy thing where you could buy these foil arts for 3 and 4. So let me fix my glare a little bit. There's Wing Commander 4. There's another Wing Commander 4. Dragon / Lance fighter landing. Here's the main image for Wing Commander 3. And the famous Excalibur running away from Kira after the Templar Bomb. And these are pretty awesome. They're not as common today. So if you've got them, hold on to them. I know I don't know if you still have them there, but at one point Ben had a set of these lining his guest bathroom. So if anybody who stopped by his house could go, enjoy these while they're sitting on the toilet.
Actually, I think probably when you were here, I had 3 of them. So these came with or without these stupid cheap plastic silver frames. Mm-hmm. After years of having 3 with the frames and 1 without, I finally just bought a lot of Star Wars chrome arts on eBay, pulled one of them out of the frame, and made a new limited edition Wing Commander one. So they're in my office at home now.
Yeah.
Who did we give the remainder of the chrome art to?
Why, we gave it to our friends and neighbors, Lando and Toast.
Yep. The Star Trek chrome art.
Yeah, Star Trek chrome art, right?
Now I know the story behind that.
Just comes home one day and there's this Star Trek grimoire on his desk. What's this? And I'm like, Ben Trash.
Hey, it included the Wrath of Khan. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's why we took it. If it didn't have Wrath of Khan, I wasn't going to take it.
So that was what I have for show and tell. Otherwise, I was just going to talk a little bit about our history. So
Yeah, tell people about WC News, what we do, and how they can be a part of it.
Yeah. So Ben and I both go back about 20 years online now. So in the mid-'90s, if you were a big Wing Commander fan, you could go to the video game stores and talk to the clerk who might have read something in a magazine. You didn't have the information anywhere near like today. Obviously, it was 100 times harder to figure out what was going on. But at about 1995, it started to grow a little bit, so you could have like your AOL keyword origin. You had the Usenet news groups, alt.games, Wing-Commander. You had Origin's official chat zone message board. And so there are all these kind of scattered bits and pieces. And in many cases, people didn't even have online access at home. So people were getting online through school. If there was a trailer released, a movie, and it would be like a megabyte or 2 megabytes, which would be potentially too big to download at home when you were being charged, $5 a minute for AOL. So people would connect at school and things like that. So around 1996, things started to gel though. The World Wide Web started to take off. If you can imagine, in 1995, America Online, the internet provider, it didn't even ship with a web browser. You had the built-in keyword origin and other different subsets of the service that you could go visit. But it wasn't until 1995, 96 when people started getting good web access, and that's when various fan sites started to crop up. Today, everybody on the internet, they've got a Facebook page or a Twitter feed or something, or people have YouTube channels now, which is pretty cool for content generation. But back in the day, people made websites, and that was the thing. You had GeoCities, which were free websites. Really cool people had their own domains. And so we kind of had a constellation of different Wing Commander news sites. Ben did, I did, and as we got older and a little more advanced, and again, we're like 14 and 15 years old at this time, we start to collaborate a little bit, and eventually we got together with a few other people at a website called Introspection's Wing Commander Home Sector. It's a lot of history associated with that. We had a falling out with the person who ran that and started thinking that we could make our own Wing Commander news site. And one of the thoughts I always had was, boy, but we're really late to the game. It's like 1998. All the Wing Commander sites are already so established. I don't know. I guess it's worth it. We should take a shot, and we did. And 17 years later, we're still there. We set up at WCNews.com in 1998 with the help of Origin, who linked to our website from SecretOps.com when they released their new website for that game, and it's kind of gone strong ever since. There were some dark days in the early 2000s after some of the Wing Commander games got canceled at Origin. But from about 2002, 2003 on, fans have been going crazy, modding games, making new games. If you haven't seen Wing Commander Flat Universe, it's this incredible top-down shooter with incredible graphics. It's very challenging right now. They're kind of working on
Chris,
the
if I can
difficulty.
interrupt you for a moment, we have another Chris R here who would like to join the stream.
Hey, how you doing, Chris?
Hello.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. I've got your. Thank you again. I've got my autographed Chris Roberts claw marks, never far from my side.
You're welcome. I think I sent that up for your wedding, right? Didn't I?
Yep.
All right. Married life doing well?
It's doing great.
Awesome. Well, it's how are we doing? Where are we on the mission, by the way?
We're about a third of the way through. We
Third of
just
the way, yeah.
started the Gimli system. Next mission is test flying the Rapier.
Look at those
I guess I
graphics.
spoiled that.
Look at the immersion.
Well, Chris, do you mind if we sign off from you for a bit? We'll have Chris Roberts talk Wing Commander.
Well, yeah, we don't need to have me talk. I don't mean to step in
That's
talk
all right.
to Chris here, but
Thanks, Chris. All right, let's go there. There we go. And,
There's your cameras over here.
Why don't we move this since we have Chris here?
I can look that way.
There you go. Hi, Chris.
Hey, hello everybody. Everybody got blue hair. I guess it's blue hair time.
Yeah, we went blue hair.
Went all out this time.
Yeah.
He didn't actually have a name in the first game. That's right. That's what we called him.
Yeah.
And then I guess later on we just called him Christopher Blair, which was sort of a shortening of blue hair. But yeah, cool. Where's Toast's blue hair?
5 years, I think.
Yeah, it started
Got
as
some more dye.
Yeah, I was dared to do it on RTV, and then Ben was kind enough not to force me to take the plunge by myself.
Right.
So
Very cool.
So what's going on?
Nothing. I'm just getting ready. I'm heading off this evening to the UK, so I'm going to be over there for a few, more than a few weeks. We're leading up to CitizenCon in Manchester, and then I'll spend a little bit of time dealing with some Squadron 42 stuff afterwards, and then come back here.
Hey, we should ask him about that double cockpit Kilrathi ship.
I can.
Which one was it? Which one was
Krant.
it?
We were curious
the
about
Krant.
the cockpit on the Krant earlier.
Of all the Ben facts that Ben had, he did not know why the Krant had two cockpits, or two. Yeah. Sir, you remember?
What do you mean? Why it had two
It's got two cockpits.
Yeah.
The tandem cockpit side by side. We were trying to figure out why you would want a ship like that.
The hard questions asked here.
Maybe it's like a radar officer or something.
I don't think we had the precision back in those days, so we weren't really thinking about that. I think because Glenn Johnson did most of the ship sketches stuff, and I think he just thought it was cool, and I thought it was cool. It's sort of very there was a fair amount of kind of Jap anime influence in the spaceships in Wing Commander 1.
We had Denis Loubet on earlier, and it sounds like your involvement in the art process has not changed in 25 years.
Yes, I think Denis is. He actually played a pretty nice compliment because Denis was quite famous for, I mean, not just for me. I mean, he used to, he'd get frustrated if he had to change things. And so he was quite famous for having a bit of a temper, and he'd done it. On some of Richard's stuff too. And so occasionally I'd be going there. I'd be like, I think this could be better, Denis. Let's change this. And then I'd leave the room, and they'd be like smashing around, and then you change it. But after Wing Commander 1 was out, and obviously it was doing quite well, that Denis was like, well, I got really angry at the time, but I'm really happy that you made me change that stuff, because the stuff got better because I did that.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he said.
So that was kind of nice. So that was it's part of the process. So occasionally that it can be frustrating, but that's kind of what it is sometimes. Whether it's my process or anything, it's just trying to get things as good as possible, keep pushing. So, if I'm changing things, it's not because I'm changing things because I can. It's more that I'm changing things because I want to try and make it as good as possible. So, but anyway, that was nice that Denis said that. That was something he said a long time ago. But because everyone used to be quite, like at those times, you'd be like, let's not go close to Denis. Let's stay away from the office.
You mentioned you went through
chairs could go flying.
You mentioned you went through a couple keyboards.
Yeah. Well, because also back in those days, now everything we archive, perforce, everything else. But also back then, it was quite easy to accidentally lose your work, or it get deleted, or it wasn't saved properly. And so besides that, I mean, it was just Denis was quite famous for getting frustrated. Let me put it that way. So you got to see all right, let's get a new mouse for Denis.
Somebody is saying, ask about Wing 1 asteroid?
Ask about Wing 1 asteroid. Maybe the rock.
Oh, yeah, no, it's like a rock. So, because I had this, I don't know whether, I think it was actually a piece of space rock. But we basically just rotoscoped it would be the best way, I guess. We just sort of
right.
took the actual rock itself and brought it in, and then I believe it was Denis. I think he sort of painted on top of it.
Oh, that's right.
And so that's what the asteroids are that come towards you.
I don't think it was Space Rock. Dennis mentioned that he went outside and grabbed rocks.
Well, maybe.
I don't know, maybe.
I do have this little
there.
space rocky thing, and I'm pretty sure that we used that and maybe some other ones. But yeah, that's essentially what we did. There was a fair amount of rotoscoping in Wing Commander 1. So, like I said, the animation running, that was Paul Isaac on a treadmill with a motorbike helmet on, and then Denis painted on top of it, rotoscoped on top of it. I did the same for the hands and the joystick stuff. So
Pretty sure if I ran into that rock in real life, I'd recognize it anyway.
So yeah, do you still
Well,
have
it's
the
like-
space
it's
rock?
much smaller.
It's like right up here.
I had the rock for a while. I don't know if I have it at the house. I mean, I kept that one for quite a while.
Can you talk about where you got the idea to do Wing Commander, Wing Leader, Squadron? Where you got the idea? Like what?
Didn't we ask this on the live stream?
Yeah, we did this.
We already
Yeah,
answered this question. But no, I mean, basically, I like science fiction. I like war. Like air combat. Top Gun. All of the things together. So it was sort of like, and there was a novel called The Forever War, which was also another inspiration. So kind of the idea was, well, it would be pretty interesting to have this future war where you're a pilot fighting, on the good guy side against this implacable foe that you continue to fight against. And I sort of based it on World War II, War in the Pacific, and sort of combined a lot of elements that I like from various movies. I mean, I'm a science fiction fan, and I like war movies, and so it was all those things sort of together in a sort of cinematic sense, which was, I think, what made Wing Commander work was the sense of that it felt like it was a world, and it felt like it, I mean, Wing Commander 1 had a pretty basic story. The later ones were more sophisticated, but you felt connected to the world, you felt connected to the action because of the setting. And back then that wasn't usually the case in games. It was more sort of abstracted.
Yes.
We'll take a couple questions from the audience, maybe.
Well, that's what I was doing. Like, not everybody, not everybody watched our other streams. So that's why I was asking.
Well, why not?
Yeah. Chris, aside from the obvious, how was working on Wing Commander and previous titles differed from working on Star Citizen?
Well, besides the obvious.
Besides the obvious.
Well, I mean, that's a hard question to answer. Besides the obvious, I mean, the obvious is just the difference in scope and scale. The team is obviously much bigger. I mean, the Wing Commander team was actually very relatively pretty small. I mean, originally it was just me, Denis helping out in some of the artwork, and then we sort of lay towards the back end of the sort of first 8 months or 9 months of me prototyping stuff. Paul Isaac sort of came across and started working with me, and Glenn Johnson and Dan Babonius, I can never say Dan's last name, all started to help out. And then as we got closer towards trying to get it out for September of 1990, there was more people that came aboard to help us out. So, but I think probably at the end of the day, there wasn't more than maybe 10 people working on it. And most of the time there was only myself and a few other people. So team of 2-3 all the way up to 10, versus we have a team of in-house here there's like 250 odd people, plus we've got the out-of-house contractors. Scope and scale and what we're doing like simulation wise is like way more in Star Citizen. It's pretty different. I mean, I do want to put you in the world in both ways. So at the time, VGA 320 by 200, 256 colors, was the way to put you in the world. There you are in the pilot's rec room, or out in the barracks or whatever. And now we can do that with a lot more fidelity than we used to do a long time ago.
What was one thing that you wanted to put in the first Wing Commander but couldn't?
One thing that I wanted to put in the first Wing Commander but I couldn't. I don't really. I'm just trying to think if there was anything, because Wing Commander 1 of the games I've done pretty much had everything that I envisioned it having in. So there's not really something that I'm like, oh, I wish I could have done. I mean, besides, oh yeah, maybe but this is in hindsight. Yeah, the graphics could be better. But no, I mean, it pretty much was the game that I envisioned when we built it. So it's one of the few ones that I sort of feel like kind of was exactly what I saw in my mind, and that's actually pretty cool.
What are your thoughts on the scimitar? It goes back to a thing earlier in the show.
Okay. I don't know. It's the iconic. Dralfy's the iconic one. The scimitar's sort of the.
It's the one that everybody in the game tells you is awful.
I mean, the Hornet's the sort of starter. I'm just trying to think. It was sort of like the medium. I don't know.
It was the older medium that was slower with a heavier gun.
I mean, the whole idea was the rapier. You get to the rapier, that's the one you're going to be. You work your way towards and fly. And the Hornet's where you start, and the scimitar is sort of like, I don't know, the standard dog that isn't quite. I mean, it didn't have particularly the best. Like the cockpit wasn't quite as nice as like the rapier's cockpit's kind of cool and sci-fi, and the Hornet you have decent visibility. The scimitar's not got as great a visibility. So yeah, it was sort of, I don't know how to describe it. It's sort of like your kind of average sedan, basically.
The rapier. Who in the office was it who clearly saw Firefox?
Well, no, this is, I said pretty much every single one of these design. So basically what happened, Glenn did all the sketches for the ships, and then we would send them off to be modeled in 3D. Yeah. So if you take a look at that, I mean, a lot of it is like Glenn's a huge, sort of Jet anime fan, and so a fair amount of it sort of has that kind of influence.
What was the biggest struggle getting the first game made?
The biggest struggle getting the first game made. Well, I mean, just at the very beginning days when I was at Origin, no one was particularly, they weren't. No one particularly cared about it. I mean, I was sort of working on my little Skunkworks game, and everyone was focused on Ultima, and at the time it was like, okay, we got to make Ultima. Ultima's the brand. Let's make these spin-off Ultima games like Savage Empire. And so I remember being in sort of a planning session at Origin, and there was sort of like the list of kind of like what the release schedule was, and it was Ultima this, Ultima that, Ultima that. And I think I put my hand up and said, "Oh, I think you forgot. Was my game on it?" Oh yeah, we'll put this over here. And then of course that changes around later on, where there's Wing Commander this, Wing Commander that. But it was probably just in the early days, people really. I mean, it's not fair to say they didn't care, but it wasn't the thing that everyone was thinking. Oh yeah, this thing's going to make. This is going to be the thing that's going to sell lots of copies for the company. So I sort of worked on it myself, and got Denis to help out some stuff. But at the time, Times of Law had just come out, and we were sort of doing Bad Blood, and that was sort of the game that we need to get that, and that will sell so many copies. And so I was sort of borrowing and stealing some stuff in the early days of Wing Commander. And then once I put the prototype together and sort of showed it to Robert, and I showed it to Martin Davis and Fred Schmidt, they all really liked it. And then obviously it was a little easier to get more traction. But in those days also, Origin was, Richard was essentially, yes, he was an owner of the company, but he was set up like a freelancer. So Richard and myself and the other people that made games at Origin those times were not employed by Origin. We just Origin. We had a publishing deal with Origin. They gave us office space. They advanced us money that we could use to pay for some salaries with some of the personnel that we had on the stuff. But we were sort of considered developers that were independent. So when EA bought us, we all that all changed.
Gotcha.
And so that was the model, Origin's model, because Richard built it that way. He wanted it because he wanted a publisher that would not screw him over and take care of him, because he felt screwed over in the past when he had his previous publishing deals. And so he set it up in such a way that it was supportive of back in those days, whatever you want to call independent developers or something. That was one of the reasons why I picked Origin to work with, because I really I got on well with Richard, and the way he set it up was obviously something I was it wasn't you go do this to someone else, like back in those days EA was pretty big and stuff like that, and they had a slightly different attitude about it, and I think that's why Richard had set up Origin the way it was.
Was Richard who you had to pitch the game to?
Well, no, because that's what the setup was. So the setup was that essentially I could do whatever I wanted because I wasn't employed by Origin. But if I was we were going to go and they were going to advance some money against the game I'd do, then I would have to pitch them. But in the case of Wing Commander, because Times of Law came out, I was making royalties on Times of Law. So I was taking the money that I was earning on Times of Law and I was using it to pay for the resources I was using. So the Denis Loubets of the world or the Paul Isaacs of the world were Origin employees, but I would pay for their salary. It's kind of, and that's the way it worked for Richard's stuff too. So he would use his royalties to pay for the staff, and I would use. And so at the very first one with Times of Law, obviously I didn't have that, so they advanced some of the money for that. But after that, once Times of Law came out, I was making money. I was using the actual money that I made on Times of Law to pay for the people working on Wing Commander. And then after that, it went pretty well. And then after. Before Strike Commander was finished, but after Wing Commander 2, EA bought Origin, and then the situation changed because I had to sell the rights of all my stuff to EA, and so did Richard.
Gotcha. What's the deal with the Wing Commander ship in Ultima?
Well, I mean, we thought it would be fun to do a little sort of cross pollinization between the two games. I mean, so Richard put one in, and I think we put some Ultima stuff around in various Wing Commander stuff too.
This goes back to a bit earlier in the show. Is there any Wing Commander memorabilia that you have that you refuse to let Ben have?
That I refuse to let Ben have? Well, I mean, I don't know. I really got. I think there's a. I don't know what we got around here. I mean, I know Martin Davis gave us a Wing Commander 1 hat, but I didn't. There it is. Yep. It's from the old days, the very original hat. So we set it along. See? Yep. Ben's got one. Doesn't matter. No, I don't. I mean, yeah. So there you go. Not particularly. I think Ben's probably got more Wing Commander memorabilia than I do.
You've got the star map from the movie.
Yes, there's only one of those.
Yes.
That's on my wall.
Every time Ben goes upstairs, he just kind of stares at it for a little while.
Yeah, I keep trying to get people to take a picture of it so I can look at all the detail. And
I told you, we'll get one of the hand scanners. We'll just do a high res scan of it at some point.
Would you like to try a mission?
It's been so long. You want me to try a mission?
Yeah.
You can play a mission, or do you want to do commentary for a mission?
I haven't played Wing Commander since I made it. So that's like 25 years. I'll try flight. We'll see.
All right. This is the Rapier prototype flight.
Yeah, this is the Rapier prototype. This is a good one to try because it's, the Rapier cuts through them like knife through butter. I can get out of the way if you want to get in here.
Or if you just do the joystick.
Yep.
All right.
Rapier's 8 asteroids.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me rearrange this thing so that you don't have to look off to the skies. There you go. All right, so Chris Roberts is going to play Wing Commander for the first time in 25 years.
There it is. Come on, we're still A for autopilot. All right, where are we going?
We're not going to do our voice acting in front of Chris Roberts, are we? No. We've been reading out all the parts.
You already talked to Maniac and.
Sorry. Should we go down?
We need the mouse for this part.
Oh, we do.
No. For some reason, the trigger's not.
Doesn't work.
I don't know what's going on.
It normally does. But, I think you've gone out of the window. Click on.
Okay.
No, I'm in it. I think we've just let it sit here for so long. Probably need to reload it. Just reload it. You saved it, right, Ben?
Yeah.
Okay. We're reloading.
Who wrote this thing? What kind of buggy code's this?
Thank you for playing Wing Commander.
Expanded memory fully used.
It's a little farther away from your face. Oh, looks like that's it. We'll move it there.
All right, continue campaign.
It's the right lower paladin.
This one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I will not be reading the part of this in front of Chris Roberts.
Do it.
Let's set up for
the last patrol. I can't do it. Like we're all quiet because we're like, how is this gonna go?
And played for 25 years.
Well, what's the worst?
So watch yourself in that area.
Once again, Chris Roberts playing Wing Commander for the first time in 25 years. And us too afraid to do our voice acting in front of him.
I'm not afraid the press want to know how the rapier performs in action. So I want you to put her through her paces.
Hey, you're not doing it right.
Good job, Bandit, you lucky bloke. Let me know how she feels.
Now, I don't want you going nuts out there, Bandit.
Is that your Aussie accent?
That was somehow my Aussie accent.
This is a hot piece of hardware, but it hasn't been tested under fire. No one really knows what she can do, or what she can't.
I understand, sir. Don't try anything too fancy.
So blue hairs from the south there.
Good.
Yeah, you guys did that.
Now, if there aren't any questions,
True, sir.
all right
They
then.
have invisible
Squadron
spies.
dismissed.
By the way, why does he constantly ask for questions and then never waits to see if anybody has any questions?
It's like every
Ooh, there's the first rapier, guys.
It's so meta, we have a rapier inside a rapier now.
Alright. The graphics.
Anyone out there who is ever frustrated by the mission design with the asteroids everywhere, this is your moment.
Who's on my wing?
Angel.
Why not? I thought I wasn't that far away.
Oh, you hit the nav point in the middle, and then it switched to nav 2.
Okay, no hazard now. I'm still in the asteroids.
No, I think it's the space jump.
Angel sight, enemy target. Where are you? Where are we going here?
No, G.
I did do G. There we go. That's what I wanted. I don't remember things being this slow back in the day.
I'm playing.
I am playing.
Good job, Angel.
So
These are the Garrity space superiority fighters. They've got 4 guns like the human heavier ships, lasers, and a pair of mass drivers.
What's my after the
Tab.
The shot of you playing is hilarious. He's played more recently than 25 years.
What frame rate is this? What frame rate does this get locked at?
I honestly don't know.
Those ones are the most useless missiles that are missiles like rockets. Program this thing.
Really glad when we got the chance to have Chris play, we put him up against Grathka. At least we can't be accused of making this easy for him.
No, it's alright.
Here's where the official guide comes in. You look up the Grappa and you see the AI routines. If enemy damage and is near, there's a 50% chance it's going to try to tail you and a 50% chance it will strafe.
I'm going to start using my throttle now. Not been doing a very good job of that. Alright, come on. There you go.
Yay!
Where's he gone?
You got him?
No, the other one must be.
No, wait, no, what's got him?
There's still a red dot. Get some help. Ah! God, I was like all cocky. Figure out.
Well, we've been meaning to show this. We've been talking about what point we'd show this.
The last Grappa. I just going head on. Oh well. I didn't realize I had that much damage actually. I wasn't looking at my thing. Yes. That's appropriate.
Well, thank you
My
so
career's
much.
been cut short. Who can say what Bandit might have accomplished for the Confederation? You're all cocky and like, what is that going ahead on the pass with the Grappa? Yeah.
And
you know what we should get while you're here on the stream?
What?
The proper pronunciation guide for the Kilrathi fighters. What's that?
That's a Southie. Drowthy. Krant. Gratha. Jalthi. Dorkia. Rolari. Fralthi.
That's it.
There you go. Why, do we not pronounce them like that?
Well, there was no speech back then, so
Yeah.
now we have the official Chris Roberts pronunciation.
Well, Kilrathis are like kill, they kill and they have lots of wrath. So that's why it's Kilrathi. And it was actually a temp name and then it sort of stuck. As they always do.
I have to imagine that's where Dorkir came from.
Yeah, because it was kind of a dorky looking, that's the idea. Yeah, Dorkir.
Dorky looking ship.
Yeah. Exactly.
I told you, Wendell.
you did. You did.
All right. Ben, are you going to play that? Show us how it's done?
Yeah, I can give it a shot.
I can see. I'm actually kind of annoyed with myself because there was one guy left and I just thought, I'll just blast him on the head on pass. But I wasn't paying attention, obviously. Because my ship wasn't damaged until then, was it?
You can get a couple.
Was I sparking on the front? I wasn't seeing anything in my cockpit.
It's back.
You messed me out.
Yeah, it's loading.
Oh.
Rescue me too. Now tell Sia how to pronounce Gius properly.
Oh, actually, there's one from Secret Missions 2 that I think still nobody knows how to pronounce. It's HHRISS.
Yeah, that wouldn't tell you. You'd have to ask who did that. Ellen Beeman, right?
I think so.
Ellen, gone at the time with Beeman now.
I'm not great at asteroids.
Who's good with asteroids?
Well, not that difficult, right? You just don't,
Yeah, Chris said right through
you
them.
just don't hit the rock. There are a couple there that randomly just come shooting right at you, and then you get screwed.
Yeah, I remember that. A lot of other things, just these matching baseball after
Enemy sighted, bon Capitan. Ben has a habit of pounding on the table for effect.
Right? Let's see how Ben's shot goes on. Has anyone tried it? I wonder what the frame of that thing. That's definitely not
What's the tape light? The bottom right corner. There's an auto light and there's a tape.
The tape light does not do anything in this game. Wing Commander 2 has a mission recorder that uses it.
Yeah, I think it was just we cut it in the so spoiled nowadays. Frame rate, graphics, detail.
How fast do you think Ben Lesnick's heart is beating right now?
Look at
Playing-
that. He's killed them all.
There's a line about how the student has become the master here. I can't remember what it is though.
Still screw up the landing. Could still screw up the landing.
They're posting
There you go.
your beats per minute right now, Ben. Touch to each other. Okay. I think we have pizza coming. You got away pretty clean, sir.
Yeah. Cleaner than I did. I didn't even have to check flag. I'm very upset. I went from thought I had full stuff to be killed.
But you really have no one to blame but yourself in any way, in any direction.
Welcome back, Bandit. What'd you think of the rapier?
Technically, you lost to yourself.
She's quite a ship, sir.
I shouldn't have done the head on.
She slid through the asteroid
head on
that one
gunfire,
well
I
enough.
I mean, so really, when you think about it, no, whenever you play Wing Commander, whoever wins, it's still you.
Not me. A lot of it is just me. Aaron did a bunch of the dogfight script for me.
You're not gonna do your angel voice in front of Chris?
I believe that it will prove more effective even than the Raptor. Especially against the more nimble Garrity fighters.
Is that about half volume?
Very well then. I'll pass that along to Tactical. I've already reviewed your flight recorder's mission report.
That's what the tape light was for.
See, they need a whole tactical department to determine whether or not the rapier is good. We have a message board of people comparing the stats all the time.
An angel came up after that. Was very nice, wasn't it, Ben?
Shut her out.
Though I did, before we get started, I did give you quite a bit of props for having a widescreen television in the room there.
In the
Years before widescreen television existed.
Yeah, there you go.
A widescreen television.
Yeah. You can't. Maybe it's a flat screen. We never know. Could be.
Could be.
It
So
actually
let's have a look at the kill board. Where is?
Captain Lesnick.
36 kills. Tied with Knight.
36 kills, huh? 7 sorties.
What character is Major Casey?
That's Iceman.
So how much do you like Top Gun?
I like Top Gun.
We noticed Iceman and Maverick.
Iceman and Maverick, yeah, I tell you. As I said, it's Top Gun and space movies and World War II stuff all smashed together. But yeah, no, it's that kind of sort of cocky pilot vibe, so yeah, it's cool. Right, very nice. Do have to do some shopping for my trip though.
Oh, alright.
So I'm going to go do
Appreciate
that
you,
after I
coming
got
by.
killed
Yeah.
playing my old game from 25 years ago.
Yeah, you were.
I'll take couple more questions and then I'll
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. All right.
You want to switch to cameras?
Oh yeah. So guys, a couple more questions before Chris has to take off. Let's see what we got here. Questions. It's not really a Wing Commander 3 question, but what was it like working with Mark Hamill?
Last week about 3-1. But yeah. No, it's great. Mark's really, really nice guy, so it was a lot of fun. He's super. I can't say enough about him. He's a really nice guy.
Chris, can you sign the Wing Commander box that we're giving away at the end of our stream?
Sure.
Good idea. Do you have a Sharpie back there?
I've got Sharpies over here. Okay.
Not a question, but a very good suggestion. Gold one. Yeah. So the box we're giving away will be signed. We'll wait till he's done signing before we ask him a question.
Should I make sure I
Gotcha.
got the ink going in it? There you go.
How difficult was it making the graphics engine in Wing Commander 1 as efficient as possible, given the hardware limitations at the time?
It was pretty different. It was all written in. That was all written in assembly. So there was a sprite routine that could scale and rotate images, and then we just fed the various, depending on where you were in 3D space. Why don't we pull out one of 36 images, and then we would scale and rotate it. So that was all. That was cycle counting and writing the most efficient loop to draw those. So that was probably the last time I actually did assembly code.
Gotcha. Guys, there's no raffle going on. Doing that just makes it harder for us to have questions for Chris. How does it feel with the stamp Wing Commanders left on the games industry?
Raffle? Oh, sorry.
That's the people entering a raffle that doesn't exist.
I know. It's pretty fun. I mean, to be honest with you, until I came back to do Star Citizen, I didn't have an appreciation of perhaps the amount of people that really liked it. But with Star Citizen, I got much better. Because obviously, there's a lot of people that back Star Citizen, but also just general people in the industry. Because it's been a while, so I think when I was making, Wing Commander, and then even for the years afterwards, there's a lot of people that I think played Wing Commander that didn't get into the industry until later. So now I run into a lot of people that said, "Oh, it's one of the first games I played, and not really one of the reasons why I get into the industry." So, it's cool. I don't think I really understood the impact until recently, and that's partly because I get to interact with so many actual people that play games versus being purely on the publishing press side, which you normally do if you're at EA or Activision. You just deal with stuff that happens at 3, talking to press, and that's kind of it. So that's kind of the nice thing about doing a crowdfunded game. You talk to the real players instead of the professional players, I guess.
What was the first big thing you bought for yourself after Wing Commander hit?
After Wing Commander hit, first thing I bought for myself was a Lotus Esprit Turbo. So I was a kid, it's like that's the thing. You don't care, you're not getting a house or anything. You're like, oh, I want a sports car. So I'd seen it on James Bond, and so that was basically I think that and a Porsche Carrera 4. So and then I sort of decided that maybe I should spend my money on some wiser things. But I've always been a bit of a sports car person.
By the way, when I got the job here after the crowdfunding campaign, I bought Legos. So
Question should be about Wing Commander, guys. This is the Wing Commander 25th anniversary live stream, so we're picking questions about Wing Commander.
Hey, what I miss?
Oh, nothing. You didn't miss anything. You brought us pizza. Just brought us pizza.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe one question, then we eat some pizza because I am starving. Let's see. Is there anything about Wing Commander you would have done differently? Probably a very common question.
No, that's what I was saying. Wing Commander is pretty much the game that when I started out to do it, it was the game that it ended up being was the game that I saw. So it was like one of the very few games that. There's some like Strike Commander kind of ended up that way, but it took more work and more craft to get it that way. There's nothing in Wing Commander I look at and I say, I would have rather done this differently or better.
Wouldn't have taken that Grotha head on.
Well, that's playing. That's different.
I'm fired, aren't I?
What's that? No, I'm just saying the game itself. It's just like the features, how it played, that was the feeling that I wanted at the time. So I don't actually have anything that I go back and say, I wish I'd been able to do that. It just sort of kind of fell into place. So it was one of the few games that did that. I mean, obviously, I think that's more difficult as time goes on and things get bigger and more complicated. To get everything to work becomes harder. But I think I've said many times, we designed all the missions on paper and we never changed them. I mean, we didn't. I cannot remember going and like balancing it. Like now we'd like play and test and we'd be like, oh, this is a bit hard, this is a bit easy, and move it around on this. Pretty much like we just put it all in and it kind of worked. And we also didn't have much time because back then everyone was like, with Origin it was like, we need to get it out for the Christmas season, it has to come out for September. And if you missed back in those days, because the retail process took so long, and it wasn't, now they're actually retail can get to market pretty quickly, but then you had to like get it to the warehouses, and the warehouses get it out to little mom and pop stores, and so like if you weren't getting it out in September, you like could miss the Christmas season. So there was a lot of pressure to get the game out in September. So I think I mentioned it in the interview we did on the Around the Verse that that was what happened in the last 3 or 4 months of the project. A bunch of people at Origin, not that we had a massive amount, but a fair amount of the people, even off Richard's project came on, and the last 2 or 3 months everyone helped out to try and get it out the door. And we made September, which was that was the time we needed to make, and we did. The rest is history.
Gotcha. Last question before we let you go. Why cats?
Why cats? Well, I'm allergic to cats, but no, that's not really the reason. I was thinking of a alien foe that you would fight against, and at the time didn't want to go sort of lizard or insectoid, which are the other sort of default kind of alien race that you would fight, and I wanted the Kilrathi to be this sort of almost like a sort of Bushido samurai sort of powerful regal warrior race, and so big cats sort of said that to me, so I sort of felt like, well, you can make them sort of like these big sort of big warrior cats that you're fighting, and
like
that's kind of
lions.
where they came from. Like lions and tigers. Well, I mean, they pretty much look like lions and tigers. That was the moral. So that was why and it wasn't specifically because of, I know, because there's the Kazin in the Ringworld series and stuff, but it was actually the whole coming to cats was separate to that, and then it was like, oh yeah, that's also one of the races in the Ringworld series, but it was for those qualities of sort of a warrior regal sort of race.
Gotcha. So he's allergic to cats.
I am.
Okay.
Or the dander on cats, basically.
Yeah.
That's what it makes me sneeze.
Yes. All right, Chris.
All right. Well, thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks for everyone that's played it and loved Wing Commander over the years. So it's I'm always still pretty humbled and flattered when I was always amazed that Wing Commander News was going for so many years afterwards, because when you originally made the game, I wasn't anticipating building a universe, and then it sort of went from, I tried to build a good world, but I wasn't thinking, oh, this will be Wing Commander 2, 3, 4, or anything like that. And so it's amazing the impact and the longevity, and so it's a shame that it's owned by EA, basically. But there you go.
True of a lot of franchises, though.
I want to take a picture of us with our blue hair and you.
Right,
get our blue hair in there.
Okay.
Get in there, Ben. Oh, closer.
There
we go. Blue hair.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank
You.
See you guys.
Thanks for coming.
I gotta go pack and catch a plane.
Okay.
And get some stuff to wear, because it's not gonna be as warm in England as it is here.
Is there something going on in the UK real soon? What?
Hi guys.
Bye. Give our regards to the team there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. I need to eat.
All right. Well, this pizza's from Wolf, right?
Yes. By the way, the lovely donation of pizza for our Wing Commander 25th anniversary live stream is from Wolf. Wolf Knight. If you're familiar with the Star Citizen community, you're probably familiar with Wolf. Hi, Wolf.
Well, I was thinking, how about we, if he's willing, how about we Skype him in while we eat a little pizza and take a short break, and we could chat with him while we
sure.
have lunch.
Wolf, are you there? Do we know if he's watching? Hold on, let me do this. See if this is working here. We'll just call you. Wolf, we're just calling you. I hope you're wearing pants.
Wolfen's 3. Could be even like.
Gentlemen,
Wolf!
how's it going?
Of course, he's got the hat on.
Of course, I've got the hat on. You know, okay, the hat, I've got an explanation for the hat. I have this fan club of very young individuals, or you have to assume they're young by the way that they act, who need a screen cap for their forearms. So I had to wear the hat. So.
All right. Well, we wanted to, first of all, thank you for getting us pizza. This is awesome. But we also know that you are not just a Star Citizen backer, you're a Wing Commander fan, dyed in the wool. And we figured you could share some of that if you're interested.
Sure. Let me get my earphone here so we're not echoing.
Hey guys, why do we do this? Let's go ahead and start another raffle.
All right.
What do you want to give away?
How about a Hornet Ghost?
Hornet Ghost. Hornet Ghost coming up. Not yet. Wait for me to wake my computer up here.
Jeez, that's loud. Okay, 1 second here.
All right, the raffle for the Hornet Ghost is now open. So stay tuned. We'll be drawing as soon as I'm done eating.
Here is the volume. This is blowing out my eardrums. There we go. Okay. So,
Here's a veggie. Oh.
Anywho, yeah. So, yeah, dyed in the wool Commander fan. It's where I got my start in computers, honestly, which is my vocation today. Way back when. My first computer was an Atari 800, probably I think like 82, something like that. Got my first PC, I think in 90, 92, something like that. Yeah. Started playing the Ultima series. A little bit later on, Wing Commander came out. First thing to ever challenge my computer, my poor little 286 8 with the turbo button to knock it up to 12. And yeah, so that got me learning DOS. That got me learning EMM 386, setting my stacks, creating boot disks, yada. So that's, and I just went from there. That sparked my interest in computers, and that's where I am today. And that's why I've been so involved in Star Citizen. Chris, I feel I owe Chris a lot from the enjoyment I got from his games and the fact that it got me started. In the computer industry.
Well, we're happy to have you on our team.
Glad to be here.
I'm happy to eat your pizza. I'm getting very hungry.
So Ben, this T-shirt, you should recognize this.
Ah, yes, that's from the Wing Commander 3 Premier Edition.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Stand up, give us a little twirl, show us the ridiculous back of that T-shirt.
The ridiculous back, which is considerably faded at this point. Let's see.
Yes, twirl monkey.
Can you see it?
No, we're looking at your butt.
You're looking at my butt.
It's a fine butt.
You see it here first, folks. Fan butts. There you go. There you go. Heart of the Tiger. The interactive movie.
Giant piece of plastic on the back of the shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
If you backers out there want to look this up, you could actually find online a picture of me at age 14 in that same shirt. It's Pretty sad.
As most pictures of Ben at age 14 are.
Oh, and I've got a bit of delay here, so I get to see my wonderful physique. That is, thankfully, however, 50 pounds lighter than it was in March, so I'm happy about that. So everyone's showing off their boxes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything nearly as impressive, but I did recently pick up a sealed copy of Wing 4, and as Ben has pointed out, it is a first edition, which you could tell by the misspelling of biological right there.
Is that the word biological that we're seeing?
Biological. It's in the background. You can't quite see it.
Oh, I can't see it.
Come on.
No, down.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm looking at. There it is. There it is. Yep.
Yeah.
Biological.
You can blame that one on Trey Herman, origin graphic designer at the time. He's the one who told me about it, though, so I think it's okay to credit him. But artists aren't writers. They should you should always check their work, and vice versa.
And, I also collect collector's editions, just for giggles, and brought a couple out here. This one, unfortunately, they're mostly for failed games at this point. But
Tabula Rasa.
Yeah, from Mr. Garrett. This was a fun one.
Never played that.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah, Hellgate London.
By the way, for those of you who are just tuning in, we're on our lunch break for the Wing Commander 25th anniversary live stream. Lunch provided by superfan Mr. Wolf Knight, who's on your screen right now, showing us his boxes.
And this one is the rarest one in my collection. There was only 1,000 of these made.
It's a severed hand.
It's the Dead Space Ultimate Edition.
Ooh. I didn't know that existed.
Not many people did because EA never advertised it, and I found it just wandering their site one day.
A similar thing happened with Privateer 2. They first advertised there would be a deluxe edition of Privateer 2. You could write to EA to get it. There was some sort of mix-up, and when you actually called to EA to order it, they told you no, it doesn't exist. Which left a warehouse of these collector's editions somewhere, and you could find them at like thrift shops like 5 years later because they just sat there. EA wouldn't take orders for them. They didn't sell them any other way. So if anybody out there ever sees a huge Privateer box, a Privateer 2 box, that's why, where it came from.
Hey, be nice in chat, guys. If you're not nice in chat, I'm going to ban you. Continue.
Okay. Well, that absolutely hit the spot.
Yep.
Thanks to Wolf Knight and the folks at Mountain Dew for the gamer fuel. Mountain Dew, it does a body good. Gives you the power to game on, etc.
I was drinking Pepsi. The choice of my old generation.
You know, you guys have something called Pepsi Lyman there that I have not heard of. It's not available out here, and I figured I'd send some your way just so I could find out what the hell it tastes like.
Well, we can do that. You know, we can taste test. We're going to taste test. We're taking a break from Wing Commander to taste test whatever Pepsi Lyman is.
I don't. Lyman isn't a real thing. I ain't gonna drink it.
I will drink it.
I'll drink the orange. You give me the orange, I'll drink the orange.
we've had orange before.
Well, yeah, that's why.
Pepsi Limon, I guess. Limon.
Lima, yes, it has an accent.
By the way, if you're just joining us, this is the Wing Commander 25th anniversary live stream lunch break.
It says it has 2% lime juice on the box here.
Because we started a live stream at 12 noon without eating anything beforehand. Not breakfast or lunch. Because we're smarts. Not dumbs. We're dumbs.
Wolf, I'm glad to see that you are also a fan of weird soda variants. So, has a slightly limey smell.
Does it smell like 1990?
I'm going to be honest. My first reaction to this was Pepsi and deodorant.
Oh, that's that would not surprise me.
All right.
No, that's not a good one.
Hold on. All right, we'll try it.
Yeah, he heard Pepsi and deodorant. He was like, I gotta have that.
That tells you what kind of person you're dealing with here when I'm like, no, I'm not going to try that. Tastes like Pepsi and deodorant. Okay.
That's why I sent plenty of potables in case that one was not the winner, and it sounds like that that is the case.
Yeah, Pepsi is no longer a sponsor of Star Citizen.
Yeah, Bet Raptor nailed that one.
Star Citizen, a Coke game.
I'm a sad Lando.
Would you like to try Pepsi Limon?
I actually tried it 2 weekends ago.
Oh,
It was not a huge
He could have warned us, but did not.
Well, of course not. It's far more amusing this way.
Well, I guess we should get back to defeating the Kilrathi in the Vegas sector.
Did the Kilrathi make Pepsi Lyman?
Yes. That's where it
That'd
came
be a
from.
reason to do so.
But Wolf, thank you so much for lunch. We really appreciate it. Thank you for all your support.
Thank you, Wolf.
Yes.
More than my pleasure.
Why did I pour so much?
They were giving Pepsi Lime away at Long Beach Comic Con, and they were like, "Would you like a whole bottle?" And I said, "Yes." And then quickly realized that I did not really want to be carrying around a bottle of warm wine Pepsi.
With no place to dump it out.
I bet it's good with alcohol.
Well, we've got back. Where's the giant bottle of Old Granddad? I don't know what alcohol is called.
Find something to mix it with.
Okay. All right. Wolf, thanks for taking the time to talk to us, and thank you especially for the pizza and the Pepsi and the Crush and the Mountain Dew.
We are fat gamers. We need both pizza and Mountain Dew to sustain ourselves. So
yeah, I will not thank you for the Lyman. That one's on you.
That one's on me.
You know what you did.
Oh, it's worse coming back up. All right. Thanks a lot, Wolf. We're gonna draw a raffle here in a minute. Hold on.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Thanks, Wolf.
Yep, have a good one.
It's us again. Hello. I guess we didn't go anywhere.
If our hair wasn't blue before the Lyman, it would have been afterwards. All right, we're closing the raffle, guys. Closing the raffle. The raffle is closed.
Well, who won that raffle, Disco Lando?
Who won the raffle for the Hornet Tracker? Is that what we're doing?
Wasn't it Ghost?
No,
4144 won the tracker.
Oh, Hornet Ghost. The Hornet. Oh, it's still worse coming back up. Is. I swear to God, we have a bot. We have a bot who does this at random. The winner of the Hornet Ghost Origin Museum.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations, Origin Museum.
Well, at this point, there's only got to be like 3 people watching, right?
Yes, Origin Museum is the winner
Out of how many?
of the Hornet Ghost.
Okay, out of 3. Okay. We're just kidding.
No. So, Origin Museum, please private message the CIG community Twitch chat with the email account.
for your Star Citizen account, and we will add a Hornet Ghost to your account because obviously we have no integrity because the bot's just choosing all of our friends.
It is fate.
Right.
Well, we also have a lot of friends, but I think we know most of the people who would attend this live stream. So,
is that Joe?
Yeah, that's Joe.
That's
That's
Joe.
Joe Garrity. Or some sort of obsessed Joe Garrity fanatic who wishes to wear his skin.
Yes, if you're Joe Garrity, congratulations, you win a ship. If you're an obsessed Joe Garrity fan, message me and I'll give you his address.
Let's kill some cats.
Let's kill some cats. All right. Let's go back to the gameplay. Yeah, there's our gameplay. There's our blue hair.
You hear what they're saying in Blue Devil Squadron? Word is one of their boys ran into Dakath on patrol yesterday. You know Dakath, right? Garrity ace that flies a Dralthi. He's got 78 confirmed kills, counting fighters and capital ships. They say his name means Deathstroke in Kilrathi. Because that's how he gets his jollies. He likes to shoot pilots who reject it as they wait for a pickup. By the way, I don't think that Deathstroke is a word you translate one word into. It's not a word, is it?
It's a compound. Yeah, it's a compound word.
All right, Iceman.
Iceman. A lot of talk going around about this Drakath guy.
There's no R.
Well, don't sweat that fuzzball too much. It's not like it's the easiest to read text.
Casey ran into Dakath a couple years ago near Plank Star.
I'm pretty sure the alignment is in my eyes now. Dakath got his rep by shooting helpless men. But he's not so tough if you're still in your ship. Watch him when you're on his tail. He likes to burn out with his afterburners. What else would you do with your afterburners? Or he'll try to get behind you with a kickstop.
And again, Iceman is literally reading the Origins Ultimate Strategy Guide to Wing Commander 1 and 2 right there. So, Bandit, now you've flown a rapier. You like it? You nod as you sip your drink. I read we're getting the first rapier squadron on active duty. Colonel's already named the squadron Black Lion. I wonder who will be assigned to it.
I seem to just go southern with all of them.
All your voices eventually turn to southern. Wow, this is a full barracks.
We filled up the barracks, and you can see all the pilots in the barracks. Maybe I should give my camera back, I guess.
Yeah, camera's right there. Oh yeah.
You can see all the. Whatever. You can see all the pilots. They're the actual pilots from the game. You know, there's Paladin, and the last one I saved was Spirit. Detail.
Mission briefing, 6 o'clock in the morning. All right, boys and girls, we got several groups of bogies on the move. Either the Kilrathi are pulling out of Gimli, or they're gearing up to push us out. Either way, we've got to find out what they're up to. First up on the hit parade is what looks like a squadron of fighters. Bandit and Angel will fly Tau Wing to check it out. Computer, display Tau. Nav 1 indicates their last confirmed position. We believe the bogies are Dralthi. And we estimate their present location here. If you think you can take them, go ahead and engage. But break off if the squadron turns out to be too big to handle. Remember, Bandit, I need information worse than I need heroes. Any questions then, Tau Wing? Of course not. Oh, there is.
I've heard the Kilrathi Dakath is in this sector.
We believe he may be, so be careful. Dakath is very dangerous. We need to know if he's here.
Yes, sir. I wasn't going to mention
Right
it.
then. Let's get going.
This is our Marianas Turkey Shoot mission.
All right then, squadron dismissed.
We're gonna go fight a whole bunch of Dralthi at once. Including, unsurprisingly, Dakath Narsi Kag, aka Deathstroke. By the way, there is also a Dakath in Wing Commander 3. That is Dakath Narcoxkey. He is not related to the initial Dakath, except, as I established in Wing Commander lore when I got to write it briefly, he was inspired by him. But they're different Garrity. Also, he does not actually appear in Wing Commander 3. He was cut from the game and only appears in the manual. Facts!
Nerds.
Alright.
Enemy sighted, mon capitan.
Lots and lots of Drothy are coming our way. Lots of Drothy.
We're back in the
Raptor, yeah. We were just test flying Rapier in that last one. If we missed a little bit of story over all the Chris Roberts excitement, the Tigers Club is testing the first two YF-44 Rapier 2 prototypes, and now we're back in the Raptor until we get some production model Rapier A's.
You take the lime away. No, I'll take the regular Pepsi.
Zut! Watch it, Monsieur Bouvray. Enemy sighted, mon capitan.
Oh, now a second wave.
You shall both breathe vacuum soon. That's not what I did. I have to work on my Kilrathi.
We had no intention to do voice acting here today. This is all very spur of the moment. Otherwise, I would have prepared a Kilrathi voice.
It's hard to do that.
Kilrathi always had that real guttural thing.
Ah, you are the lair mate. You are the lair mate. You are the lair mate.
Lair mate was...
Lair mate of the tiger.
Something like, I can't do that.
Arise, grandson. Yes, my emperor.
I could do it with some practice.
Tell me, how goes the war against the humans?
There is
I just blew up that guy.
Good job, Ben.
The Terran carrier tiger.
There's absolutely nothing this Jack can do that would make me drink more Pepsi Lime.
Carrier Tiger's Claw tried to attack us here at Kittitrek, but my stealth fighters destroyed them. Soon we shall demolish the rest of their fleet. Speak of your...
Yes, good job, Ben.
Okay, I should stop doing the Wing Commander 2 intro while I fly.
Yeah,
the important thing is I can. Oh, look at all the damage I took because I wanged into the carrier at the end.
Looks like it got a little hot out there, sir. I got one different line now. Don't take it away from me. You wanged into a carrier.
How'd it go out there, bandit?
Well enough, sir. They were Drothy. 2 wings, 9 in all. Dakath was leading the second wing.
How did you know that, by the way?
Did you take him out?
I believe so, sir. His ship blew up, at least.
Excellent. Good work, Captain. I've got your numbers from the mission report. 4. You killed 9 Kilrathi, bandit. 9. And none for Angel. I mean, honestly, Angel, have you done anything since joining up with... I want to see you in my office later, bandit.
Yes, sir.
Catch you with your kilt down. All right, then. Dismissed.
By the way, in the...
Lesnick, come in. I need to speak with you.
You gotta do it. Sorry, we know what this is. Go ahead, tell me.
In Super Wing Commander, when they do the voiceovers, they still have the numbers. So like, you killed 7 enemy fighters, and Angel killed 4. And they just recorded the number once, and it never sounds good.
Oh no, I'm just hovering. Okay.
Congratulations, Major Lesnick.
I'm a Major Lesnick.
You took my. I was going to do that joke.
Thank you, sir. I'll do my best.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
See, if I knew I was playing Halcyon and I could get away with a blue hat instead of blue hair, that'd have been better.
That's all then, Major. Dismissed.
A medal. I want a medal for killing 9 people.
They're not people, they're cats.
Well, it sounds like you're a space race.
For meritorious conduct in confronting the Kilrathi enemy. I'm gonna stand here for a while in abject silence until I speak again. Make this awkward for everyone involved. The Terran Confederation is proud to present the Bronze Star to Major Lesnick. Also, nobody told me we were wearing red today. This was the day we all wore red. Your courage is exemplary of the Confederation's finest defenders. Also, this medal is longer than the last one. Good job, Bandit. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. And one thing you may not have followed, because it's actually kind of subtle in this game, is that there is a bigger story of the war going. We've we're defended the human colonies, and now we're pushing the Kilrathi out of their bases. A second cutscene. I hope they managed to blow up that big dome.
As Terran starfighters gain control in space of Brimstone,
Jedi Master Luminara,
a daring band of human saboteurs strikes a major Kilrathi base. With the destruction of this installation, more words will. The Kilrathi hold on to the strategic Brimstone system and is broken. I messed that up.
Sorry. It's not an easy font to read.
Hey, Bandit. Glad to see you again. We just jumped in the Dakota system, you know? It's basically an aggro colony, but they've had an outbreak of Watson's disease. The colonists here are a proud bunch, and they're waiting to call for help. That's bad news. Watsons can wipe out a whole city in just a few weeks. There's no cure yet, but the Confederation's sporting in a vaccine. Named after John Watson, who worked with this game, unfortunately passed away recently.
Hey, who is this?
Maniac.
Oh. Hey, Bennett, I feel like rapping about wingmen. Care to join in, butthead? Take Knight, for example. He flies like an old lady. No vision. What a butthead. And he couldn't find a target if his wingman's life depended on it. That butthead.
He's not wrong, which it usually does.
Yeah, an angel, always studying, planning, just fly, I say.
Maybe out on the claw you don't have flying with, Squirt?
First off, let's watch the squirt cracks. And second, butthead, of course, there's a couple of pilots I don't mind flying with. You're not too bad, Hunter. Almost as good as me. And there's Iceman. He's so dreamy. Ice is scary, man. I mean, I'm in this for the flying. He's in it for the killing, I think. Killing buttheads.
Come here, mate. Maniac's teaching me how to fly. Can you believe it? Never let Sandy see this.
I just realized you said squirt cracks.
I'm dangerous. I'm dangerous. This from the guy who goes to afterburners the second he smells a target.
Well, at least I go after him. Some of you old guys don't always do that.
Oh. I hate to admit it, mate, but you're right about some of the old guys. Night Pilot and some others, They must be cat lovers or pacifists.
Because those are the two choices.
But don't lump me with that lot, mate. More Kilra blood I smell, the nastier I get.
Still Lyman.
You said there was nothing you could do to make you drink more. And then you drank more.
Oh, there's still a little Lyman left. I didn't finish it. Just poured into this old can here.
I think I am going to head out.
All right.
Good have fun.
Thank you.
Conquering the universe.
We're what? About halfway there?
Yeah, actually, we're exactly the halfway point.
Bye, Wing Commander fans.
Hi, Silas. Director of Bad Meat. Hey, take the Lyman with you.
That's okay.
Just put it in the dumpster on your way out.
You'll proceed first in Nav 1, escorting an outbound hospital ship.
Why? Star Citizen doesn't have a hospital ship, does it?
Maybe.
No,
Your objective is to protect her from the Kilrathi until she makes her jump out. I actually spilled some of that Lyman on me. Once she's gone, go to Nav 2, where you'll rendezvous with another sport.
I think it's eating through the shirt.
Bring this Drayman back to the Tiger's Claw in one piece. She's the one carrying the vaccine for Fargo. Any questions? Of course not.
No, sir. On here, Colonel.
Okay, why are they suddenly doing this now? Very good. That's all, gentlemen. Dismissed. As soon as I start making jokes about how he never waits to see if people have questions, he starts waiting to see if people have questions. This game is trolling me.
25 years ago. That's pretty weird.
Chris was here. He could
That was a toast burn.
Toast burn.
I got toasted.
Nice and toasted. There's a Drayman hospital ship. I hope Star Citizen has a hospital ship soon. Oh, by the way, I keep meaning to point this out. We're very clearly flying the Gunstar from...
Yes, absolutely.
From...
Last Starfighter. We should talk more about that hospital ship on Tuesday.
We should.
I think we should talk about the hospital ship on Tuesday.
By the way, to draw Kilrathi fighters off of your the ship you're escorting, taunt number 3 is the way to go.
What's taunt number 3, Ben?
It doesn't matter.
No.
Whatever taunt is option number 3 is the one that is most likely to get them to target you.
Oh, come on. I know that years ago.
Mayday, all Confederate craft, please assist.
Oh no, I lost the support.
Yeah, what is it with this universe that don't say the word transport?
The Drayman got blown up. This is terrible.
When did transport become such a long word that everybody in the Wing Commander universe decided to abbreviate it?
Colonel House seems to be yelling, by the way. Also, 16 people died. Does not bode well for the Relari, by the way. I can't save the Drayman hospital ship. By the way, why don't you put it to a vote on chat to decide whether or not I should try that again?
Sure. They said no.
Did they?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
They said we're like 5 hours into this, we should just keep going. That's what they said.
But you know, not retrying it's going to make it longer because I'll go to a losing series and have to fly another.
Oh, if it's going to make it longer, then you should redo it.
Now it's like a threat.
Also, I don't know how to do the ball.
Who knows? Just what are people saying?
Okay, they're saying redo.
Alright. I'm gonna eject. And try that again.
Now they're saying try the lineman again.
Yeah, every time I lose, I have to sip the lineman.
I will not accept that.
I think the correct pronunciation is Limone.
I don't think there's anything correct about it.
Alexis likes the Lion King. Limone and Koopa. Every time you lose one of us to drink the lemon. No. Okay, the lineman did not eat through my shirt. Clifford is sending you love you guys.
Thank you.
No, her.
No, it was me. Hello.
The Draymond killed one of them.
I didn't seem to realize that, though.
Hey guys, remember this is a Wing Commander stream. It's not a Star Citizen stream. We're giving away Star Citizenships because that's what we have to give away, but we're here to celebrate Wing Commander. You can do it. Yes, for those of you just joining us, this is the Wing Commander 25th Anniversary live stream with Ben Lesnick and me. We're celebrating the 25th anniversary of Wing Commander, which was released today, 25 years ago?
Exactly 25 years ago today.
Exactly 25 years ago today.
In fact, at a party 25 years ago today, Chris was officially hired by Origin after the release of Wing Commander.
Yep, and keep watching. There will be additional ship giveaways throughout the stream. We're not telling you when they're coming, so you just have to pay attention. Sorry.
The Draymond jumped out. I have to save the other one. Still difficult, but I'm getting there.
Yes, I did get my S'morios. I went through the whole office yesterday, delivering them like Santa Oreo. They were delicious. Darian came back for like 2 more. I kept making him wait. Hennessy, who doesn't like anything, took a second one. And they don't make them anymore. They're like a limited edition thing. I found them off of an Amazon reseller. Or a reseller on Amazon. However that works. Paid $14 for them.
We won't, however, get too mad at Nabisco if they decide for some reason to.
No, because I had to go back on my diet. Nabisco, you need to wait. You need to wait like 6 months before you bring him back out.
Did I miss the joke? What was the joke?
It's limited, not necessarily forever.
I'm still missing the joke.
It was about LTI.
Ah! See, I'm in Wing Commander mode.
Be cocky.
I believe I've saved both transports now. No Limon for me this time. Yes, it's the Gunstar.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like it got a little hot out there, sir.
Are you hitting on me?
It looks like it's getting a little hot in here, sir.
But actually, one of the most effective ways to take out enemy ships quickly is to ram them. You can ram 1 or 2 enemy ships during an skirmission, 2 if you're lucky. Yes, sir, we ran to the bogies and have 1, but we took care of them. Draven's on her way to her destination.
I see, Bandit. What about the inbound Draven?
She should be in formation now, sir.
That's true. And that vaccine will save thousands down on Fargo.
Yay! Move the mouse so it's not on his nose.
You are really kindly doing the two-player voice.
I reviewed your flight recorder's report of your mission, Bandit. You shot down 8. Knight ripped 1.
Ripped 1.
Knight ripped 1. That's for that squirt's crack. You know, the times are changing. It's just, for whatever reason, every mission briefing is at 6 in the morning.
Bandit, you're big news lately. Heard you had to take out some Krantz last time out. Glad to see you made it back in one piece. Those babies can be tough. But I hear the Jolthi's even tougher. One of those 6-shooters in your tail, you can kiss it goodbye. But I'll bet if you get low and behind a Jolthi, you toast it. She's got no rear visibility. Big old bullseye exhaust. Bad design no matter how many guns she's got up front. Jam a missile up those rear pipes and boom, no more kitty.
That's good advice in real life, too.
Join me, Bandit. Night is poor company and I feel the need to talk. Okay. By the way, he's sitting right there.
Yeah, I know.
I've been studying the history of the war and the history and progress of the war, and I see that things are going fairly well for us. To maintain our position, we must be ever diligent, ever alert. We must fight as if there were no tomorrow, for in truth, that is the case. Every day the Garrity bring up more troops.
It's kind of a bummer.
They challenge us harder each time we fly. The very future of humanity rests with us, a heavy burden.
This chick's intense.
But one we must bear, for if we don't, who will? Yeah, remember me to tell you what happens during Wing Commander 2.
What was Knight's voice?
Hey, Bandit, have a seat. It was me.
Okay.
This isn't all Ben. I've heard some talk lately that burns me up. Someone's saying I'm unsafe to fly with, and that I'm a cat lover.
Wow.
Well, I won't stand for that kind of slander. It's not true.
I mean, I love cats, but not cats.
I may not be as high-flying as Hunter, but I get the job done in one piece. But hey, you're not the guy to complain to. After all, we've flown together now. You know you can count on me. It's just a matter of trust. Yeah. Thanks for the shoulder, Bandit.
Also, I ripped one. Captain said so.
Dakota 2. We're just flying through these now.
Why are these always at 6 o'clock in the morning?
It's because it's looking for the something in DOS. Like
Which brings us to our patrol wings. Lambda Wing will fly in a 3-point patrol. Things have been quiet lately. Too quiet. The Kirathi are definitely out there. Problem is, we don't know where. Your job will be to locate the enemy and report back to the Claw. Bandit, you and Knight will investigate. The rest went too quickly.
Understood, Colonel.
Your patrol will be as follows. Computer, display Lambda. As you can see, there's not much to go on. There's some debris near Nav 1. Could be rocks, could be mines. The jump point at Nav 2 seems to be clear. As does Nav 3. Make the rounds and return with your report. Unless you have any questions, that's all.
Are we clear to engage any targets we sight, Colonel?
Definitely. Use your judgment, though. I don't want to lose any more pilots. Squadron dismissed. It's the only time I'll do that. I don't support that.
Right.
Is this really Fargo in the Dakota system?
Yeah. The planet in the Dakota system. It's the capital.
I never knew it. I only played with the first Wing Commander once.
Here is a new experience. Not only is it rocks, but it is cats on the rocks.
I really thought you were going to say rules.
Yeah, there's some rolls too. I gotta take my finger off the afterburners just because. Good. You see what Knight just did?
No.
Same thing as Chris Roberts. He went in straight on the, straight in the front of a Grotha. A bunch of hits.
You fight like a stillborn kitten? Jesus. Alright,
He just doesn't survive translation.
apparently, the Kirathi are getting harsh.
Let's see, I think in the War, one taunt that they use is what's money screws, what was you don't get reference. I think he's some kind of deity or something.
Yeah, what was that from? Bugs Bunny thing?
One of the novels. It's Freedom Flight. Yeah, Freedom Flight.
Oh, L. Ron Hubbard also used that in the Mission Earth series. They thought Bugs Bunny was like the height of all comedy on Earth. From watching the broadcast.
Well, Bugs Bunny is the height of all comedy on Earth.
Oh.
Oh! I just hit a surprise rock. Look at my cockpit take damage.
It's my favorite. It doesn't work. It's like, no, it doesn't.
So I hit a rock. I took heavy damage to my forward armor. My tape light no longer works. Thank you, Colonel Halcyon, for hitting nav point again in the middle of an asteroid field.
We've reached the singularity. We now have failed videos instantaneously.
Oh! Hit a cramp.
Hit a cramp. If this was the SNES version, you would be dead. Now, what's the water drip? There's a bucket with water dripping.
Just immersion. It's Roberts, man.
That's a spaceship. You don't want leaks. Spaceship. No Lyman. No Lyman.
Oh, right, Lyman, yeah.
I didn't agree to that. Not Lyman.
Pepsi with Lyman, it tastes kind of like when you leave tea to sit. Like you wake up the next morning and accidentally drink your tea.
And then you take a stick of deodorant and you wheel it to the whole thing is out and you drop it inside.
Guess what I'm drinking right now?
Pepsi Lyman?
Tea with lemon in it. Achievement unlocked. Lyman. Now I want to add Pepsi with lime into the bar in the hangar.
What's the dessert bar?
So quiet because he's focusing. No, it's not that we couldn't get the Black Mamba to work with DOSBox. It was that it was way too precise. We slowed it down like to the max, and it was still just flying all over the place. It just wasn't what Ben was used to. You know, you get used to playing this with '90s, technology, so it just feels more comfortable using the far less precise joystick.
From our friends at Logitech.
From our friends at Logitech, who are no longer sponsors of Star Citizen. No, but it's a testament to the Black Mamba. It was very, very smooth. Too smooth. What joystick are we using right now? Right now, we're using one of those. Logitech Playstick, whatever it is. I don't remember what they're called.
It actually is a fine beginner's stick.
Oh, yeah?
We've been giving them away to folks who visit the office because Logitech was kind enough to send us about 1 million of them.
Logitech 3D Pro, that's what it was. Hello, handsome devil.
you were thinking, man, it's been a while since we've seen a Garrity capital ship. You were not wrong, and suddenly we have a destroyer. My offspring shall avenge me.
Ben is pretty damn good at this game. It's cool to watch.
Thank you.
Said no one.
Oh!
No. Said Nidus.
Thank you.
Yes, the scimitar's best offensive weapon was the ram. Yes, the burn finally made it to the stream. There's about a 30-second delay in the stream, so.
Boom! No more kitty. There's some index cards.
Oh, I got my Journey to Force Awakens cards.
Oh, nice.
They're super vintage. They're on the old original cardstock, faded everything.
Oh, that's awesome.
They are really cool. If you were on the fence, get off the fence. They're really cool. They fit right next to the original Star Wars series.
And of course, there's more asteroids. Yeah, because I was noticing the promo cards, the stock is really crummy.
Yeah. Nice. It's one of the only times like, wow, this card stock is crap.
No, I mean it's
awesome.
too nice on the promo card.
Oh. Actually, yeah, I didn't notice it on the promo card.
It's like glossy. Right, I think we have finally done this one.
Is there a dead zone issue on the DOS box?
I don't think so.
I didn't notice one. Yeah, there's all kinds of stream options. Just, it's what we're doing. We're not streaming professionals.
In fact, I have never streamed a game before.
Neither have I.
Looks like it got a little hot out there, sir. And I'm getting a little hot in here.
It's getting hot in here. Oh.
Nope. Yes, when it looks like Ben's falling asleep on the camera, he's checking his email.
Yeah, sorry, because I still have work to do.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What is the situation?
That would have been a good place for a contraction.
There was a welcome committee among the rocks at Nav 1, but they aren't going home. We spotted a Relari-class destroyer at Nav 2. She and her escorts gave us some trouble, but we took her out in the end.
Excellent, Major. That's the kind of report I like to hear. Let's go over your flight recorder data. You got 9, Bandit. A knight struck out.
You're useless, Knight.
Again, good job on destroying that Relari.
I didn't get any because Bandit wouldn't release me off his wing.
Dismissed.
I kept asking him if I could go fight some of these guys, and he just wouldn't answer me. He kept ignoring me. It's his fault I ripped one.
For meritorious conduct in confronting the Kilrathi enemy. Crap, everyone's still wearing red.
I think it's the lighting.
lightning turns blue to red in the Dakota system on or about 2654.1. I really like that with a date system. 2654.131 on or about is still a phrase they use. The Terran Confederation is proud to present the Silver Star to this Major Lesnick. See if this one's longer or shorter than the last one. Longer or shorter? I don't know. Go to the next screen. Even longer. And the middle one got... No, the Silver Star is the new one.
Silver Star is the new one.
Ah, so it's in between. Slightly longer than the first. Less long than the last. Good job, Bandit. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Filled with pride, you meet the applause of your fellows.
Hey, Bandit, how about a cool drink and a tall tale?
Word is, we're pulling out soon. Hopefully it's for the Kurosawa system. There's some Kilrathi colonies to beat up on when we get there. Also, I heard that one of these Kilrathi aces is flying around these parts. Go ask Paladin. I think he's tangled with him before. Take care of yourself, Bandit.
I thought Paladin retired.
Not yet. Secret missions too.
Oh.
Well now, lad. 'Tis good to see you again. Have a seat and tilt a glass. Additional generic Scottish thing. I hear old Shuckless run about one of the Kilrathi aces. Last I heard, laddie, he is the only ace around in these parts was Backtosh Redclaw. Oh well. It was back a few years when I had a tussle with him. He's one of their nobles, so it's said. Well, most Kilrathi look at humans as animals. He thinks we're not even that high or mighty. Anyhow, lad, I was serving on a cruiser when he led a Jolthy attack on our ship. He's easily the deadliest aim the Kilra's got to offer. Took out 4 enemy mates when we knew what hit us. Before we knew what hit us. Keep an eye out for him, lad. He's a tough warrior.
It's not the easiest form to read. Boss man. Bandit, join the party. I'm the boss man. We have done well to this point. I believe you have played a major part. I'm the boss man. However, should we falter now, I fear that we will be pushed back to our colonies. I'm the boss man. But that is not likely. You, myself, and all of us can affect that outcome.
It's mostly just me.
Think about that when next you fly. It will guide your actions. I'm the boss man.
By the way, so, Paladin, who would you cast to play him?
Well, without the benefit of knowing what happens, it's hard. Yeah.
The question is, would it be Checky Cario?
That really looks like an X-Wing. We can't pass up on a target like this, so Epsilon Wing is gonna take her out. Bandit, you will lead Knight on this one. You boys think you can pull it off?
No problem, sir.
Just you two pulling it off? There is something you don't know yet, Bandit. Our spotters have placed a Kilrathi ace, Backtosh Redclaw, with the convoy. I can't say that word straight. He's a Kilrathi nobleman, and the deadliest shot in the entire Kilrathi, Backtosh Redclaw. Here's the scenario for this one. You'll first intercept a Dorkier class tanker at the jump point near Nav 1. Backtosh Redclaw is Dorkier. Blow her to bits and proceed to Nav 2. At that point, you should sight at least one Kilrathi troop transport. Those transports are your main objective. Now we're saying transport, and probably the best defended. Every time I complain about this game, it changes. You are to engage and destroy all Kilrathi. You watch yourself with Redclaw, Backtosh Redclaw, but concentrate your fire on the sports. Dismissed. Dear Chris Roberts, your abbreviation of the word transport in this game is wildly inconsistent.
Look, it's the galaxy.
What? Oh, galaxy.
The items in the background, such as the galaxies, are one of the things that do not appear if you don't have expanded memory.
Tell me, Bandit, you like gladiator movies? Ah, so the monkey boy can fight.
Actually, I keep wanting to read them like Lord John Warfin from Buckaroo Banzai because of the monkey boy.
Character is what you are in the dark. Oh, your wiring came down.
Yeah, I think I hit the transport. Oh.
Yeah, there's no raffle going on right now.
I just want to tell you both good luck.
Rock County. Actually, it's funny. I go upstairs and randomly tell two developers that it's always fun to see which ones know what I'm talking about and which ones don't. Yeah, you should have done Death Blossom.
Did. It didn't work out for me. So the reason I was trying to skip the escort screen, which they warned me not to do earlier, was because I believe this transport jumps out if you don't hit it quickly. But maybe I'll take out a couple of those points first this time
I should practice my Lord John Warfin voice. Said nobody ever.
No countermeasures in this.
Yeah.
Good, you're riding, you hogging all the fight, not letting your wing in.
Oh, right. I just forget. I know people.
Ah, so the monkey boy can fight.
That's how I imagine Dorkier sounds.
You think the Dorkier sounds threatening?
No. I think he sounds like Lord John Warfin from Buckaroo Banzai.
Should've gotten Wolf Knight too.
Problem is he's beat you 30 seconds behind. What ship is that?
It's the Dorkier. Can you tell by how dorky it was?
I was actually thinking I kind of liked it.
I like the early Kilrathi designs where it had all the rounded stuff. Mm-hmm. They lose a lot of that when they go to 3D models. But also, I've heard Chris say he does not like the the anime style. So.
Warfin is very dorkier. That was a catnip beer truck, Lando. Yes, there will be more raffles. We are not above buying your views. Actually, as I'm thinking about it, I don't know that I ever finished the first Wing Commander.
More like Backtosh Dead Claw.
Guys,
Come on, guys.
No, if we all pretend we didn't hear it, maybe he won't do it again. So everybody just pretend we didn't hear it. We are not above buying your views. Name of Disco Lando's sex tape.
Hey.
Yeah, as we're playing through this, I'm beginning to realize I don't think I ever finished Wing Commander because it hasn't been familiar for the last mission. I think we were halfway through about an hour ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think I ever finished the first Wing Commander. I played Wing Commander 3 was where I came in on the franchise. I owned Wing Commander 3. Actually, my friend who had a computer, I didn't even have a computer, he owned Wing Commander 3. And I bought Wing Commander 4 before I owned a computer that would play it. And then got a computer that would play Wing Commander 4. And then I went back and played Wing Commander 1 and 2. But it looks, I'm beginning to think I never finished the first Wing Commander. Because I'm out of familiarity now.
3 Dorkier.
Did you? Is that what he's gonna tell us?
I think so.
This is the best your ships look coming back. You got away pretty clean, sir. Looks like a different guy. Am I putting on weight?
Good landing, Bandit. How did things go out there?
How'd be a good place for it.
The tanker's been nailed, sir. She went up in a flash.
Good job. How did you fare against the troop carriers?
What are you looking at, dude?
We took out the first transport without too much problems.
And look at him. He's not looking at you. He's looking up.
The second one was tougher, but we got her too.
I knew that you boys could do it. That's damn good work.
See, now I'm looking at you, but what am I looking at?
No, because I'm over. No, this is correct.
Going
I'm
to
over
the log.
here. There's 2 people.
You
so
shoot
he's-
down back. But he looks straight forward the whole time. He's looking at his cards. He's reading off cards. According to your flight controller,
you wasted 11 of the fuzzballs, Bandit. And Knight took down 1.
Thanks for the help, Knight.
Major, stop by my office after your shift.
look, he's reading off cards.
Dismissed.
Every time he's about to start a new line, he looks off to the screen. He's reading off cards.
Bandit, come in. I need to speak with you.
Yes, sir.
We'll be leaving Dakota soon, and I need to make some personnel changes. Effective immediately following the jump, you'll be reassigned.
If it's scimitars, we're in trouble.
I want you in one of the new rapier class mediums, the Black Lion Squadron.
Now, if we're in a
Yes, sir. You won't be sorry.
we're in a war with cat people, why are we naming our squadrons after cats?
Shut up. That's why.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. See, he's being genuine here. He's not looking off at the cue card. That's all then. Major. Dismissed. See, he doesn't always look off camera. But in that last scene, he was totally reading off cards. For meritorious conduct, confronting the Kilrathi enemy. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. In the Dakota system, on or about 2654.131. Wait for it. The Terran Confederation is proud to present the Gold Star to Major Lesnick. I like how that's always in capitals. It's this one. What did he add?
He's added a little bar because they have two of them now.
Don't look off screen. You're not going to say anything more.
No, that was intentional because the pilots were sitting two in front of him, so it was the one on the side.
Always at the end, right before he had to start a new line.
I just think that is one of those Chris Robertsian details.
Filled with pride, you meet the applause of your fellows.
This is exactly what it sounds like in Super Wing. Their cutscene.
Human colony on the water planet. Hurricane. Port Headland. Something I missed it. After the Terran fleet has defeated the Kilrathi at Port Headland, Hurricane's planetary defenses head off in a last-ditch Kilrathi assault.
So the great victory there is that they blew up two Dralthi. We saved this game. We are now in the Kurosawa system. Basically, we're one mission away from the Rulari mission.
All you Wing Commander veterans are going through PTSD rule just about now.
You're saying your last name should have been Disappointment.
Or asshole.
In real life. No, not in the game.
Same. Let's play this mission, then we'll take a little break. We'll talk about ports, and then we will take the Kurosawa 2 challenge, and we can give away some stuff while we're talking about ports, I believe. So, Bandit, how's it going?
So we'll do a giveaway after this mission, guys.
So here we are in Kurosawa. Kilrathi call it Warakta, they say. Emperor's supposed to have several bases on around the fourth planet.
Did Shotgun just have a stroke?
So I guess you boys will be seeing some serious action soon.
What?
Still, we're not the first Terran ship here. I heard the Kilrathi in the system are already half beat.
Bandit, am I glad to see you, butthead? I'm going insane listening to Angel talk about fuel to acceleration ratios.
Again, she's right there.
What a nerd. Heard that we're about to raid some fuzzball bases. That'd be great. I haven't shot at anything in a week. I'm such a butthead.
Hello, Bandit. You have a moment now?
Every time. No, it's coming. Doesn't
The
matter.
Colonel has directed our crew chiefs to prepare our rapiers for battle. I had hoped we would have flown them more before now. C'est la vie. Should you get the chance, let me know how they fly. It is très important. Au revoir, Bandit.
Kurosawa system. All right, boys and girls, let's get to work. First, I want to congratulate all you for your efforts in Dakota. Our successes there were crucial to the recent developments in the war effort. The Kilrathi advance has been halted, and now the Confederation is on the defensive. Offensive. Now we're moving to the Kilrathi bases in the Kurosawa system. These bases are vital to Kilrathi command and communication in this sector. The Empire is currently trying to ferry troops and supplies to these bases. in a frantic attempt to defend them. I'm sending my best pilots, and you, and my best fighters to head off the I missed the word. I missed the words. Theta is especially vital, so I'm sending you, Bandit, with Bossman as your wing. Computer, display Theta wing. We've detected several Kirathi fighters circling near two nearby jump points. I'm getting tired. One Dorkir class transport has already jumped in here at Nav 1A. You'll intercept and destroy it, then move on to Nav 2, where another squadron of Kilrathi fighters awaits an incoming sport. When you've taken care of any sports that appear at Nav 2, return to the Tiger's Claw at Nav 1 in case there are any late arrivals or transports. Questions? Yes, Colonel. Do we have the intelligence regarding the contents of the sports? They're called transports. Only I can. Nothing definitive, Major. But that first Dorkir is especially well guarded. It must be something or someone. I turned away and I missed the words. Sorry, guys. Squadron dismissed. It's so inconsistent. Sometimes it's like... Sometimes it's like... Wait for it. Who knew that inside Ben Lesnick is a small Belgian woman? He thought we wouldn't
Seems
notice.
like the sort of thing I'd eat.
I'm not touching it. What happened on the Wing Commander stream? Ben admitted to eating a small Belgian woman.
You know who does eat a small Belgian woman?
No.
I mean, specifically that small Belgian woman is ultimately eaten by a giant space cat. Just... I know, spoiler. Oh, crud. Yeah,
so the monkey boy can fight!
By the way, that monkey boy can fight thing is when you get within 5,000 kilometers of the capital ship. I lost a laser cannon. One of my laser cannons was blown off in that collision. Yeah, the Reaper's a little bit too smooth. My capacitor just seems really low.
Well, that's why I picked it for our lovely layout.
Also, I like mass drivers. I know that on paper, neutrons are supposed to hit harder. They never feel like it.
Like a fire. The artwork does takeoff fire. It has to fire over bullets, right? So having it on the outside of the laser actually slows down itself.
Also, you do stupid stuff like afterburn without realizing how fast you are, and you ram right into a multi-butt.
They're different enough for each other. That was like that, actually.
Different strokes for different folks. Star Wars Card Trader tells me your white IMR2D2 card has been okay. Alright, what are we dealing with here? Can anybody identify those from a distance?
They look like boxes.
They're cranked. So you were close. Also note that my computer system is damaged. I can't have a lock.
What tells you that your computer system is damaged?
Well, I took a hit earlier. I can do a damage report, but
there.
The fact that I can't lock one to the enemy ships is telling me that. Turned into a missile right
Don't overthink it. Let the pilgrim flow.
There's one for the chalkboard.
I try to communicate and it's fuzzy sometimes. It's, the computer's so heavily damaged. My comm system's damaged rather. You see my my target tracks blink off on the radar occasionally. Well, it's a chance thing, so if you just keep trying to communicate, you'll eventually get it. Oh, boss man! You are being a dick.
I'm the boss man.
Boss man and I got a little too close. Alright. If I survive this, my fighter's gonna be all torn up when I land. Oh good, Jolly. Sorry, guys. It's the speed. I keep ramming the fibs.
We're not getting paid for this.
It's true.
No, we're salaried. We don't get extra pay for anything.
Oh yeah, I did not invent a Wing Commander live stream and then pay myself to go do it on the weekend.
Yeah.
This is purely out of love for it.
Yeah. This is our off time.
Looks like it got pretty hot out there.
Hey, stop telling me when to do the raffles, guys. All it's going to make me do is not like you. We do the raffles when it makes sense in the stream, guys. It's not about the raffles, it's about Wing Commander.
I shall feast on your offspring.
That was just like a really lame logo scene. And I knew it when I started, which is why I kept the volume down.
Come on, boss man. Just wait for
You're fine, McKetton. You get a little worked up sometimes, but you don't seem like you're a bad guy. Yes. Judge Toast is the law. I am the law.
Thanks, sponsor. How did they take out my right armor? Weird one.
Yeah, we'll do the raffle after this mission, guys. As I said earlier.
They love raffles.
Will there be another anniversary stream for Wing Commander 2 next year?
Heck yes. I wouldn't rule out an anniversary stream for the secret missions. How did I hit him from reverse also? Like, how did I butt ram?
I'm always mouthy. Don't need a drink to get mouthy. Yeah, I imagine we'll do one of these for all the Wing Commanders.
Well, we can do Secret Missions and Secret Missions 2 later this year if you're into it.
And then, you know, store them up on a special playlist for in perpetuity. So anyone can, you know, so anyone can come at this years later and watch Chris Roberts play Wing Commander for the first time in 25 years.
Well, that one we maybe can show on ATV.
Maybe we break that out and show it on ATV. Yay! When don't waffles sound great?
If you want to take some, I mean, if there's anybody who has questions about Wing Commander, I would be happy to answer them while I'm flying.
Yeah. Just remember, today's live stream is about the first Wing Commander.
I can answer questions about later Wing Commanders.
Now just keep it to this week. Today, he's talent. Yes, Chris stopped by. He was playing earlier. Let's make sure to include Ben schooling him. Of course.
No, I think we'll edit it so Chris wins that mission.
What'd you like more, Ben? Privateer 1 or Privateer 2?
Oh, that is a tough question. I think Privateer 1. Crumbs!
Crumbs.
All right. Wait.
Yeah? What?
Crumbs! The band said crumbs!
You have the missiles up the tailpipe of your ship.
You want to do the raffle while I play this mission, just so.
No, I think the raffle should be dependent on you beating this mission. There are no more raffles unless Ben completes this mission. So cheer him on, say your prayers, send your crumbs. Crumbs!
And be
Call
And be glad this isn't Kurosawa 2.
This is Kurosawa 1!
Yeah, I know. I said be glad it's not 2.
But Kurosawa 2 is an inevitable follow-up.
The answer to the question, how many plaid shirts does Ben own, is also the answer to how many shirts does Ben own. Oh, that's true. He also has Hawaiian shirts.
Back to the original question. I think for the original Privateer probably better. It was great to explore, the Wing Commander universe proper. Privateer 2 builds an amazing, cool world that I would love to see more of. But just the idea of stepping into the Wing Commander universe I knew was tops. Maybe I just should not afterburn. It's gonna stop me from ramming stuff.
Why did the Confederation switch from Bengal class carriers to the Concordia class, Ben?
Well, first of all, the Concordia class is actually the super cruiser seen in the movie. The big heavy. It looks like an Iowa class battleship, but in space. The TCS Concordia from Wing Commander 2, which is the third ship in the Wing Commander universe to be named Concordia, is actually it's a Confederation class. I don't think it's so much a matter of switching from one to the other. It's just they started building the Confederation class. The Confederation class is built around a huge gun, the Phase Transit Cannon, which you'll occasionally see it fire in Wing Commander 2. It plays no other role, which is developed from the CVAR weapon that they destroy in Secret Missions 1. So that technology did not exist until the Confederation captured it in 2655, and they designed a new class of carrier around it. I'm sure that through the end of the war, they probably built both ships, just different shipyards. Although I believe the Confederation handbook says that they are getting ready to retire the Bengal design like in the early 60s, so they may not have continued building Bengals through the end of the war. But if you read some of the novels, you see both ships. There's a Bengal, the TCS Wolfhound, that appears in End Run in '67. Just because the Tiger's Claw is gone, spoiler warning, doesn't mean that every ship of the class is gone.
Stop asking him questions. Let him focus. I played Freelancer. I enjoyed it very much, actually. I mean, I know all the, I know all the hubbub about it and whatnot, and everything that went down. But at the time, I wasn't aware of it. I just played it as it was. I enjoyed it for what it was. And for a while there, a couple buddies and I, we all had our copies of Freelancer, and we ran our own little microverse. It was a lot of fun.
No, that was mine. You jerk.
Where was this the last few times?
What's that?
Where was this the last few times?
No, there's still one more nav point. This is where I got stuck last time and the time before. I keep ramming these Jalthy. I'm going to try to play without afterburning. Oh, I have afterburning.
Shadow Viper, you only get me with that once. And at the end of a 24-hour live stream.
Oh, that was good.
What happened?
The 24-hour live stream for charity earlier this year. By about hour 23, it was so just absolutely burned. We were playing some Grand Theft Auto, and I was flying helicopter, I think it was, or playing something. Flying, and you're just like, tell us what to do, tell us what to do. We're just doing the things that chat tells us what to do.
You got out of
And Shadow Viper goes, hit Y, hit Y. And I just hit it, and I bailed out of the plane, just fell, and then exploded in a bag of blood in front of the Coliseum. It was a pretty good troll. It disrupted the stream for about 5 minutes. So Shadow Viper's in here right now going, hit Y, hit Y, hit Y. I remember you. You tasked me. All right.
Finally.
Looks like it got a little hot out there, sir.
It's actually my favorite voice to do.
Welcome back, Major. Let's have your report.
And then I'm going to tell you.
Yes, sir. We nailed the Dorkier at Nav 1A. We got another sport at Nav 2. We took out one more at Nav 1B on the way back in.
We've determined that the first Dorkier was the command staff ship, Bandit. Blasting that one should cripple their chain of command. Good job.
By the way, this reference right here goes on to move to the Wing Commander movie where there's a ComCon that's based on Dorkier.
You took out 13 fuzzballs, Bandit. How'd you do, boss man? Boss man got one. I'm the boss man. I'll go over your report in detail later.
Really sick of you guys right now.
That's all. Dismissed.
Okay.
Save the game.
Raffle time. What are we raffling, Ben?
Let's raffle a Super Hornet.
Oh, you waited for it. You suffered through. Kurosawa won 3 times. It's time to enter a raffle for a Super Hornet.
I'm going to take a short break, and then I will be back, and we're going to talk about ports of the original Wing Commander.
Cool. So, raffle's open, guys. Whoa, where's my button? There we go. Hello. What's going on? That's you. How you doing, chat? What you doing, Toast? What you doing, Toast?
Right now? Yeah. Waiting for the raffle result.
Gotcha.
How much time are we going to give him?
Until Ben comes back. That'll be at the end of our stream. Not right now. Right now it's a Super Hornet. But at the end of our stream, for those of you who make it to the end, signed, pristine copy, just opened today, Wing Commander. Signed on camera so you know it's authentic. But that's later. Right now you're entering a raffle for the Super Hornet. The Super Hornet. More super than a regular Hornet. And guys, you only need to enter once. MoveBot only counts the entry once. So entering more than once just fills up chat. That's my blue hair. I have blue hair. I have blue hair. Should move it to this one. That's the one we should move it to. Right there. Yes. Hi, Alexis.
Hello.
Look at your mountain of Wing Commander swag back there. That's the ATV desk, by the way, where we film ATV. Rumor has it that we might be changing up the ATV set for the next episode.
What?
Yeah. It all depends if I want to come in here tomorrow and do it or not. But yeah. If I decide to get up out of bed and come into work tomorrow, chances are the next episode of ATV and all future episodes of ATV after that will have a much different look. We'll see how that works. Lando looks like Shemp and Smurfette's love child. Yeah, I'll go with that. My hair is at this terrible. I'm growing the hair out, and it's at this terrible '90s boy band phase right now, where it just like comes to here, as I'm trying to grow it out. So, if I could pick any time to be on camera, it would not have been with hair at this point. That's why normally I wear a hat, because it's what you do when you're growing your hair out. You wear a hat during the stupid phase.
It's not even like the good boy band.
Nope. It's
like the worst boy band.
It's garbage hair right now. And I'd absolutely be wearing a hat right now, except somebody dared me to dye my hair for the stream. And I thought that was a good idea for like 2 seconds. 2 seconds long enough to say it out loud on camera. Yeah. And for people that are saying you should have dyed your beards, blue hair doesn't have a beard. So it doesn't make sense to have a blue beard. We're just like, this part doesn't, we're solidarity with blue hair. So got the blue hair.
He's been talking about his hair since he was around.
Well, obviously. All right, let's talk about. Did you start the raffle?
Yep, it's still going.
People are saying raffle over and over.
People are saying raffle.
So, Wing Commander 1 was an incredibly popular game, and it was ported to a whole variety of systems over the years. I thought I'd run through them quickly. So when Wing Commander was announced, it was also announced that it would. Where's my camera there?
Yeah, right here in the center.
You tilt it up a little bit.
Tilt it up.
Up, yeah. There we go. When they announced Wing Commander, they announced it would also be for the Amiga. Origin expected it would port. The Amiga was, the bigger audience in Europe. Origin expected they would do the Amiga port in-house. They ultimately decided it was not worth the effort, and they licensed the first licensing was to Mindscape to put out. Mindscape assigned the job of porting the entire Wing Commander 1 to a far, far less powerful computer. It had to run on the Amiga 500, which was far, far behind the 286. I'm sure some Amiga fans, people will yell at me. I have an Amiga at home. I love it. But objectively, it's not as powerful as a PC.
Had an Amiga.
Hey, Ricky, Forrest.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Oh, here's Ricky and Forrest.
Good to see you guys.
Hey guys.
Playing some old school.
Yeah.
Is that Wing Commander 1?
It's the original Wing Commander.
Why you playing through the whole thing?
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we're taking a break right now, going over the ports.
We met some Kilrath boss.
We have, yeah.
Oh, awesome.
We're taking a little break before Kurosawa 2, which is the hardest mission.
Yeah.
Most people
You
really
need a break over Kurosawa 1.
Yeah. Although arguably some of the losing path missions might be harder, but most people don't play those.
There is one mission in the Losing Path that just tortures you. You can't win it. You have to rescue a transport full of orphans, and it just explodes, even if you shoot down all the Garrity ships. It's in Hell's Kitchen.
And you still get yelled at.
Yeah.
So are you playing with the joystick?
Yeah. We are.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. Awesome stuff. Now you're strategizing before you kind of take.
So, all right, Ben, how many times have you beaten this next mission before?
I have beaten it maybe a dozen times, but I probably played it a couple hundred times.
Have you ever lost? Oh, well.
Oh yeah,
it's
a very hard mission.
I can divide.
Sometimes. I'm all about the colors right now in terms of the hair and stuff.
It's blue hair. It's the star of the game. It's blue hair.
Exactly. It's just the way forward. Steven, I mean, why do you not join in?
5 years. Give me 5 years. We'll do it. I'll do that on the 30.
Nice stuff.
So how do you play the game on the PC? Is it actually the CD or is it a
GOG?
Yeah, GOG.com. They've got they package it with a DOS emulator, so it just runs in a modern PC.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
What are you guys doing here?
Working probably.
Just going back to the UK.
I'm going back today.
Picking up his stuff.
So picking up my stuff. But I did a bit of work. Yes, Ben does point that out well. Just have so many things to catch up on. So much stuff to do at the moment.
Just checking emails real quick.
That's it. It's always nice to check the emails on Sunday. I always find that kind of helps. But today I'm gonna have to check it because it's Saturday and stuff. So I don't have preparation to do it for tomorrow because I'll be getting back quite late to the UK. So.
You coming back or? I mean, maybe eventually, but yeah. But I mean, you're going back for work.
Yes. There's a lot of kind of stuff that we need to work on in the UK. It's pretty damn exciting. So I'm sure Chris is obviously going to be giving you guys some insights and stuff. So.
Oh, we had him play. He played for the first time in 25 years.
Oh, nice. Did he match up to your expectations, though?
No, he died.
Took on a heavy fighter straight on. Didn't go well.
Awesome stuff. Well, we probably got to start to get going.
Yep.
Get my flight, but it was good to see you guys. And I think this, Jared, needs to stay. We need to keep that going. And Steve, 5 years? No. Just give it a month, and then you can pitch in with these guys as well. You too, Alexis.
Yeah, I'm joining them.
Okay,
well, we might do this again for the secret.
Take a piece of pizza if you want.
Oh yeah, some pizza.
Okay, it worked out.
I know he didn't tell you. I was telling him. He has manners. He has manners. I was telling him.
What's bad is we just went out to brunch, so.
Yeah, there you go. And I probably will take some pizza.
Yeah, do it, man.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see.
All right.
Take care, guys.
See you guys.
See ya.
Good luck, Ben.
Thanks, guys.
I know you'll get it.
So, Amiga 500.
Oh, so it had to port so it would run on the Amiga 500. Run in air quotes. They hired the best conversion man in the business, a guy named Nick Pelling in the UK. This guy was unquestionably the greatest Amiga porter there was. He was going to port it. They were going to have it out by early '91, and then he came down with viral encephalitis with like a very, very, very low chance of survival. And Nick said to his bosses at Mindscape, it's not fair for me to have this project give it to someone else, and they said, no, we're sticking with you if we have to delay the game. They delayed the game about a year and a half, and he recovered. He ported Wing Commander to the Amiga. It's a technically amazing port. It couldn't do 256 colors, so he came up with his dithering system where it looks so much cleaner than the EGA version of Wing Commander 1. And it's a great solid port for the Amiga. There's this is the Hit Squad, which was the UK budget version from a couple of years later of Wing Commander 1. He also ported it to the Amiga CD32, which was the Amiga CD32 was a console from Amiga, the very end of the Amiga lifespan. This was what was going to save Commodore. And it was your same generation as the 3DO or the Nintendo 64, a CD-based console. It was semi-popular in Europe. It was tested in a few areas in the U.S. Wing Commander was actually a launch title with a game called Mean Streets in some regions. That was the only way to get it. It didn't have its own commercial release. It's a great port. It's adapted for the controller, so there's a couple minor differences there because of that, and it has 256 colors. If you have an Amiga 4000 with a CD, you can patch it to run on that if you want a better quality graphics than Wing Commander. That was the first two ports. Mindscape also picked up the rights to what we saw earlier, which was, look, I've got a sealed copy too, Wing Commander for the Super Nintendo. This is one we talked about earlier that had crazy sensor cuts. The Super Nintendo is, if it's hard to port something to the Amiga, it is much, much, much harder to port it to the Super Nintendo. You had to have the entire game in something, a fraction of the size, fraction of the horsepower, but they did it. It was a team in the U.S., a guy named Henrik Markovian, I'm sorry if I'm butchering that, was in charge of that port. It was a full team of people who conducted it. A lot of people got their start in the Super Nintendo. This sold very well. If you look closely at the front of the box, it's actually a different painting of the Wing Commander art. It's not the traditional. It's this one Denis Loubet did. Actually, my wife was kind enough to get me a copy of a print of that from the original artist the other day. Thank you, wife.
You're welcome.
So it was heavily censored. No way to save your game. It had passwords. Very blocky. One of the bigger problems with it is they did not really change the balancing, so it's not easier. You still have to have as many hits to kill a ship. It plays similar. They try to make it play like the PC version. By the way, here's what a prototype of the Super Nintendo Wing Commander looks like. This is one of Mindscape's internal prototypes, showed up on eBay, and I eBayed it. Here is the Japanese release of that, which has another one. I referenced this earlier. It's another one of those cool bits of art based on the line art and claw marks that apparently fascinated the Japanese artists. He drew a Grotha and a Frothy exploding and a Drolthy. The cool thing about this is this version of claw marks. Tiny little booklet, but it is in full color, and it has all sorts of art that's nowhere else. It's got drawings of all the guns. It's got a full color map in the back. And here's a ridiculous one. Anime style portraits of all the characters in Wing Commander 1. You can download scans of all of those at wcnews.com. One thing I noticed when I was looking through this, I do not read Japanese, but I noticed there were more entries in the timeline than there were in the original claw marks. Mm-hmm. I paid someone to have them translated for me, and it's all these other events in the first 20 years of the war. Like Confederation tries to make peace with the Garrity, and it's very, very Japanese stuff. After translating them a couple years ago, I was invited to do the manual for a game called Wing Commander Arena, which was a Xbox Live top-down shooter.
So I did the Ultimate Wing Commander timeline with all the different sources, and I included the Japanese-only ones in there. I don't know if anyone ever noticed that.
Be careful, your hands are touching your hair.
Oh,
Your
okay.
fingers are turning blue.
That's okay.
But you'll get blue on the thing, is what I'm saying.
I've got a bunch of these.
Okay.
I will try to stop touching my hair, though. There was one other thing I wanted to show you about.
Hey, butthead.
The Maniac's Autobiography. I actually wrote a couple of chapters of that. One thing they did to save space, because again, it was like, a fifth or a sixth the amount of space you had to have the same game in, that instead of having the 6-shooter Jolthy, the ones that were just giving us so much trouble, they simply recolored the Salthy, so it's green. So when you get to a mission with a Jolthy in Wing Commander 1 Super Nintendo, you'll come across it's just a palette shifted Jolthy, which is fine. They have similar names. I guess it makes sense. It still had the 6 shooters, all the same stats.
Here's this one.
Which was fine until it came time for the box art to the secret missions. They did a standalone version of secret missions for Super Nintendo. And they said, draw a Hornet, paint a Hornet fighting a Jolthy to show how tough this version of the game is. And what the artist came back with was a Hornet fighting a green Salthy with lots of guns in front of it. I remember in middle school, I paid someone $5 for the free poster that came with this. My parents did not let me have game consoles when I was a kid.
What's this?
There you go. Wing Commander was also ported to the oft-forgotten Sega CD. This was a full speech port. They call you Hotshot in the dialogue. It's all the original 40 missions. This is the Mega CD version. That's the Japanese. Again, has a nice full color manual. This has a re-edit of claw marks. That's kind of has a couple more things in it. Chris Reid showed you the FM Towns version earlier. There's also a standalone secret missions for the FM Towns. And if you know what an FM Towns is and you have an FM Towns Marty, know the Wing Commander games do not work on it. Here is the Wing Commander port for DOS V, which is the Japanese language version of DOS. So this is the native Japanese Wing Commander. Now the strangest Wing Commander port of all, which we mentioned earlier, but I will talk about now, is something called Super Wing Commander. In 1993, Trip Hawkins, the man who founded Electronic Arts, said, I'm going to make the game console of the future. I'm going to make the thing that replaces the VCR. He left Electronic Arts, took his EA money, and he proceeded to create the 3DO. The idea was that the 3DO, it wasn't one game console, it was a console technology. Anyone could license this and make their own 3DO set-top box the same way you can have VCRs from different companies. And companies would make games for this, and there'd be interactive encyclopedia, all this multimedia stuff. You'd write VCDs. I mean, it was very prescient, but it was too early. That was one of the problems with it. The other problem was that it was too expensive. The initial consoles, they were from three different companies, and they were $700, $800 each at launch, which no one was going to pay for what they saw as a game machine. Trip and 3DO saw it as this is the future of entertainment. The public saw it as this is the same as a Nintendo. But owing to his connection to Electronic Arts, he was able to secure the promise from the folks at EA that they would do a whole swath of launch titles and ongoing support for it. In fact, if you look at the 3DO's catalog, it's EA games through its whole life cycle, even though that shouldn't be a thing. Origin for their part was assigned something called Super Wing Commander, which was going to be a graphically updated version of Wing Commander for the 3DO. The graphics are crazy. They redesigned every ship. The Drolthy, which you see in the box, looks similar. Nothing else does. They took 3D models from other Wing Commander games, the ones they used for Wing 2, for Armada, and so on, repurposed them, kit bashed them. I talked to one artist who said, he was the guy who worked on the Krant, he specifically said we were told not to look at the original model
I don't know why, but and you saw Paladin with his eye patch and Angel with her shaved head and all these crazy things. It has full speech, a separate speech recording session from the Sega CD version, and it's very stilted. The dialogue is not read well. There's pauses after every line. Yeah, it's about as good as Us. Because
and you got paid to do that.
Because you developed for a 3DO on a Power Mac, it was very easy to port to a Power Mac. So here's 3DO for the Macintosh, Super Wing Commander for the Macintosh. The thing I was most jealous of as a teenager was my friend with a Mac. Here's the Japanese version. Friend with a Mac who could play Super Wing Commander. I remember begging him to let me borrow the manual for an hour for between periods at school, and I would write out all the changes and notes from it because I was a dork.
Ben, Whiskey Omega wrote
Was?
to say that he's
yeah.
Ben, Whiskey Omega just wrote in to say he's been playing that version of it today.
As Chris Reid mentioned earlier, there's a separate expansion. It has Secret Missions 1, and then what the Wing Commander community calls Secret Missions 1.5. By the way, this is what 3DO boxes look like. If you have a 3DO, the best way to play this is with the, there is a Logitech? No, CH Products, Flight Stick for the 3DO. Makes it a much more pleasant experience, much more like the PC. And if you have a 3DO, obviously play this, see how weird it is, play the extra missions, see the cool cutscenes. But Wing Commander 3 for the 3DO, done in-house at Origin in 1994-95, it is to my mind, the single greatest console port of any game ever. Every other port of Wing Commander, they try to make it like the PC version, as close as possible. For that one, they went the other way. They made it an action experience, and they redid all the missions in Wing 3, and it turned out great. It plays smoothly. It's perfect for the console. If you ever get a chance, Wing Commander 3 for the 3DO is a really good experience. And the very last, or most recent port of Wing Commander 1, there could still be more, was in fact for the PlayStation Portable. Back in 2000 something or other, 7 or so, EA put out a collection called EA Replay. If you have a GameStop that still has PSP games, UMDs and such, it has Wing Commander and Secret Missions ported from the Super Nintendo versions, essentially emulated, although they forced a couple changes in there to the copyright section, removed all mention of Nintendo. That was the most recent port of the original Wing Commander, and hopefully there will be more. One I missed in there, Wing Commander for Windows 95 as part of the Garrity Saga package. We also mentioned that earlier.
Yes.
So those are all of our ports, and now you've seen them. And I've talked about them a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff over there.
All right.
If the blue on the blue die is a problem.
No.
All right, guys, we're closing the raffle. Closing the raffle. That's not a raffle, that's a poll. Closing the raffle. All right. Drawing a winner for the Super Hornet. The Super Hornet winner is Viaro, congratulations. You're the winner of the Super Hornet. Joined Twitch 2,038 days ago. Wow, he's a long-time Twitch user. So congratulations, Viaro. You're the winner of the Super Hornet. Please send a private message to the CIG Community Twitch account with the email address of your Star Citizen account. If you don't have a Star Citizen account for whatever reason, you can go to robertspaceindustriescom and register one, and then PM us and let us know what email account you used for your registration. Mm-hmm. So thanks for watching. You're the winner of a Super Hornet.
One other Wing Commander experience I will note, which I did not bring in, but if you love the aesthetic, the look of the ships in the original Wing Commander, check out Wing Commander Academy, the 1996 Universal TV show, cartoon, by the folks who did Exo Squad. It's almost the third season of Exo Squad, if you love Exo Squad. It's set on the Tiger's Claw. It's actually, the first episode is before Wing Commander 1. The other episodes are
various points in the timeline right around Wing Commander 1. Set in the Tiger's Claw in 2654. There's some really good episodes. It is worth your time. I would love to do like a long commentary at some point if we can work that out. Great show. Let's.
It's going to force me to watch it.
No, it's a good one.
No, I can't do the stream without you. I need you here. You'll have to watch the entire series.
13 episodes. 9 of them amazing.
Alright, so let's go back to the game. Alright, we just completed Kurosawa 1. So, Ben, how many times are we going to play Kurosawa 2?
Well, here's the thing.
Lots.
Probably lots. If we do it in one, I'm going to give away my personal Endeavor science ship. If it takes more than one, you could. I don't know why I'm setting you guys up to hate me.
I don't know why you're doing it either.
Okay,
There's no
so
way you're doing this.
If there's a miracle, somebody's going to get my Endeavor.
All right, so
I'm going to try my hardest.
Ben's going to try to do the hardest mission in the game in one shot. So Peanut Gallery is going to be silent. I'm not going to say anything. He's not going to talk, do trivia throughout the whole thing. We're going to give him his best shot at doing the hardest mission in one. And if he does it, we are going to raffle away an Endeavor.
But I will also note that let me explain why it's the hardest mission. Which in a normal, escort missions are the hardest thing in the game, as you've already seen. I had to do that Drayman mission again, and so on. Saving somebody else's ship is much harder than killing things on your own. Because if you get in a furball, you can always afterburn away, recharge, come back and fight. Escort missions a little different. You have to do things quickly. One game balance thing in this is that a Terran ship maybe has, say, 1,000 hit points. I'm making these numbers up, but they're exemplary. So a Terran destroyer might have 1,000 hit points because you have to protect it, and it's very hard. A Kilrathi destroyer has maybe 200 hit points because it's your job to blow it up, and they don't want to make it too hard. The problem with this mission is that you are supposed to save a captured Kilrathi capital ship, but they did not change the number of hit points. So it dies very, 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 very quickly. I will caution right now, it may die too quickly depending on the emulator. If that's the case, we'll just go to the Rostov system and play that way. But I would like to at least try a couple times to beat this one, see what we can do.
Would you call this a great Bendeavor?
Yes. Yes, I would. There's some debate as to whether or not this is the hardest mission in Wing Commander history. The other option is the last mission of Special Operations 1, the mission pack for Wing Commander 2, the first mission pack for Wing Commander 2. I tend to lean towards Wing Commander 2 as the harder, the Special Operations is the harder one. But let's see what happens. Should I move this?
Yeah, I think we have to talk to Shot Glass and all that stuff.
Yes, let's talk to Shot Glass.
Take a load off, Bandit. I've got good news. We just got a report from the Siege Force over Kurosawa 4.
The CSS Suffolk just torched a Kilrathi communication station. By the way, only time they use CSS for Federation ship ever. It's TCS everywhere else. That should keep those Kilrathi jerks in the dark for a while. I'll let you know if I hear anything else. See ya, Bandit. Those Kilrathi jerks. Konnichiwa, Bandit-san. Do you have time to share? I am inspired by the reports of our successes. We are doing well. Still, I am sure that there are many battles left to be fought. The Kilrathi will not be vanquished until they are beaten on their own territory. Beware a desperate enemy, Bandit. They will stop at nothing to defeat you. Until we meet again. Thank you, friend, for warning me about desperate enemies. That was a nice, casual conversation.
Good day, Bandit. Heard you're flying a Rapier these days. Is it really as quick as everyone says? I've got to see it in action. I just got back from the patrol out near Kurosawa 4. That was a nightmare. Me and Lightning were jumped by a couple of wings of Gratha. Who's Lightning? They just add a new character? We managed to take out 5 of them before they got Lightning. Who's Lightning?
There are 104 fighters on this carrier.
But if we'd had those rapiers, I bet that we'd never have taken a hit. Oh, so now it's our fault because we were hogging the rapiers? They're good ships. You're lucky to get one to fly. He is totally blaming us for the death of Lightning.
So the background characters, Lightning, Redbird, all the others, the guys they show up more on the losing path. You don't ever see them. They just get mentioned a lot. Now Lightning is dead.
And it's our Knight totally blames us because we're hogging the rapier.
I say this right. Yes.
It's already too late for Dibbles and Tuner.
Yeah.
Okay, boys and girls, we've been at this. Less than 4 hours ago, we received a Code Blue transmission. It seems our boys captured a R'hllari-class destroyer in the Port Headland system. Sector Command wants to use this ship in our siege here at Kurosawa. I've given my assurances that we'll bring her in intact. I'm sending a wing to rendezvous with the R'hllari and escort it to the Claw. Bossman and Bandit, this one's yours. Bandit will fly lead.
Understood, Colonel.
Here's the scenario. Computer, display Omicron. The R'hllari entered the system at the jump point near Nav 1. There's an asteroid belt along the way. Keep your eyes peeled for trouble. Once you've arrived at the rendezvous point, you'll escort the destroyer back here. On another note, our sensors show a Kilrathi force approaching at high speed. They must have been sent to prevent us from getting the R'hllari. Expect a tough fight. That's all, gentlemen. I'm not even going to ask for questions.
Alright, let's do this thing.
Right, no peanut gallery comments.
They're allowed to
Quiet.
comment.
No, I mean me. I'm the peanut
Oh,
gallery.
really? Okay.
You can't read what they're saying anyway.
No, I can't.
No. Give them their best chance for a Bendever. If he makes it in one, we'll give away a Bendever.
Start with some rock cats. This is not the hard part, by the way. We can talk at this part.
Areas predicting that you'll beat it in one and then crash and landing. Is it less hard if you remember to use your wing?
No, not really. You have to very quickly get the it's three or four Grotha. You have to get them off the R'hllari very, very quickly.
If you get lucky, your wingman might take one, but not often because of how hard it is to crack a grotha.
It's one where I consider like ramming 2 or 3 times to improve my chances.
Yeah. And thank you, mission designer, for putting those Garrity in the asteroid field in the way there, because that's always going through that over and over again. It's fun. Look, I blew up an asteroid. Wait a minute. Okay, I got through the grotha.
That is it, isn't it?
That is it. Holy cow. Wait, let's not celebrate until I'm landed and the girl tells me it made it home safe.
Hey, if I move the mouse, I still affect you, right?
Yeah.
So this, if I move the mouse like this?
Oh, too late. Okay, there could still be some terrible error.
Nice hole in the side of your ship there. Looks like it got a little hot out there, sir. I'm gonna say that every single day when he comes into work for like a week. All right.
Wow. This night just got like 3 hours shorter.
All right, guys.
Capture Polaris pulled into formation with the claw. Good job. Oh my god.
All right, we're starting the raffle. Raffle is open. This will be a quick one.
You guys get it. You got my personal endeavor. The one they give me for working on it.
Yeah. Slow mode's on, so save your entry for your raffle right now. I will give slow mode allows you 1 post in a minute, so I will give you 2 minutes for you and your gallant crew. So short-term raffle. Only if you're here, you were paying attention, you watched Ben do it in 1. You get Ben's personal endeavor,
which we will not be able to attribute until Tuesday because there's no SKU for it yet. But
yes.
We will get it to you.
I commend you on bringing back the Rolari. Dismissed.
And I got a medal for it. This is the most deserved medal ever.
It was a pretty solid run, dude.
That was pretty good. I can't really believe that happened.
Meritorious.
I was taunting and switching targets. And
Yeah. The comments were like, Ben is so focused.
Okay, about 40 seconds left in the raffle. Get your raffle in.
On or about.
It just happened. How do you not know when it happened?
people were texting me about what great flying that was. That's awesome. Your boy finally did good.
25 seconds. Get your entries in.
More than a silver star, but you'll take it, right?
Major Lesnick.
Which one was this? Was it a bar?
It was a silver. It was a bar for the silver.
All right. Closing up the raffle. Raffle is closed, guys.
Good job, Bandit. Congratulations.
Now this war is not over. We have 5 more missions. At least one of them will be pretty tough. But yeah, that.
Filled with pride, you meet the applause of your fellows.
Everybody, applause to the fellows.
Thank you.
Applause to the fellows.
How about a celebratory drink of some?
Yep. All right.
Pepsi Limon.
The winner of a brand new Bendever.
Look at this oil further.
Yep. And technically, since none of them have been attributed, this will be the first.
No, we gave out the first one in ATV. This is the third. We've given out 2 Endeavors so far. Yeah.
When did we give out Endeavor?
Well, we promised the first one for the social best social.
Oh, that's right. But we haven't picked one yet, so they haven't awarded it yet.
They still get the first one. This is my one. It's different.
That's true. This is Ben's one. The winner is Arcanus Imperium. Arcanus Imperium, congratulations. You're the winner of the Bendever. So, you joined Twitch 22 days ago. So, Arcanus, send a private message to CIG community on Twitch with your email address assigned to your Star Citizen account. If you don't have a Star Citizen account for any reason, you can go to robertspaceindustriescom, register for an account, and then send us that email associated with it, and we'll assign you your Bendever sometime next week. Congratulations. To everybody else, crumbs!
Good morning, Major. How's tricks? Have you seen the news trids?
Wait, have you been turning tricks? Is that what you just said?
He said how's tricks. Also trids. What's the news trids?
Oh.
Mostly reruns last I saw. I mean, can't we ever get any new shows? What happened to the Confederate News Network? It's getting harder to know what's going on before everyone else does around here. After all, I've got a reputation as an omniscient bartender to uphold.
Major. I'm looks like you've got the hairballs on the run. But I won't sleep well until they're out of the sector. Still, I'd like to get my hands on one of them. Face to face. To answer for what they did to my family on Vega 7.
Oh, why didn't they teach us Roman numerals in school?
That's because they stopped using they stopped with 6 and 7 was called generations. I never learned Roman numerals past 6.
By the way, there is one of these interstitials in Secret Missions 2 with Iceman that I tear up every time. Some of these have some power to them, where he talks about his daughter being rescued from a Kilrathi slave ship and she can't really speak or eat anymore, but it's like they figure out how to do some powerful writing with just this within the year when they do Secret Missions 2. Hunter, say that, mate. Go a minute. Again, please do not let Sandy see this. I've had a chat with the Colonel. He says we'll be flying together soon. Let me give you a few notes on my style before we launch.
Right off. I'm not as crazy as some people say. I've just got my own ways. Long as we take a crack at any fireballs we see, I'll be happy. Also, it never hurts to check out every angle, even when it means going against the plan. After all, you just might find something you'd miss otherwise. Alright, I saved it already, so let's finish off the Kurosawa series. I believe I'm rescuing an Exeter in this one.
Alright, people. We've received a tight band transmission from the Formidable, an Exeter-class destroyer. She's just come from a scrape, and she's in rough shape. Your mission will be to rendezvous with her and guard her against further attack. Hunter and Waxman, you get the duty. Hunter will fly lead.
Excuse me, sir? I served in the Formidable back at the Academy. If possible, I'd like this mission.
Also, I just did Kurosawa 2 in one shot.
Very well, Bandit. You and Bossman get the nod. Bandit will take the lead.
Thank you, sir.
Way to abuse your authority.
Here's the flight plan. Computer, display Chi.
Yeah, thanks me for volunteering for another escort.
You are to proceed directly to the Formidable, which jumped in at Nav 1. The destroyers reported a minefield between Nav 1 and the Claw. Once you arrive at the rendezvous point, you'll escort the destroyer back here. You should return via Nav 2 and avoid the minefield entirely. Be on guard. The Kilrathi would love to take out an Exeter-class ship.
I'm just not even asking for questions anymore. This game is trolling me completely. Hey, you never gives people enough time to ask questions. Now he's giving them time to ask questions. Now he's giving them time to ask questions. Now he's not asking for questions at all.
Thank you. This really is the greatest achievement of my life. And it's sad how close to real that was. There's a bunch of something over there. Yeah, whatever. There's Drothy. It's Drothy, man. Easy as eating pancakes. Oh, there's the Formidable. Hello, Formidable. You've taken a couple hits. For not to have had that happen. You drinking more Pepsi Lemon?
No, just Pepsi.
Ah, okay.
I don't even know where the Pepsi Lemon is.
I have distilled.
Yes. Good job.
Why is it taking forever to crack this grant? At this rate, I might replay this mission.
I can't believe.
It's not butter.
Can't believe it's not butter. No, there's no more Pepsi Lehman. Toast threw it out. It was eating through the bottle.
I have to redo this one. I have to redo this one not because the ship blew up, but because the ship blew up, but not because it was destroyed by the grants. I flew outside the radius and caused it to explode. This is something that will happen with the original Wing Commander. If you fly too far outside the radius, mission radius, occasionally the ships will blow up.
You don't have to fly it again, right? You're in Denis now. One way or the other, it's just...
I gotta save my ship I was out on the Academy.
Okay.
It's the ship he was on the planet. You wouldn't know anything about that. You betrayed the Federation. What kind of pizza did we have? We had those, it was from Pizza Hut. It was the cheesy garlic knot crust pizza.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I had 2 slices of it.
I had like 5.
We should see if there are any people doing real work upstairs, and if so, they should get the rest of the pizza.
This is actually my first experience with Wing Commander. It's a lot of fun watching you play.
Thank you.
Said no one?
Oh.
No.
After.
That was said by Norther Winslow.
Thank you, Norther Winslow. It's very kind of you to say. I am having a pretty good time. A great time now. Okay, there's the Formidable. We'll now run headlong into it. Which then actually happened. I was waiting to get the connection thing. I guess I didn't need to.
So hyped for Squadron 42 after watching this. Dude, I've been on a steady hype for Squadron 42 since I got here. How you doing back there, Alexa? Good job.
That's all I can say.
Just hit a cramp with a dumbfire missile. Its feet in and of itself.
He pulled like right up to its underside, then hit the brakes. Yes, Squadron 42 will have at least 256 colors.
Not all at once, though.
Somebody just realized that if you decided to star in a sequel to Bad Meat, we call it Bad Meat Loaf. Bad Meat Loaf. Good one, Spork.
There's one current running away.
Also, if cats are your mortal enemies, you named a ship Tiger's Claw? The weapon of your enemies?
Mm-hmm. And it's a Bengal class carrier. Don't forget that.
There's some collusion going on or something. You got away pretty clean, sir. That guy skipped leg day. Good to have you back. What's the status of the destroyer?
She's been put into tow and is powering down for repairs. No damage.
Good. You've earned us one more ship we have to use against the hairballs. Is it furballs or hairballs? Make up your mind. Both of you are doing a fine job. Let's review your performance. Bandit, you did everything. Congratulations. Boss man, you ripped one.
Bossman's call sign was actually Ripper.
Why don't you go and see Commander Della Guardia? Wait, Commander Della Guardia? Della Guardia? She's already asked to meet her escort. Della Guardia. Della Guardia. Dismissed.
Meanwhile,
primitive alien village, Rostov system.
The Rostov system we did not have to visit because I beat the Orion.
As the Kilrathi fleet flees Rostov before the advancing human warships, a handful of Kilrathi Marines are stranded on Rostov's jungle world. Well, the primitives poked them in the ass with a stick, apparently. Where they are captured by the native sentients, the Mopox. Is there ever a pilot in any of the Wing Commanders that's a Mopoc?
There's not. So, Bandit, here we are in the Venice system in the heart of Kilrathi space. About a mile from here. Of course, the hairballs have their own name for it. Karaktar, I think. Its habitable planet is a water world, like Port Headlands.
There's character.
We call Venice because of the ancient ruins on it sinking into the ocean. But the Killy Cats aren't supposed to like the water. So they put their base in the system in an orbital station. Tactical thinks if we find that station and take it out, we'll take out the brains of the Kilrathi operations in the whole sector.
Character sounds like a Kilrathi clearing his throat.
I had a run-in with Kaja a while back. He's the coldest furball I've ever seen. I was flying with Dragon out of Yellow Jacket Squadron. We ran into Kaja the Fang while we were flying Watchdog on a tanker. We shot his wingman to bits and put his own shields and lasers out. But he still keeps coming. We're tight on his tail, but he holds his course and fires off a missile. One shot right up the tanker's tailpipe and she blows up big as day. And while Dragon and me were dodging their debris, that hairy bastard makes his escape.
What accent is that? People are saying.
I don't know. Here, you do Hunter.
It does it Australian, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't think of an Australian accent right now. Just moved over to the black. Wow, I'm completely unable to do an Australian accent because Sandy might watch this at some point.
You made that joke.
Why can't I do it real quick?
I can't do an accent.
You've been doing an Australian accent.
Laser would.
That's no knife.
We've gotten tired to the point that we can't do an Australian accent.
Yeah, what I keep coming up is like Cockney. That didn't work. Although it does kind of look like Cockney. It does kind of look Cockney. Check the leaderboards.
Oh yeah, you're a Cockney.
What are you, Australian? Good day, mate.
Yeah.
Major lead.
You guys have watched me kill 102 Kilrathi so far. 14 missions. Which means we're 4 away from the end of the game.
Good eye, mate. Now I get weird. I've done an Australian accent before. I have like them.
Good eye, mate. It's me, the crocodile hunter.
That's no knife. I keep going Cockney. I'm like stuck. There's like some weird thing. I keep trying to go Cockney. All right, boys and girls, welcome to Venice. Confederate Sector Command believes this system is vital to the Kilrathi. Some intelligence reports indicate the Kilrathi High Command may be located in a starbase somewhere in this system. If that is the case, we need to find it as quickly as possible. We'll immediately commence an intensive schedule of recon patrols to identify all vessels and large objects in the system. Bandit, you'll lead Epsilon Wing. I'm putting Hunter with you.
Glad to be on your wing, mate.
Here's your route, gentlemen. Computer, display Epsilon.
By the way, Hunter is the main character in Freedom Flight.
You'll fly a 4-point patrol. At the first nav point, you'll fly by one of your own Exeters. From there on out, though, you'll be into unknown territory. Now, there's a lot of debris floating around out there, and we believe that a lot of it is going to be Kilrathi mines. You'll be flying near debris at navs 1, 2, and 3, so be careful. And I want to report on the locations of any minefields you encounter. Any questions, Bandit? Hunter?
What kind of enemy ships do you expect us to encounter?
I'm the only one with eyes. Since this is a major Kilrathi-based system, we expect a strong enemy presence. You can meet almost anything out there.
When we spot them, Colonel, do we mix it up?
Bandit will have to make that call, but I'd recommend engaging anything up to a Relari. Now, if there aren't any questions... Alright then, squadron dismissed. There were just several questions. What's Freedom Flight? Freedom Flight is the first of the Wing Commander novels.
Yes.
One of the things here,
I've got the soundtrack CD. All right, let's do this patrol. Well, here's an Exeter with some rapiers escorting it. Hello. See, this is Chris Roberts' immersion right here. There's absolutely no reason for this to be here other than to let me know that there is a larger Wing Commander world out there. It's a flyby that I can't engage. There's no Kilrathi, I'm not having a battle. There's just another human ship with escort fighters. It's getting across in the mission that I'm traveling into unknown territory now. I'm going past the last outpost. Whoa, 9 cats.
Maybe the Kilrathi are so angry with us because we keep naming all our crap after cats. Like, that's our stick. We're the cat people. You are not cat people.
Well, I'm sure the Kilrathi who are live streaming Kilrathi Commander are like, do humans have stuff that looks like us? Is that why they keep saying that? And they're like, yeah, I read in the manual that they're human creatures on Earth. Oh my god, I swore on the stream, I'm sorry.
Too many rocks.
Too many rocks.
Too many rocks.
By the way, I'm glad that Chris Roberts confirmed that the ones that kind of randomly pop out of nowhere and hit you are intentional. Also, Chris Roberts is a jerk.
Yeah, no, he sat here and goes, what really sucks is when they just pop out of nowhere and get you.
Which, by the way, just happened.
I've had that happen a lot.
What have we here? White Rillari.
These encounters are...
Raja the Fang.
Are randomized?
Nope, these are all scripted.
So when you say what have we here, you actually know what's coming?
Yes, I do know all the mission paths.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely never finished. I don't remember anything about Kurosawa 1 or 2. I stopped before that.
I honestly think Krant are my least favorite ones to face off against. They're just tough. They're good all around. And they take a lot of damage. That one especially took a lot of damage. Oh wait, was that Kaja? Did I kill Kaja just then?
Oh, that was worth it. I'm sure Ben was happy to trade an Endeavor for getting that in one.
Yeah, that was it. Buy my own Endeavor.
Hey, is Friday payday?
Yep.
Yeah.
Lower work, but it's still nice to get paid.
Mm-hmm. You know, when Joe Garrity was showing off Hobbs' fight suit, the thing I could think was, that would fit me. I go like, that would fit me.
But I have no idea why Joe Garrity did not show this off, but he also has Hobbs.
Is Hobbs' fight suit and Hobbs?
Yes.
Well, he showed off the Kilrathi leader,
Prince.
though. Prince, yeah. Prince Thraka?
Thraka, yep.
Thraka?
He's not Crown Prince at this point yet. His father, Prince Gilkard, is, at this time in the Wing Commander timeline, is the Prince. That will change after Secret Missions 1.
Yeah, no, we don't play for Lando ships. He's the director of community engagement, online strategy, and spaceships. I'm a community manager. I can't afford to give away my ships.
There's Kaja. Oh, look, another wave. Great. Oh, and it's Grotha. Great.
There's Grotha. No, ship sales do not coincide with CIG paydays. Or CGI paydays, as you type. I just tried to drink it with nothing in it. No. It's only when Ben says it, not when you guys say it. That's only because it might be my favorite character name in existence.
What, Carl Lafon?
Carl Lafon! I've seen my mouth.
Oh! Crumbs. Do that one again, I'm sorry.
Ansler, which I'm guessing is Chris Ansler. Yes, but I need dialogue for it. Like, I need a script. Some voices require specific dialogue because there are some characters would only say certain things, so you kind of link it to the dialogue. But yeah, I've done that one before.
Any questions out there I can answer while I try this mission again?
They're just asking me to do voices.
Oh.
I'm not doing voices. I'm not your monkey. Can we get an 8-bit Star Citizen minigame? Well, you might want to check out Hyper Vanguard Force.
Yes, we literally already have it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, can you find a link for Hyper Vanguard Force and put it in chat here?
Will do.
Hey, somebody find a link for Hyper Vanguard Force and put it in chat.
I believe it's Hyper Vanguard Force 4?
Hyper Vanguard Force 4. Although there isn't a 1, 2, or 3. Don't go looking for those. There it is. Thank you, Celestian Kataria? There's a lot of vowels in that name. There's many links. Many links to Hyper Vanguard Force. How much do we hate Freddie Prinze Jr.'s voice in the Wing Commander movie? I don't hate Freddie Prinze Jr.'s voice at all.
Freddie Prinze Jr. is actually he's a really stand-up guy. He also does the voice on Star Wars Rebels. And he does a great job with that.
Yeah, we're big fans of Freddie Prinze Jr. here.
He's not in Squadron 42.
No, he's not in Squadron 42. Don't start that rumor. He's not in it. Too busy making Star Wars, probably.
Yeah, we get that a lot.
Hey Alexis, someone's asking for a Hyper Vanguard Force arcade game flare in the hangar. No, they can't hear you at all. You'd be really excited if you could have heard what you said. We answered this earlier, but of all the Wing Commander ports, which is your favorite, Ben?
Favorite? That's a good question. Well, Wing Commander 3 for 3DO, I would say, absolutely. I think that is the single best port ever. I'm counting like all game development and any after the fact PC to console port. That people should study that when they're designing stuff.
We have 3 more missions after this?
Yep.
3 more missions. And at the end of the stream, for those of you who stick it out with us, a signed copy of Wing Commander. Perfectly pristine box. It was just opened earlier on the live stream so that Chris could sign it. So, you can re-shrink wrap it when you get it if you want.
Of course, then how did you sign it?
Well, no, you shrink wrap it to preserve it. Not to try to fool people.
Watch it, bucko.
Alright, that's twice now. What's your favorite mission?
Favorite mission? There's a mission in Secret Missions 2 where the Colonel warns you not to return to the nav point after you are first there. And if you do, you find there's 3 Frothy and like 20 escort fighters. And it's just this incredible challenge. I love that mission.
Yeah, I said the port of the original Wing Commander. He's the one that went with 3. What's your favorite port of the original Wing Commander?
Can I say Secret Missions for the SNES? That's a pretty good one because they actually changed they actually mess around with hit points and everything so that is more of an arcade experience. I forgot to mention earlier that the Super Nintendo versions actually do add some stuff. There's a cool Mode 7 like takeoff scene where your fighter kind of like goes down the tiger's claw, sort of Star Fox style. I gotta tell you, things are not going well in this mission.
You do worse the more you talk.
Yeah.
I'm in real life.
Hunter is dead. I have no armor. I'm getting the eject warning. Hunter has died. So, chat, do I continue without Hunter or not?
Isn't that supposed to be part of the experience that happened?
Yeah, I should go on, I guess.
Means 2 or 3 more missions in Denis solo, except for the one where you meet up with the Legos fighters. That's not solo.
We going on without Hunter? Yes, yep. They caught up, yep.
Okay.
Sorry, Hunter.
Well, we have yet to see a funeral or eject scene. Wait, no, we saw
Chris's.
We haven't seen a wingman's funeral.
Good to see you made it back alive, sir. There seems to be a poop smear on the side of your ship.
An accident. That's what's left of Hunter.
Permadeath.
Welcome back, Bandit. Did you hit all your nav points?
That's the first thing out of your mouth?
Yes, sir. All 4. Running anything unusual out there? Well, I lost a wingman. That's kind of unusual. That never happened before. Oh, I heard it. He was in the system. How'd you do against him? I did okay. Hunter not so much. You know he's not here, right? Excellent job. Congratulations, Bandit. Alright then, let's go over the numbers. Oh, please. You scragged 9 of the Kilrathi fighters, Bandit. And Hunter did in 2 himself. Good job, Hunter. And the flea bags took out Hunter.
Conversation totally dynamic.
Dismissed.
They're always to have these options.
How are they hearing you?
Mike, how do any astronauts hear each other?
He was the maverick of the tears. See, they're all saying this guy's cold.
The record won't be the same without you, Hunter. Goodbye. Canonically, by the way, Hunter lives all the way to 2668, where he dies in the novel Fleet Action. That's the third Wing Commander novel. And it's the favorite of many, many people.
Fleet Action is which one? The Huckaby carrier?
Yeah, the Huckaby carrier.
Hey, so they're realizing that we let the Australian guy die, so we didn't have to keep doing his voice. For meritorious conduct in confronting the Kilrath the enemy. Wait for it. In the Venice system, honor of I can't even do it anymore. How many Wing Commander novels are there?
Freedom Flight, End Run, the original band set. Freedom Flight, End Run, Fleet Action, Wing Commander 3, Wing Commander 4, Action Stations, False Colors. So seven from the original Bane package. Then there was the Wing Commander movie adaptation by Peter Tellep, movie sequel called Pilgrim Stars. They released online only through WCNews.com through no small effort of myself trying to work out the legal rights sequel to that. Because they originally commissioned 3 novels. He wrote all 3, and they only published 2. So 7 original, 3 movie novels. There's also stuff like the Wing Commander 1 and 2 guide. It's written in first person as a narrative. There's a young adult version of the movie novelization. One thing I would love to see is some publisher get the rights to do more Wing Commander books. You could do even in like some other country that loves Wing Commander more than the U.S. does. You could bring the series back as novels. Hey, Ben, did I hear you ran into Kadra the Fang out there yesterday? Colonel says you did him in. Man, that hairball's needed killing since I was a rookie. One of the pilots from Killer Bee Squadron was in earlier. My old squadron. Said that one Barack Starkiller would be coming to Venice soon because I missed him before. Thought you might like to know so you could keep an eye out.
The boss man here might like to come in a big ship from behind. But I like to approach the big ones from the side. You know what I mean? From the side, they've all got their missiles to the front. And most of their guns to the front and the back. True enough. If you come in from the side, you'll have time to get in close. Then you can really let that sucker have it. Ain't that right, butthead? You didn't think I was going to get through without a butthead, did you? Bandit, have a seat. Lieutenant Marshall and I were just discussing tactics. We're likely to be coming up against an increasing number of big ships. It is important to know how to approach them. When attempting to destroy a large ship such as a Frothy, I prefer to attack from the rear. Wow. Large vessel's armor is always weakest around the edge. Well, it's funny because when I first started doing this, I considered giving him a George Takei voice, not knowing that was coming. This will be on the internet for perpetuity. And you've heard that as well, Lieutenant. Though I see no reason to believe Kilrathi captains are so cowardly.
Oh my. Although I have no reason to believe that Kirathi captains are so cowardly.
Alright guys, 3 missions left.
After extensive reconnaissance of this section of the Venice system, our patrols have located and identified a number of Kirathi vessels. In our next several missions, we'll be engaging and destroying these ships. Our fighters will be working with fighters from the carrier Kyoto, which has recently joined us in the Venice system. Bandit, you're first up with New Wing. You'll be going after a Frothy with a couple of Kyoto's fighters. Computer, display new. You'll rendezvous with 2 Rapiers, Foxtrot Wing and the Kyoto from here. From this point, you'll proceed to Nav 1. Skirting the edge of an asteroid field. Then you'll head on to Nav 2, the last reported position of the Frothy. She can't be far from this point, and she's an awfully big bogey. You shouldn't have any trouble finding her. Questions?
Do we know what sort of fighter escort the Frothy has with her?
She'll be well guarded. Tactical says to look for Grotha on wide patrol. And either a Salthy or a Krant flying close escort. Anyone else? Not doing it anymore. Not yet, Keen. It's just not often he's the one shaking his head. That's what happens as the day goes on. He's the one who starts shaking his head, not me. Squadron dismissed. Three missions left, guys.
Now I will reveal a secret, which is that you can actually eject from all 3 of these first missions and still win the series. But I really feel like we have to win them anyway.
Oh, at this point, yeah, this is going on the internet for
Yeah,
perpetuity. This will be the Wing Commander playthrough that people on the internet look at for till the end of time. I mean, it actually has Chris Roberts playing Wing Commander at one point. Can't cheat now. I think we colored our hair blue.
Here's the worst part. If you eject, the first time you eject, you get a medal. There's a special medal for ejecting.
Special ejection medal. He didn't crash. He got shut down. We're not doing secret missions today.
But we are going to look up when it was released and maybe do a live stream then. Actually, Chris Reid, if you're in the chat, you can probably tell folks there. And we'll see if that's a good day for another live stream.
Fun fact, this is the first time I've ever seen Wing Commander gameplay. Good.
Where did the Rapiers go? I don't care.
That asteroid was like following you. You were doing the asteroid was like, I'm coming for you. It's a little warm in here. I turned the AC on. I turned it down pretty low, but December 4th for secret missions.
You could probably pull that off.
Maybe.
What day of the week is it?
What day of the week is December 4th? December 4th is Friday.
Oh, we could do it on a Saturday.
Turn up the graphics.
Computer says hit. Or computer system hit. December 5th? Could make that happen, probably. Secret missions. How many secret missions are there?
There are 16 secret missions.
So it's like a whole other game.
Yeah, but there's no losing path, sadly.
Well, we're not doing losing path anyway.
Yeah. This crank can take.
I can't believe it. Such an overused joke.
Oh! Sorry, guys. I'm still doing that. We're so close.
Drums.
How are folks in chat hanging on?
This can't be possible.
I can't believe it's
I can't believe we can't stop using these cramp jokes.
You can't do that on television.
Yet they did. I ever tell you I was in Aladdin with one of the stars of You Can't Do That on Television?
No, but you just told the world.
Her dad lived in Southern California, so when she visited, she had to go to meetings. Because you can't do that on television with a Canadian show. I just remember, being in those meetings, like, hey, that's the girl from You Can't Do That on Television. I should try to run game on her. I was 9. Nope, sorry. Almost there, guys. I think we'll do, want to do one more ship raffle after this and then the game at the end?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do one more ship raffle after Ben completes this mission.
If I complete this mission.
Well, he's going to complete this mission. I'm not going to say it'll be the last chip raffle, but we'll at least do one more. And after that, we still have the brand new, just opened today, signed copy of the original Wing Commander. It's pristine. It's pretty cool. No, the raffle isn't right now, guys.
I assume there's like robots that are viewing it and responding to the word raffle.
Apparently.
Or something.
What's in the box? Everything that comes with the box. We actually detailed it at the beginning of the stream, so when this is all done, you can watch the replay and see exactly what's in the box. It's a salty?
I think it's salty. Was it salty?
Yes, it's one that comes with a 3.5 inch floppy disk.
But I will happily throw in a copy on GOG along with it so you can actually play on a computer in the 21st century.
I can't believe I've been watching this since I woke up.
Can't believe I'm
Me
doing
too.
this since I woke up.
Reeled in the capital ships and Wing Commander 1 for the reason I didn't get Icarus. The original It's like a Corvette. The Chris Roberts game. Why would I want that?
Well, there's a Wing Commander novel about how cool life on the in a Corvette is. Look at the profit.
Oh wow, I totally forgot about Sim Ants. Did you ever play Sim Ants?
Yeah. I have the mystery button.
Yeah, I really.
You can become a spider and have lasers.
I have completely forgotten that existed, but I really enjoyed Sim Ants. $5 a.m. here in Denmark, but have to see Ben beat the game. You're keeping these people up, Ben.
Sorry, guys.
He only did Kurosawa 2 in one shot. Trying his best not to waste your time. Yeah. I wonder if GOG has Sim Ant.
They don't, unfortunately.
I don't remember anything about Sim Ant other than really enjoying it. That's the only memory I have of it. This absolutely pleasant feeling washing over my brain. You really like that, but I don't remember why. I can't pull up an image of what the game looks like. I got nothing.
I had a cool giant manual.
Weird. Yes, I would imagine it had ants, although I can't remember them. Did X-Wing come with blueprints?
No, I don't believe so. I think the first edition of X-Wing came with like a novella?
Those other rapier are mute, so it's weird seeing them score a kill and not say anything. My joystick hand hurts.
Looks like it's getting a little hot out there, sir.
Gonna be a little bit for the raffle guys. The computer that runs the raffle just crashed, so it's rebooting.
Thank you, sir. That frothy was a tough.
Oh, the frothy. That's unimportant compared to what's in your computer.
An Intel processor. Intel, bringing good things to life.
Tactical started analyzing your log as soon as you arrived and downloaded. Starting with your search history. That frothy was in direct contact with the Kilrathi starbase. And Tactical can use the intelligence you gather to find it. They'll have her location pinpointed within the hour.
That's fantastic, sir. When do we move against her?
Soon, very soon. For now, though, let's go over your mission report.
This is why we didn't run it on here, sitting here idly.
Yes, sir. Would have credits you with 11. I got 11.
I imagine I'm talking about how many ships you're killing. I bet your wingman didn't kill very many at all.
Oh, look what's sad. Look how sad Hunter was supposed to be talking here. Very sad. Oh, Commandant lad. Things are looking up, aren't they? I've heard the Garrity are pulling all their ships in. Gathering them all around that starbase we've been looking for. But they're supposed to have mined the system pretty heavily. I'd say you can't be too careful when you're flying through a minefield. I don't know what, just go with it.
Alright guys, raffle's open.
Seen the news on the Trid lately? Looks like the Kilrathi are starting to pull out of the sector. We chased them out of Brimstone, Kurosawa, Gimli. And now they're pulling out of Tartarus and Niflheim too. Looks like Venice is gonna be where they make their stand. And we'll be here to help kick them out of the Vegas sector.
What's Vegas?
It's history in the making, man.
Look at that face. Such fidelity.
For some reason, I imagine him as the Tiger's Claws Dennis Daniels.
Alright, so what are we giving away right now, Ben? Giving away one of every type of Hornet. Stick with military-themed ships. I think that's appropriate.
Yeah. Bengal carrier. No. Let's give away a Hull C. That's our version of a Drayman, and we've saved a bunch of Draymans today, so give away a Hull C transport.
Giving away a Hull C transport. That's what everybody's raffling for right now. So if you're like, I don't really want it, I'm not going to enter a raffle, and then you're like, oh, a Hull C, enter. We'll let it go for a little while.
Because Venice is a vital Kilrathi system, we expect significant resistance as we move the claw into position.
I've been to Venice.
For that reason, I'll be dispatching wings to fly on our flanks, to head off any attacks from the sides as we move. Bandit, you'll guard our starboard side. Here's your route. Computer, display Phi.
Or Pi. Phi. P-H-I? Pi? This is, what did you say?
Phi.
Phi? Oh, I had it right the first time. So that you'll be blah, 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 blah.
Instead of returning to the claw's original position.
It's really good when you miss that.
Be on the lookout for any enemy vessels in the area. It's safe to assume any Kilrathi you see is headed to attack the claw. So your orders are to immediately engage and destroy enemy ships. There any questions?
There are no Kilrathi Girl Scouts selling.
What kind of opposition are we looking at on this one, sir?
Hard to say, Bandit. This is a crucial base for the Kilrathi, so they'll send their best to defend it. Now, if that's all the questions, all right then. Squadron dismissed.
That was the most considerate he's been in the whole game. Now, if that is all the questions, and he had a ... he waited. All right then. It's like taking this long into the game, but CAG is finally like, all right, you're people.
By the way, when we talk about like Chris Roberts insisting on things in the game, weird details, this is a good example of that. This is a mission. There's absolutely no reason other than to make the mission slightly more interesting, to change the nav point, have the Tiger's Claw move from point to point. It's a whole new system you have to add into the game just to make this mission and no others work, but it makes it more interesting.
This is the second to last mission.
This is the penultimate mission.
Penultimate mission.
Jesus, love mines.
Ben and Disco, you guys rock. This was an awesome day hanging with you.
Said no one.
No, said Slippery Pixels.
That sounds like the name of a character in Rick and Morty.
Yeah, if they're complimenting me, they actually said it. Our background Starfield has stopped moving. That's how long we've been doing this. Remember, guys, you only need to enter the raffle once. It does not count additional entries. All you do is annoy your fellow viewers.
It's Twitch chat. That's what it's for.
No, this Twitch chat's been pretty good.
Good.
You guys have been. You guys, this has easily been the best Twitch chat I've ever seen. And that's not even an exaggeration. Maybe that's for the slow mode, because you only get one shot every 2 minutes, so you guys make it count. It's one of the reasons I like the slow mode, actually. But you guys have been great. Yes, and since the raffles have started, we've gained 30 new bot viewers. What do you think of the missions and the add-ons where you fly the Drolthy?
I love those missions. They're very, 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 very hard. And if we do a live stream of that for the Anniversary of Secret Missions 2, I will gladly give them a shot.
Now that I've seen this far into the game, what do I think of Wing Commander? I've adored Wing Commander. Like I said, I didn't own a computer when Wing Commander 1, 2, and 3 came out. But one of my oldest friends had Wing Commander 3, and I used to dream up any excuse I could to hang out at his house and try to convince him to play Wing Commander, because he had a bunch of other games too. And I'm like, play the Wing Commander, and I was never very good at it. I used to use the keyboard shortcut to just blow, whatever you're targeted blows up, because I just loved exploring the narrative. It was absolutely revelatory to me as far as what a video game could be. And so much so that when I had become so invested in Wing Commander because of Wing Commander 3 that when Wing Commander 4 came out, I bought it without owning a computer. So I bought it just to have it.
I did that with the console ports back in the day. I mean, I would save up my allowance to buy the PlayStation port of Wing Commander 4 just so I had it.
Yeah, so I owned Wing Commander 4, and I'm like, someday I'll have a computer that can run it. And I actually, eventually I did. I don't remember the details. I think it was a Wing Commander 4 run on Windows 95.
You got a patch that allowed it to.
Okay, I think that's when I could play it, because I had a. Did I play on Windows 3.1?
No, Wing 4. Well, you can play it in Windows. You have to drop the DOS.
Yeah, that's right. I had a Hewlett Packard. I got a Hewlett Packard from a yard sale. And that's when I was finally able to play it. So I'm an old man. It's a long time ago.
What's a Hewlett Packard?
Yep.
Sounds like a Packard Bell.
Yes. And while I enjoyed it thoroughly, I didn't devote a significant portion of my life to it, like the gentleman to my right. So it's hard for me to remember the details. But yeah, I remember just flipping open. It had that, it was the red, and it had like the circle with the yellow lightning bolt through it. And I just remember I used to just flip through the packaging. I think this is so cool. Someday I'll get to play it. And eventually I did, and for me, Wing Commander 4 is my favorite because it was the first one I bought. It was mine, and I kind of just stared at it, and longed for it for so long. Plus, I really enjoyed the story. I like how it turned everything on its ear, and it did not go where one would expect the story to go. Because after 3 versus the Kilrathi, you expect, okay, you'll do a 4th one with Kilrathi. And I really enjoyed it. On a narrative level. I still had to keyboard shortcut kill everything because I still sucked. And I didn't own a joystick. Sometimes I just like going to YouTube and watch when people compile all the cutscenes and stuff. They just like make a movie out of it. I'll watch Wing Commander 3 or 4 just for the movie. Ben, did you play Wing Commander 3 on CD-ROM or DVD?
Wing Commander 3 was only ever on CD. It was a little bit before DVD. Wing 4 had a DVD port. It came out first on CD. Everybody played it in CD first. It was about a year and a half later that the DVD port was released. The DVD port only came with particular DVD kits. The Creative Lab DXR2 or DXR3 kit. I worked all summer at a camp for the blind when I was in high school to earn the $500 that kit cost. It was the most I ever spent on anything at the time, and I was so proud of that DVD. It was so cool seeing Wing 4 in high resolution.
Alright guys, we're closing down the raffle. So we're closing the raffle. The raffle is now closed. You may stop entering the raffle.
So I just cleared out the penultimate mission.
Is that a small child?
Yeah, that's my child.
Okay.
I don't have any childs.
Alright, and we're drawing a winner for the Hull C. The Hull C, this is a spaceship in Star Citizen, for anyone that doesn't know that. The winner of the Hull C is Run and Gun 79. Run and Gun 79, you are the winner of the Hull C. Congratulations. Run and Gun 79 joined Twitch over almost 1,200 days ago. So he's an old school Twitch follower. So congratulations, Run and Gun 79. Send a private message to our CIG community account on Twitch with the email address of your Star Citizen account, and we will attribute your Hull C sometime next week. If for any reason you don't know what Star Citizen is, you don't have an account already, you can go to robertspaceindustriescom, register for an account, let us know what the email address was that you used to register that account, and we will attribute your Hull C sometime next week. So congratulations once again to Run and Gun 79.
Yay. One of my favorite things about Wing Commander 1 is that while how you play determines what happens in the war, you're not actually winning every battle. It's the stuff you hear about. I just think it's a great way to tell the story. I love that big universe sense. You don't even get it again in any of the other Wing Commander games, but it's cool here.
My favorite pieces too.
Oh, lad, I reckon this fight's just about over. About bloody time too, that's what I say. I spent my career fighting the Kilrathi. You dinna ken how much it means to me to be here.
Now that we're out running their fuzzy tails out of the sector.
You don't get much Maniac in this game.
Because I've been winning. If you lose, like you don't fly with Maniac if you win.
He's a punishment.
So if you suck, they give you Maniac, so you suck more.
Yeah.
Well, harsh.
In the 90s, games were less
harsh.
Oh, wait till you see secret missions.
I mean, not like if you suck, okay, we'll start giving you the better wingman to kind of help you out. No, they just wow.
Well, that's just how the way it turned out. I mean, in a perfect game, you don't fly with either Maniac or Iceman.
Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting Ben's Belgian woman voice.
You want me to do the Belgian woman?
I believe Burak Starkiller has defeated 60 clans of our best pilots.
So it's just.
We're at the end, guys.
This is the last mission. Might take a couple tries, but
last mission, and we'll do the giveaway for the signed mint condition Wing Commander game at the end of the stream. So.
You don't fly with Iceman or a Maniac in a perfect playthrough. You don't see a Frothy until the last series. You don't see Kaja the Fang until the last series. If we had left more Kilrathi Aces alive, they would all appear in this mission. Only Kaja has survived. So we will run into him. This should be a pretty good challenge without a wingman, but I'm pretty confident we'll be able to pull it off and take a couple tries. By the way, blow up a Frothy on your way in.
Don't be gross. You guys have been so good. Don't be gross.
What are they being gross about?
Angel.
Oh. Well, you do hook up with her later. Speaking of which, actually not speaking of which in any way, if you play Super Wing Commander instead of this, at the end of the game, you hear from the ghosts of all the wingmen who have died. They give you words of encouragement. And of course, one of your wingmen, I can't say which, dies during the course of Secret Missions 2's story. So you always hear from that one's ghost at the end of it.
So weird.
If you're interested in doing like the Wing Commander universe in timeline order, you start with the first episode of Wing Commander Academy. You start with the novel Action Stations, but you start with, if you want to do 2654, which is when a lot of this stuff takes place, you start with Wing Commander Academy, first episode, Red and Blue. You follow that up with the Wing Commander movie. Then there are a couple episodes of Wing Commander, the second episode of Wing Commander Academy, then Wing Commander 1 with various episodes of Academy interstitialized. That would be a fun marathon someday too. Some mines for no reason, make me waste a little bit of afterburner fuel. Boy, there's a Frothy! Good, cramp, my favorite. Hey, Krantz.
so much. Anything else would be better here. We're also facing off against the toughest AI of the game at this point. What the game calls level 5 AI. There's level 6 in, 6 is in Ace, or in Secret Missions 2, something called the Drakai, which are the Kilrathi Imperial Guard, which get embedded with various units and are even tougher to kill. This was back when you could cheat AI pretty well. You'd have to do things like, so like a higher AI means more armor, takes longer to kill, that sort of thing. More of them target you at once. These days, like Star Citizens, it's much harder to do that today, and we're not. Now I'll just sink this bonus frothy. By the way, the effective range for my neutron guns, my heavy hitter in the nose, is 2,800 meters. I have not been paying very well attention when... There, that's when I should... There it is, not my... Sorry, they're my wing mounts, not my nose mounts.
From all the games, who's your favorite wingman?
I mean, I loved Angel in the original game. Doomsday. Yeah, I could see Toast loving Doomsday.
His reaction to friendly fire. I hate it when you do that.
I don't think I ran a specific... Oh, you know what? I do have a favorite wingman. It's in Wing Commander 3. There is an array of extras, red shirt wingmen, who you'll occasionally see in missions. There's Mitchell, there's Stig. You don't really pay attention to them. They're like the background wingmen in this, but they all have names. And the one that appears the least, but who has the best name of any wingman ever, is Bacon Boy. I hate Grotha. They're better than Cramped. What is the plural of Cramped? I don't know. No one does. It's probably just Cramped. Cramps? Who knows?
Bacon Boy.
I will say you get used to having a throttle, so you can throttle up and down very, very quickly. You kind of, when you don't, you kind of use your afterburners, and that's why I keep hitting things in these missions.
Yeah, you've been really bad. You've been really bad today. It's embarrassing to sit next to you doing this bad. This is the last mission, guys. So at the end of this will be the end of the stream, and we'll give away we'll do a raffle giveaway for the signed copy of the original game in box with all of its contents, and a version on GOG that you can play. So one last giveaway.
I know that killing him is going to spawn away with something else.
Jolty.
Should be cramp. Oh, salty. Not so bad. Some salty kill me now.
Man, you turned off your targeting computer. What's wrong?
It broke!
You broke the target track. That's bad. If only Ben had some stealth extras.
We haven't dropped below 900 since we started.
Kind of cool. Figured we'd get like 7.
No, we peaked at just over 1,200. We had about 1,250 for a while.
I don't know who you people are, but I like ya.
Cheers, everyone. He said, not realizing his middle finger was extended on his cup. Sorry. Didn't mean that. Real deal cheers to everyone. I think we'll sorry. I think we'll absolutely do the December 5th.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun.
Hi, man. Where are we meeting soldiers?
Secret Missions 1.
Oh, I am sorry.
Assuming something work-related isn't going on.
Yeah, that's true. That's always true.
Jolty, of course.
Yeah, for all of you guys asking about Windows 10, we're doing this whole thing on a Windows 10 computer. So it's able to run DOSBox. We're running Wing Commander on it. We're doing the XSplit live stream, which was running a Starfield in the background until the video ended. No, December 5th, not December 25th. December 5th. The 1-year anniversary of the Wing Commander Secret Missions release. It's probably the next time we'll do this. You don't want me to sign the Wing Commander box. I didn't have anything to do with it. I appreciate the sentiment, though, but we leave it to the people who actually made the game. Maybe we'll put a note inside and sign that. That seems fair. Okay, Lesnick. You have any weapons left?
2 lasers.
And what, draw the maybe 50%? No, there's 2 though.
I also have no fuel.
Okay, out of afterburn. Okay. This might go on a little longer than. What did I teach in high school? I taught fine arts, acting, drama, and dance. As well as audition technique and when I used to sub for a lot of other people. It was a performing arts high school. You ever seen like Fame or High School Musical? It was one of those high schools. That's where I taught. Taking it down, whittling it down with lasers. The question is, will this take longer than restarting the mission?
Starpost is a tough nut to crack.
I actually did an interpretive dance in the middle of the best man speech at one of my brother's weddings, just to thoroughly embarrass him. The video was online for a while, and then somebody stole it offline and put it on a DVD of greatest best man speeches that he then sold to people who were nervous about their best man speech so they could see a bunch of things and steal from it. I didn't make any money off of it because he stole it offline. It was online back in the MySpace days.
Two guns shot off, no front, rear, or side armor. Computer lock doesn't work. But I made it home.
Dramatic.
The only question is, do I get the Peter Planet or not?
Do you get a what?
Do I get the medal or not?
The Medal of Honor more or less.
I'm pretty sure I missed at least one kill. I think one of the Krants hit another Krant and blew it up.
Glad to see you made it back alive, sir.
That's the worst possible one.
Yeah, well, you don't have the poop smear this time, though. You got the hole in the side, but you don't have the poop smear. Alright, for the last time. Congratulations, Bandit. You just finished the Karathi and Vega sector.
Thank you, sir. We were very lucky.
No false modesty, Major. You're entitled to be proud of what you've done.
I suppose it was pretty impressive, wasn't it, sir?
I'd say so. You're the guest of honor at a little ceremony upstairs. In consideration of his valorous service to humanity. meeting the forces of the Confederation against the Empire of Kilra. You guys are really dragging it out. Taking a decisive role in the Vega Sector campaign. Not getting caught with your kilt down. And commanding the squadron which accomplished the pivotal victory. Jeez, apparently. Just pile it on here, dude. In the Venice system, honorably. All this, and you still get it. Tell him when it happened. The Terran Confederation is proud to present the Terran Medal of Valor to Major Lesnick.
You're not assured of the medal after this mission. You basically have to kill almost everything in that last mission.
History shall number you among the greatest heroes of humanity. Oh, that's cool with the ring around it and everything.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool medal.
By the way, the one that's missing is when you get rejected.
Good job, Bandit. Congratulations.
We should tell if he was thinking about making up the medals.
That's what we told him already.
That's a cool one.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Filled with pride, you meet the applause of your fellows.
Destroying the remains of the Kilrathi naval power in the sector. The Tiger's Claw closes in for the kill. And the last Kilrathi planet in the sector falls.
How many engines does that ship have?
That's a good question. We did it! That was Wing Commander 1! Woo!
Yay! Your reward, 10 years in in-system security.
We got a couple secret missions before that.
Secret missions.
Yeah, actually does. So it's a different number. The in-game model, the cutscene one, and the drawing in the manual have different numbers of engines.
I didn't even know that. I just saw it and was like, wow, that's an awful lot. Which one has the most engines?
I believe that.
That one, I was going to say, that seemed like an awful lot of engines.
The
end. Carl LaFong.
For now.
Oh.
That's it, everybody.
All right, guys.
We're going to switch us back to...
Yeah. Starting the last...
He sent us a message.
Sorry, I'll get there. All right, let me switch the back here. I need your hand. All right, the raffle is open, guys. So go ahead and enter the raffle. Enter the raffle for our last prize of the night. Wing Commander. Inbox. Pristine. Shrink wrapped for its entire existence. Open today. So Chris Roberts can sign it. Look at that. Has all of its contents. A pristine claw marks magazine. All the blueprints. And I'll even include a special note from Ben and I inside. We won't sign the box. That should be Chris. We'll include a note inside. Won't tell you what it says until you get it.
And if you wondered what Ben's doing right now, he's checking Star Wars Card Trader.
Well, maybe I missed a good card.
Raffle. Okay, this guy, let's see. Box.
Yeah, I actually don't see a message from him. It says he sent it 3 times.
Who?
Running Ben, somebody there.
Waffle.
All right, well, if you're talking
Waffle.
let's just get his email address. Raffle.
So while that's happening,
Yeah, we'll let that go for a bit.
I'd like to thank you all guys all for tuning in. That was I just had a great time. It was really cool to revisit Wing Commander 1. I hope my flying skills sufficed, and I'd love to do this again very soon. We'll do secret missions end of the year, which is much more of a challenge. Back then, DLC wasn't more of the same. It was, this is only for really, really hardcore players. We'll play around with DOSBox so we don't get some of that low drop frame rate, because all the missions in secret missions have a lot of fighters. So this is it's gonna be good.
But yeah, that's Wing Commander. It's a tremendously important game, certainly for my life, but I think for game development in general. Thank you to everybody who called in: Denis, Loubet, Chris Reid, Joe Garrity, Wolf Knight. Thank you for the pizzas. Chris Roberts for stopping by, of course. Lando for putting this all together. This is all him. All the graphics, the package, making all this work. That's all just go Lando right here. Toast and Allie for coming down and sitting through this. Toast got it, I'm sure. Allie, I'm sorry to waste your Saturday. But I hope you all had a good time. I certainly did. That was a much needed victory.
Are your fingernails all covered with blue?
Everything is covered in blue. My joystick hand hurts like hell. It was a good time.
You can take turns next time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I tried turning off slow mode just now so that everybody can make sure we get everybody in. It won't turn off. So
Honest, it won't turn off.
Oh, did it finally do it? The room is no longer in slow mode. All right, so we'll just do this. Make sure everybody can get their raffle in.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, epic Kurosawa 2 run, Ben.
Thank you. I was very proud of that Venice 4 also. One try, no wingman.
Yeah. No, it was very good.
The no wingman is kind of my own fault, but I feel bad about Hunter dying.
I don't.
And that's what Wing Commander 1 does to you. You come to like these people. You want them to survive.
I don't know why I can't do an Australian accent. I can't even bring it up in my head. I don't know why. Maybe I was too much. It was too far into my. Who's the guy I was doing?
Hunter.
No, the main guy.
Colonel Halcyon.
Colonel Halcyon. Maybe I was too far into Colonel Halcyon. I couldn't come back up far enough because all my voices kind of sounded the same. I went way in on Colonel Halcyon. I couldn't pull back up. So, all right, we'll let it go for a little bit longer. There's still people entering. Probably entering more than once. You can't tell. But remember, guys, it only counts once. So, yeah. All right. We'll give it one more minute. Start the timer now.
By the way, just want to remember two of the Wing Commander 1 staff who have passed away since this game was released 25 years ago. Aaron Alston, editor of the incredible Claw Marks Manual, and John Watson, one of the artists. It's a shame when people die young, of course, but these tremendously creative people who just had a huge impact on gaming history, and and good people too. They were all friends of Chris's, of mine, of everybody here. So I'm not trying to bum us all out at the end, but I wanted to pay a little tribute to them. And hopefully next time we do this, there will not be anyone to add to that list.
And I'd like to thank you, Colonel Halcyon. Colonel Halcyon?
Colonel Halcyon.
I'd like to thank you, Colonel Halcyon. You did a good job.
Peter Halcyon.
Peter?
Peter is his first name.
Peter? I was playing a guy named Peter. All right. That's the end. We're closing up the raffle. Raffle is closed, guys. So, can Vanna wipe this? Oh, I picked the winner?
No.
Okay. The winner of the signed, mint condition Wing Commander original PC game on 3.5 discs and a GOG edition that you can actually play on your computer is CIG Community. I'm kidding. Sunjammers! Congratulations, Sunjammers. You're the winner of Wing Commander. So send us a private message to CIG Community on the Twitch chat. You're going to need to include your mailing address in this one, and we'll get that shipped to you as soon as we can.
By the way, one other thing I'd like to point out as I look at this box, all these mock-up screenshots from the What You See Is What You Play, they're full of stuff that's not in the game. There's not a video that looks like that. All the weapons have different names. It's much earlier version. So just pointing that out.
Oh. All right. So yeah, Sunjammers, be sure you message us. Get us your mailing address. And if for any reason you don't hear anything back in a day or two, look, apparently we're having there might be an issue with the message. Message me through the Star Citizen website.
By the way,
we'll get you taken care of.
The reason for the what you see is what you play is because no one believed that a game would look like this when it came out. So they came with this ad campaign. It's like, what you're seeing is what's in it.
Cool. All right. That's it?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you guys. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did too. We'll see you real soon. We'll be back to Star Citizen stuff next week. We'll see you then. We've got the Endeavor. Lots of cool stuff coming. And we can't wait for CitizenCon either.
So I'm Jared Huckaby.
I'm Ben Lesnick.
I'm Alexis.
And that's a cool Space Mountain shirt. I never saw that shirt before. You been wearing that all day?
Yeah.
Also, you live together.
Also, we live together. All right, guys. Take it easy.